Jesse, Jackie, Muhammad, Paul, Stokely, Mega, Webb. About 3 Benjamins, a good 2 Freds. Women like Harriet, Rosa, Ida, Shirley, Sojourner, Madam, Maya, Mary, Bessa, Ella, and Retta. Even baby Ruby was out here applying pressure. Gail, John, Booker, Sid, George, you nuts if you don't know who he is. Bayard, Charles, Roy, Carter, Cecil, just for drinking them white folks' water. All kings and queens, yes, for real. Until the ones that we lost, like Emmett Till. And all those is here, we gon' continue to hold it down. Say it loud, black, and I'm proud. It was Martin, Malcolm, Huey, Alvin, Marcus, Richard, Jesse, Adam, Carla, Gordon, James, Philip, Nat. Showed them not to play with us. Duke, Langston, Thurgood, Robert, Hank, Jesse, Jackie, Muhammad, Paul, Stokely, Mega, Webb. About 3 Benjamins, a good 2 Freds. Women like Harriet, Rosa, Ida, Shirley, Sojourner, Madam, Maya, Mary, Bessa, Ella, and Retta. Even baby Ruby was out here applying pressure. Gail, John, Booker, Sid, George, you nuts if you don't know who he is. Bayard, Charles, Roy, Carter, Cecil, just for drinking them white folks' water. All kings and queens, yes, for real. Until the ones that we lost, like Emmett Till. And all those is here, we gon' continue to hold it down. Say it loud, black, and I'm proud. It was Martin, Malcolm, Huey, Alvin, Marcus, Richard, Jesse, Adam, Carla, Gordon, James, Philip, Nat. Showed them not to play with us. Duke, Langston, Thurgood, Robert, Hank, Jesse, Jackie, Muhammad, Paul, Stokely, Mega, Webb. About 3 Benjamins, a good 2 Freds. Women like Harriet, Rosa, Ida, Shirley, Sojourner, Madam, Maya, Mary, Bessa, Ella, and Retta. Even baby Ruby was out here applying pressure. Gail, John, Booker, Sid, George, you nuts if you don't know who he is. Bayard, Charles, Roy, Carter, Cecil, just for drinking them white folks' water. All kings and queens, yes, for real. Until the ones that we lost, like Emmett Till. And all those is here, we gon' continue to hold it down. Say it loud, black, and I'm proud. It was Martin, Malcolm, Huey, Alvin, Marcus, Richard, Jesse, Adam, Carla, Gordon, James, Philip, Nat. Showed them.
Bonnets, their waist beads. They got the bounce house out here. We got security. The radio station. Where's that? They got some?
It's in my car.
Oh, I thought they had some here.
Oh, they probably do, but I'm not buying it.
Yeah.
Lost too much, so I had to go to the store myself. I had started to call you to tell you the park for me earlier.
Oh yeah, that's my aunt. Yeah. What's good, Oni?
Hi, babe.
How you doing?
Hey.
Remember you?
How are
I need
you?
that
Cynthia
bracelet
Treasures
again.
in the building.
Oh, I don't have any more.
Remember, but you do them, right? Same top concept.
going down. Black Culture Fest 2025. How you doing? Likewise. Look good, girl.
Good to see you. How you
Right.
doing?
Just chilling.
What's going on?
Nothing much.
Chilling.
Yeah. Got some flyers right here. On my link.
You got some more music you been putting out? You got some new
I
music?
put a little bit out. Not right now. Just, building up everything gradually.
Okay.
Getting that bread.
Well, we miss you.
Oh yeah, let's
Oh,
put
yeah.
something together.
Yeah.
All right. It's going down. They ain't got the stage out right now. Good, y'all. Rock City Hot Boy. Bam in the building.
Your Honor, I just want to see if the court would give me time to do a proffer with Mr. Copeland. I want to, obviously, I want to, but I will, whether I want to or not, but I will follow your order about the ex parte June 10th conversation in Judge Glanville's chambers. And you told me that there's some off limits, and I look at my notes and I'm not sure. I think the state opened the door to it. They asked on direct about that meeting, but I don't want to come close to your order in violation. So what I'd like to do is ask Mr. Copeland about the whole thing. Judge Glanville's there, what Judge Glanville said. You seem to, according to my notes, indicate to me you're not permitting that. That's my understanding. And of course, I need to make a proffer. The proffer, I guess, is memorialized in the transcript itself, which is in the record. But the fact that Judge Glanville said, we need your testimony. Judge Glanville said, so long as you don't tell a big whopper, as Miss Love told you earlier, I want all that to come out before the jury. I think it shows coercion, and I think it shows the way that possibly to Mr. Copeland.
Hey. Check it out. Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe, man. New hip hop on the way. Once we hit 1,000 subscribers, okay. 73 more, and we'll be there for sure.
connectivity through Spectrum is vital, provides us with reliability.
And a man named Malcolm X. With black history in the United States, many African Americans mention Malcolm X. Do you know who Malcolm X is? Malcolm X was an African American civil rights activist and minister. Right now, we will learn a little bit about his life. Malcolm X was born Malcolm Little on May 19, 1925 in Omaha, Nebraska. Malcolm was the fourth of 8 children born to Louise, a homemaker, and Earl Little, a preacher. His father spoke out against racism and was often picked on by a group named the Ku Klux Klan. It was so bad that the Littles had to move from Omaha, and his father was later found murdered. After the death of Malcolm's father, Malcolm's mother became very sick and could not take care of her children. This is where Malcolm and his siblings were placed in foster care. Seeing all of this, Malcolm would get into trouble later on, finding himself in a juvenile detention center, and later on finding himself in prison after getting in trouble. It was there his life would change when he discovered a religion known as Islam. After choosing the religion of Islam and joining the Nation of Islam, Malcolm Little would soon change his name to Malcolm X, where he would go on to be a well-known leader of the Nation of Islam. During this time, another African American civil rights activist was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Although Dr. King spoke about peaceful protests, Malcolm X was known for saying, "by any means necessary, and you don't have to have a peaceful revolution," when speaking against racism. Malcolm X would later leave the Nation of Islam and become a traditional Muslim, where he changed his name to El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz. Malcolm X's life came to an end after he was assassinated on February 21st, 1965 in New York, New York. That is all for me, and I hope you enjoyed learning about Black history and Malcolm X, a civil rights activist and preacher. And I hope you had fun learning with FRESBERG cartoon.
Who taught you this?
No, I don't worry. I tell you, I'm a man who believed that I died 20 years ago. And I live like a man who is dead already. I have no fear whatsoever of anybody or anything. No, I don't worry. I tell you, I'm a man who believed that I died 20 years ago. And I live like a man who is dead already. I have no fear whatsoever of anybody or anything. No, I don't worry. I tell you, I'm a man who believed that I died 20 years ago. And I live like a man who is dead already. I have no fear whatsoever of anybody or anything. No, I don't worry. I tell you, I'm a man who believed that I died 20 years ago. I just told you a little while ago, these leaders that they call leaders, this included Lena Horne, this included Dick Gregory, and this included comedians, comics, trumpet players, baseball players. Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that have been set up over the black community by the white community and have been made celebrities and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear. And it is an honor, actually, that they endorsed Dr. Martin Luther King and were against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's actually an honor. I just told you a little while ago, these leaders that they call leaders, this included Lena Horne, this included Dick Gregory, and this included comedians, comics, trumpet players, baseball players. Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that have been set up over the black community by the white community and have been made celebrities and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear. And it is an honor, actually.
Very simple answer to one question. Do you hate all white people?
I don't think it's a fair question. The white man doesn't even come into my attitude. Mr. Muhammad teaches us to love our own kind and let the white man take care of himself. For a white man today, sir, after kidnapping millions of black people from Africa, stripping them of all human characteristics and relegating them to the role of chattel or cattle or animals, commodity, merchandise that could be bought and sold at will, and then 100 years since the Emancipation Proclamation, using every type of deceptive method to further us into slavery, called second-class citizenship, I think that it would take a whole lot of nerve for white people today to ask Negroes, do they hate them?
Okay. Very simple answer to one question. Do you hate all white people?
I don't think it's a fair question. The white man doesn't even come into my attitude. Mr. Muhammad teaches us to love our own kind and let the white man take care of himself. For a white man today, sir, after kidnapping millions of black people from Africa, stripping them of all human characteristics and relegating them to the role of chattel or cattle or animals, commodity, merchandise that could be bought and sold at will. When black people wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, then the black man will think like a black man, and he will feel for other black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one black man, you are attacking all black men. And this type of black thinking will cause all black people to stick together. And this type of thinking also will bring an end to the brutality inflicted upon black people by white people. And it is the only thing that will bring an end to it. No federal court, state court or city court will bring an end to it. It's something that the black man has to bring an end to himself. When black people wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, then the black man will think like a black man, and he will feel for other black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll
this country, as we're taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to walk around with these names, and therefore he teaches us that during slavery, the same slave master who owned us put his last name on us to denote that we were his property. So that when you see a Negro today who's named Johnson, if you go back in his history, you'll find that he was once his grandfather, or one of his forefathers was owned by a white man who was named Johnson. His name is Bunch. His grandfather was owned by a white man that was named Bunch.
Would you?
His demonstration on the city desk, 1963, was remarkably smooth, distinct, as we can see on the astonished faces of his hosts. Malcolm was nothing other than a lion of liberty.
Anyone who is depriving you of freedom isn't deserving of a peaceful approach by the ones who are being deprived of their freedom. And when black people in this country come out from under the mental straitjacket that the Negro clergymen have placed them in, and begin to see that the only way you can get freedom is to get it the same way the white man in this country got it from England. Or when you're willing to pay the price for freedom, then you get it. But the Negro in this country has never been willing to pay the price for his freedom. All of the price that we've been paying in the past has been freedom for the white man. We fought abroad so that the white man in America could be free today to sick police dogs on us, to beat our people in the heads with police clubs, and to turn water hose on little women and children and babies simply because they want to walk down the street like decent human beings. Now the only way you can have peace is to eliminate those injustices, and the American white man is not going to eliminate them. He's going to talk that pretty talk, but he'll still continue to practice those inhuman deeds.
Mr. X was a beacon of courage and conviction in the face of overwhelming opposition.
With reference to what Mr. Hurlbut asked you a little bit ago, you took a very moderate position of wanting independence without having any hatred for the whites. Do I understand that correctly?
Hatred is not involved in it whatsoever.
Well, I recall in a recent plane crash, 2 or 3 years ago, or less than that, a charter flight on Air France in which a group of people from Atlanta, Georgia, were, as they say in the business, as they took off from Orly Field. And you were quoted at that time as expressing great gratification that this tragedy had occurred. Do you recall that?
I recall it.
What did you say? Do you remember?
The press misinterpreted it and misrepresented it.
What did you say?
They said that it was made at a Muslim meeting. It wasn't. It was made at a rally of Negroes, Baptist, Methodist, Catholic, and otherwise in Los Angeles, who were rallying to protest the brutal shooting of 7 unarmed Negroes.
And what did you
by
say?
Heavily armed white policemen in the city of Los Angeles. And because we are a people who have been taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to never carry weapons of any kind, but to get on God's side and rely on God to fight our battles for us. At the time that these brothers were shot down so brutally, I pointed out at the funeral of the brother who died that God would step in and take a hand in giving us some form of justice for the brutal killing of our brother. And when the plane crashed in France, I pointed out to the crowd at this rally that this was an act of God showing his wrath or complete resentment over the brutal form of injustice that had been inflicted upon our poor unarmed brothers.
Were you saying that, or do you believe that?
At that time, Dr. Billy Graham was in a crusade in Chicago, and the press, your papers here in this city, quoted Billy Graham of also saying that plane crash was an act of God. And if you take time to check the newspapers, I think that you'll find that this is correct. But no one thought that Billy Graham was so wrong when he attributed the crash of this plane to his God. But when we say that it come from our God, then we're looked upon as being, outrageous.
I know, but you took the position that this was a matter of satisfaction to you for an injustice done against you, and I think that that's a trifle severe.
We did not think that it was a coincidence that 120 of the whites on this plane came from the state of Georgia, a state that has the worst record in the history of America for the mistreatment of black people in this country.
Worse than Mississippi?
They maybe are a little less Mississippi is a little less hypocritical today than Georgia, but both of them are still practicing the same thing. Now the whites in Georgia bite Negroes with a smile, whereas they used to bite them with a growl. But they're still being bitten, and we don't think that it is any worse to be bitten with a smile than it is to be bitten with a growl.
His unwavering commitment to truth and justice inspired a generation to stand up against racial inequality and social injustice.
Mississippi, what is your organization's position of what happened in Mississippi in the past?
With unflinching honesty, Malcolm X spoke truth to power, shedding light on the darkest corners of American society.
I remember once when Elijah was quoted as having said that the Urban League and the NAACP sold out to the white man. Has he ever made that statement to you?
To my knowledge, I don't think that he has said that they sold out to the white man. I've heard him say that.
Is that his feeling?
The NAACP has been in existence for 54 years, and they elect a new national president every year, and they have never elected a black man to sit in that capacity. Arthur Spingarn has been president of the NAACP for 24 years, and so in this sense, it means that either they're practicing the same discrimination that they accuse the white man of practicing, they're practicing it themselves, or else they're not qualifying other Negroes in that organization for positions of leadership. This is our only criticism.
You personally feel that they have sold out to the white man? You personally feel that those organizations have sold out to the white man?
I don't think that they would knowingly allow themselves to be used or misused against their own people. So if they are failing to do the job that our people expect of them, probably it's just through lack of understanding.
Malcolm, how do you yourself feel about the white man?
I believe that the white man has done a great injustice to the black man in this country by having kidnapped our people and brought us here and down to the level that we're on today. And today, instead of approaching the factors that their original mistake has created, instead of approaching these factors objectively and realistically, the greatest sin that they're doing now is trying to pretend that they never committed a crime, that they never did any wrong. And when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad points out the injustices that our people are suffering, they make that sin worse by accusing him of teaching hate, or by accusing him of black supremacy, or by accusing him of advocating violence, simply because he is pointing out the real factors in the problem.
We have a little time left. You don't have to hurry so much, Malcolm. You were born in Omaha, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And your family left Omaha when you were, what, 1 year old?
I imagine about a year old.
And why did they leave Omaha?
Well, to my understanding, the Ku Klux Klan burned down one of their homes in Omaha.
This made your family feel very unhappy, I'm sure.
Well, insecure, if not unhappy.
So you must have a somewhat prejudiced point of view, a personally prejudiced point of view. In other words, you cannot look at this in a broad, academic sort of way, really.
I think that's incorrect, because despite the fact that happened in Omaha, and then when we moved to Lansing, Michigan, our home was burned down again. In fact, my father was killed by the Ku Klux Klan. And despite all of that, no one was more thoroughly integrated with whites than I. No one has lived more so in the society of whites than I. And it was only until I became a Muslim that I ceased living in the society
You
of
say
whites.
you were thoroughly integrated with the whites, Malcolm. Do you have white people in your family background?
Definitely, most Negroes in this country have whites in their family background because...
How are you going to differentiate between the white blood that's in you and the Negro blood that's in you? And you don't mind my using the term Negro because you use this yourself.
I use it interchangeably.
I know you do. Why do you do that?
Well, I use it if it fits the purpose to use it, but I use it against my will.
Do you? But
I use it against my...
You used it voluntarily in describing the incident in Los Angeles.
Still, I use it against my will.
I guess the teachings weren't thoroughly inculcated.
No, but when I say to you that the cops in Los Angeles shot down 7 unarmed Negroes, every Negro in the audience knows what I'm talking about. But when I say that they shot 7 Muslims, then a lot of the Negroes don't realize that
suppose
you're
you
still
said
talking
7
about
colored
Negroes.
people because you say you used the term colored people. If you said...
I don't think I used the word
colored.
colored on this program.
Yes, you did. You did when we started.
Not colored.
I think so. Black people, I'm sorry. You did
Black.
say black.
Well, we can use black, and that fits everybody.
Okay.
But, sir, the black...
Now, let me get back to another point that you made. You said that you go back home. Now, what do you mean by back home?
I've only heard the Honorable Elijah Muhammad say, back among our own people. From
You
whence
said
we...
back home. You don't mind my saying
Right, back home. But by that he means...
Do you mean back into the roots of Islam, or do you mean back to Africa?
Back home. And
Africa.
by back home, he means back into our original civilization. And if you study history, the Islamic culture existed in West Africa,
But your
Central
family
Africa.
didn't come from an Islamic background originally, did it? I mean, you came from the proud tribes of Africa, which is
I think
certainly
you'll
have a
find,
pride-
sir, that one of
background.
the Islamic culture,
I agree, there is
existed
a lot of-
widely in Africa, Central Africa,
I agree,
West Africa.
I agree. I've met many people in there. Mr. O'Connor.
With regard to that tragedy out there in Los Angeles, I myself refer to it when it happened as the tragic police action, so I am not totally biased.
Thank you, sir.
Coming from Muhammad Speaks, which is the publication of your cult or your religion, Elijah Muhammad referred to the policemen out there, the white policemen, as devils. He said, "There is no justice here for us black people. There is no future for us nor our children in civilized America." Doesn't that imply that you're going to get out, or that's his wish that you get out?
If he referred to those policemen out there as devils, who were heavily armed and knew that the Negroes whom they were shooting down in cold blood were not heavily armed, I don't think that those policemen themselves would deny that they're devils, nor would any Negro who witnessed such a deed deny that they are devils.
Well, about the other part of it, there's no justice here for us black people. There is no future for us nor our children in civilized America. And I didn't make that up. He said it in his own
And he's correct
publication.
in what he says, sir.
Well, what does it mean? Does it mean you're going to get out, or
It
what?
means the same thing that Attorney General Robert Kennedy means when he says that the #1 domestic problem in America is the race problem. That it is almost impossible to solve it. It's almost impossible to give justice to Negroes.
His words were a call to action, urging African Americans to demand their rights and dignity.
We believe that separation is the best way and the only sensible way, not integration. And but on the other hand, when we see our people being brutalized by white bigots, white racists, we think that they are foolish to allow themselves to be beaten and brutalized and do nothing whatsoever to protect themselves. They are foolish. They should have the right to defend themselves against any attack made against them by anyone. If a dog is biting a black man, the black man should kill the dog. Whether the dog is a police dog, a hound dog, or any kind of dog. If a dog is sick on a black man, when that black man is doing nothing but trying to take advantage of what the government says is supposed to be his, then that black man should kill that dog, or any two-legged dog who sicks the dog on him.
Should other black men help that particular person who was attacked?
I think you'll find, sir, that there will come a time when black people wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves. Then the black man will think like a black man, and he will feel for other black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one black man, you are attacking all black men. And this type of black thinking will cause all black people to stick together. And this type of thinking also will bring an end to the brutality inflicted upon black people by white people. And it is the only thing that will bring an end to it. No federal court, state court, or city court will bring an end to it. It's something that the black man has to bring an end to himself.
Despite facing intense scrutiny and hostility, Malcolm X remained steadfast in his convictions. He refused to back down, even when confronted with violence and intimidation. His interview at Berkeley in 1963, yet again, is a sound reminder of the fearlessness in the man's character.
If the white people really passed meaningful laws, it would not be necessary to pass any more laws. There are already enough laws on the law books to protect an American citizen. You only need additional laws when you're dealing with someone who's not regarded as an American citizen. But whites are so hypocritical. They don't want to admit that this black man is not a citizen. So they classify him as a second-class citizen to get around making him a real citizen. If he was a real citizen, you'd need no more laws. You'd need no civil rights legislation. Civil rights, when you have civil rights, you have citizenship. It's automatic. White people don't need laws to protect their citizenship because they're citizens. But they don't want to tell us we're not citizens. And at the same time,
we're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold over 2.9 million barrels, creating steady jobs for hard-working folks chasing the American dream. You can share in our success by investing with Phoenix Energy and get 9 to 13% annual interest through our Regulation D 506C bond offering. Join our next investor webinar to learn more about Phoenix Energy.
they don't want to pass laws that are meaningful enough to protect us as if we were citizens. And the Supreme Court desegregation decision is the best example I know. That's a law from the Supreme Court. 10 years have gone by. No desegregated schools. It hasn't been implemented beyond, I think, 9% in 10 years. So this just shows you the hypocrisy of the American white man. They talk out of both sides of their mouth. And for this reason, we who are Muslims, that is, who believe in the religion of Islam, who believe in God, we don't believe that black people will ever get any laws, get any problem with laws being passed or new persons being put in office, white liberals being put in office. There is nothing that the white man will ever do to bring about true, sincere citizenship or civil rights recognition for black people in this country. Nothing will they ever do. They will always talk it, but they won't practice it. And with the Supreme Court, if the NAACP can tell me that they want a desegregation decision for me 10 years ago, but yet the schools haven't been desegregated, as I say, this is a victory with no victory. It's a victory that you can talk about, but it's a victory you can't show me. So if you represent the NAACP and you are telling me about this great victory you won for me, when I look at you, I have to conclude that either you have been duped yourself or else you are trying to dupe me. And in most instances where the civil rights struggle is involved, there is no civil rights leader can point to me one concrete gain, practical gain, that black people have made in the civil rights field in this country, not only during the past 10 years, but during the past 100 years.
Malcolm X's sharp intellect and oratory skills made him a formidable force in the civil rights movement. He skillfully exposed the hypocrisy of a society that claimed to value freedom and equality while denying these rights to African Americans. He literally read verbatim from a report in his interview at Berkeley when asked about his opinion on Martin Luther King's nonviolence policy for black struggle.
Now, the other part was with respect to Mr. King and the nonviolent direct action.
Well, I will let Jimmy Baldwin and John Killens and Lou Lomax, the writers, answer that. Speaking right after this church was bombed in Birmingham. Christian church was bombed in Birmingham by Christians too, mind you. And these 4 little girls were murdered. John Killens and James Baldwin and Lomax and the Negro writers and actors had a meeting at the town hall in New York. And Killen pointed out, concerning these murders of these little girls, said the killings had raised doubts about the intelligence of the nonviolence in the civil rights struggle. He went on to declare that he could no longer be asked to love those who persecuted and killed Negroes. He also, and the writer, Mr. Handler, who's describing this, said that Killens, it was not clear concerning Killens' remarks to his audience that he was breaking with it was clear rather to his audience that he was breaking with the doctrine of the Reverend Martin Luther King's philosophy that as Christians, Negroes should love their fellow man in a truly religious sense. Now, James Baldwin, speaking on that same platform, said, and I was present during this entire affair, asserted that the American people shared a collective guilt for the persecution of Negroes, much as Germans did because of their silence during the Nazi persecution. He denounced President Kennedy for what he termed Kennedy's lack of passion in the civil rights struggle. Mr. Baldwin said that there could no longer be a Republican Party for the Negro people as long as it listed a Barry Goldwater, nor a Democratic Party for the Negro people with a Senator Eastland on its roster. He asserted that the federal government acted swiftly and energetically, that unless the federal government acted swiftly and energetically, future slaughter would make Birmingham look like a dress rehearsal. What do I think about King's attitude? King's right-hand man, Wyatt Walker, at King's convention, according to the New York Times on September the 26th, said, quote, we have been duped, meaning these persons involved in the civil rights struggle, of which King is the symbolic leader. His right-hand man says, and I quote, we have been duped, or have duped ourselves, into believing that the chains have been broken, when in truth we have only been chained more securely. Half freedom has in many instances been worse than no freedom at all. Why, don't ask me what I think about their struggle. I can tell you what they think about their struggle. And they are pointing out that it is becoming more difficult every day for the civil rights leaders to keep the masses of black people nonviolent and long-suffering and patient and keep them from becoming disenchanted. I hope that answers your question.
His message centered around black empowerment, self-reliance, and racial pride, advocating for black self-determination and resistance against white oppression.
Equality has nothing to do with whites. We don't want to be equal with the white man. He's not the criteria or yardstick by which equality is measured. He's not in a position to tell us we are equal. It's not his right. It's not his to do. Equality, we want equality. We had equality before the white man was created. We had equality before the white man came into existence. And we want equality whether the white man is on this earth or not. Equality means the opportunity to develop all of our dormant potential, all of our dormant capability. And in developing this dormant capability, the right and the ability to stand on this earth on some land of our own and bring about a civilization and a society in which we will be completely independent, complete freedom to take care of the needs, to take care of the wants and the likes and the dislikes of our people, to establish our own nation, our own society, our own heaven, our own future. This is what we mean by freedom, by equality, and justice means as you sow, so shall you reap. If you do wrong, you'll get wrong in return. And if you do right, you'll get right in return. When you're in your own nation, in your own land, you're in a position to get justice. But when you're in another man's country, in another man's land, under another man's flag, and under another man's government, and under another man's court system, you have to look to that other man for justice, and you'll never get it. And Negroes in this country probably are authorities on that.
Promoting the idea of black people being the original people of the world and believing in the potential for black self-governance, he necessitated the need for black people to organize and defend themselves against injustice. emphasizing the idea of any means necessary to achieve freedom and equality.
In the areas of the country where the government has proven itself unable or unwilling to defend the Negroes when they are being brutally and unjustly attacked, then the Negroes themselves should take whatever steps necessary.
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly without glass?
He further advocated for black separation from white society and the establishment of independent black communities, believing that white Americans would not fully accept or integrate black people.
To what extent does this formulation approach that expounded by Zionists? They, for example, many Zionists maintain they could never expect justice in the Tsarist courts and the courts found in other countries in Eastern Europe and so on. And they decided that it would be wise to establish a separate state in Israel.
And all of the world powers got together, the white world powers, I should say, got together and helped all of these white Jews to establish a separate state in the heart of dark-skinned people's territory. And if white people can get together and let other whites, help other whites to establish an independent nation right in the midst of dark-skinned people, and then we don't see where white people should be so much against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's solution, not of setting up an independent dark nation in a white people's property, but he's asking the opportunity to set up an independent nation on our own continent. Let us leave America and go back home among our own people on our own land and set up our own independent society. But all he says is that this government, which made us slaves, should supply the transportation for us to get back home and give us all of the machinery and the tools necessary for us to till the soil and establish our own agricultural system to feed and clothe our people, our own economy, and in some way become an independent people among our own people on our own continent. This is intelligent, and Zionists should never criticize us.
You say then that the United States is not the black man's country.
Definitely
American laws are not black men's laws.
No.
American laws are not the black man's laws.
Well, the laws here in America were made by white people for the benefit of white people. The Constitution was written by whites for the benefit of whites. It was never written for the benefit of blacks. And when you read the Constitution, I think in Article 1, Article 1, Section 2, or Section 1, Article 1, some one of the two, and it's in the Constitution. It says that that classifies black people as 3/5 of a man. 3/5 of a man, subhuman, less than a human being. It relegates us to the level of cattle, hogs, chickens, cows, a commodity that could be bought and sold at the will of the master. No, it was written by whites for the benefit of whites and to the detriment of blacks. And when a black man stands up talking about his constitutional rights, he's out of his mind.
His message has always portrayed his great virtue of unwavering courage, unshakable conviction, and unrelenting commitment to truth, justice, and equality for African Americans.
You've called people like Martin Luther King, who just got a Nobel Peace Prize, an Uncle Tom. Is this correct, first?
Well, I'd rather say that in the States, there's a law that has recently been passed, or a decision handed down by the court, wherein if you call someone an Uncle Tom, they can sue you for libel.
Well,
so I never refer to them as Uncle Tom. So I would say that Uncle Martin is my friend.
Uncle Martin is your friend, yet you would disagree with his approach to what he wants to accomplish.
Definitely. If his approach would bring about what the black man in America needs to completely eliminate the problem that we have, I would say well and good. But I very much doubt that anyone who adopts the approach that Martin Luther King has been teaching to our people in that country can point to any meaningful gains that has actually served to solve the problem.
His unswerving bravery in the face of overwhelming opposition is a testament to his unrelenting pursuit of justice and equality.
Black Muslims have sometimes, whether you have or not, and I think probably you have sometimes, it seemed to me, been preaching hate to meet hate.
I don't advocate any kind of hate.
But there's a lot of talk that sounds very much like it.
No, I think that the guilt complex of the American white man is so profound until when you begin to analyze the real condition of the black man in America, instead of the American white man eliminating the causes that create that condition, he tries to cover it up by accusing his accusers of teaching hate. but actually they're just exposing him for being responsible for what exists.
Well, that's something of an argument, but I've heard speeches made by some of the people of your group. I think I've heard you make speeches. It seemed to me that you were advocating what I would have to describe, I think, as violence to meet the serious injuries that have been done your people, with which I totally agree.
I don't call that violence. I don't in any way encourage black people to go out and initiate acts of aggression indiscriminately against whites. But I do believe that the black man in the United States, and any human being, anywhere, is well within his right to do whatever is necessary, by any means necessary, to protect his life and property, especially in a country where the federal government itself has proven that it is either unable or unwilling to protect the lives and property of those human beings.
Despite the severe backlash, including the constant death threats from both the FBI and internal conflicts within the Nation of Islam, he continued to speak out against systemic racism, advocating for the rights of African Americans, helping in raising awareness about the teachings of the Islamic religion, challenging misconceptions and stereotypes.
I don't believe in any form of segregation or any form of racism. I'm against any form of segregation and against racism.
Am I right in saying that the black Muslim movement, which you have left, did believe in that?
Well, Elijah Muhammad taught his followers that the only solution was a separate state for black people. And as long as I thought he genuinely believed that himself, I believed in him and believed in his solution. But when I began to doubt that he himself believed that that was feasible, and I saw no kind of action designed to bring it into existence or bring it about, then I turned in a different direction.
Are you still a Muslim?
Oh yes, I'm a Muslim. I believe in the religion of Islam, which believes in brotherhood, complete brotherhood of all people. But at the same time that I believe in this brotherhood, I don't believe in forcing my desire for brotherhood upon those who aren't willing to accept it.
Malcolm X's bravery in the face of adversity continues to inspire people today. His unwavering commitment to justice and equality serves as a powerful reminder that one person can make a difference. His legacy has extended far beyond his own time, influencing social justice movements and activism globally. It is our duty, therefore, to continually uphold all the redemptive policies that Malcolm and other brave black brothers like him lived and died for. May the legacy of their struggles never be in vain. That brings us to the end of yet another heartwarming video. Don't forget to support our works by hitting the thumb button, share with friends and families to keep spreading our informative contents, and subscribe to stay tuned into our channel. We are delighted to have you here with us. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video.
By any means necessary. We want equality by any means necessary. We want it now, or we don't think anybody can have it.
So whatever kind of action program can be devised to get us the things that are ours by right, then I'm for that kind of action no matter what the action is. I don't think when a man is being criminally treated that some criminal has the right to tell that man what tactics to use to get the criminal off his back. When a criminal starts misusing me, I am going to use whatever is necessary to get that criminal off my back. And the injustice that has been inflicted upon Negroes in this country by Uncle Sam is criminal. Don't blame a cracker in Georgia for your injustices. The government is responsible for the injustices. The government can bring these injustices to halt. And what you and I have to let the man know is we are peaceful people. We are loving people. We love everybody who loves us. But we don't love anybody who doesn't love us. We're nonviolent with people who are nonviolent with us. But we are not nonviolent with anyone who is violent with us.
But when someone attacks you, when someone comes at you with a club, when someone comes at you with a rope, when someone comes at you with a gun,
despite the fact that you've done nothing. He tells you, suffer peacefully. Pray for those who use you despitefully. Be long-suffering. And how long can you suffer after suffering for 400 years? The most disrespected person in America is the black woman. The most unprotected person in America is the black woman. The most neglected person in America is the black woman. And as Muslims, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us to respect our women and to protect our women. And the only time a Muslim really gets real violent is when someone goes to molest his woman. We will kill you for our woman. I'm making it plain, yes. We will kill you for our woman. We believe that if the white man will do whatever is necessary to see that his woman gets respect and protection, then you and I will never be recognized as men until we stand up like men and place the same penalty over the head of anyone who puts his filthy hands out to put in the direction of our women. That whenever a people come to the conclusion that the government which they have supported proves itself unwilling or proves itself unable to protect our lives and protect our property because we have the wrong color skin, we are not human beings unless we ourselves band together and do whatever, however, whenever is necessary to see that our lives and our property is protected. And I doubt that any person in here would refuse to do the same thing were he in the same position. I'm speaking as a black man from America, which is a racist society. No matter how much you hear it talk about democracy, it's as racist as South Africa or as racist as Portugal or as racist as any other racialist society on this earth. The only difference between it and South Africa preaches separation and practices separation. America preaches integration and practices segregation. This is the only difference. They don't practice what they preach. Whereas South Africa preaches and practices the same thing. I have more respect for a man who lets me know where he stands, even if he's wrong, than the one who comes up like an angel and is nothing but a devil. And the only way we can bring about a change is to talk the kind of language, speak the language that they understand. The racialist never understands a peaceful language. The racialist never understands the nonviolent language. The racialist, he's spoken his language to us for 400 years. We have been the victim of his brutality. We are the ones who face his dogs that tear the flesh from our limbs, only because we want to enforce the Supreme Court decision. We are the ones who have our skulls crushed, not by the Ku Klux Klan, but by policemen, only because we want to enforce what they call the Supreme Court decision. We are the ones upon whom water hoses are turned with pressure so hard that it rips the clothes from our backs. Not men, but the clothes from the backs of women and children. You've seen it yourself. Only because we want to enforce what they call the law. Well, anytime you live in a society supposedly based upon law, and it doesn't enforce its own law because the color of a man's skin happens to be wrong, then I say those people are justified to resort to any means necessary to bring about justice where the government can't give them justice. If democracy means equality, why don't we have equality? Who are you? You don't know. Don't tell me Negro, that's nothing. What were you before the white man named you a Negro? And where were you? And what did you have? What was yours? What language did you speak then? What was your name? It couldn't have been Smith or Jones or Bunch or Powell. That wasn't your name. They don't have those kind of names where you and I came from. No, what was your name? And why don't you now know what your name was then? Where did it go? Where did you lose it? Who took it? And how did he take it? What tongue did you speak? How did the man take your tongue? Where is your history? How did the man wipe out your history? What did the man do to make you as dumb as you are right now? 20 million black people in this country have been like boys in the white man's house. He even calls us boys. Don't care how big you get, he calls you boy. You can be a professor. To him, you're just another boy. I heard him calling Ralph Bunch. Why, he's a good old boy. And if we can't do it, we should hush our mouth. If you can't do for yourself what the white man is doing for himself, don't say you're equal with the white man. Right. If you can't set up a factory like he sets up a factory, don't talk that old equality talk. Right. Get off the welfare. Right. Get out of that compensation line. Right. Be a man. Right. Earn what you need for your own family. Right. Then your family respects you. Right. They are proud to say, that's my father. Right. She's proud to say, that's my husband. Father means you're taking care of those children. Right. Just because you made them, that don't mean you're a father. Anybody can make a baby. Right. But anybody can take care of them. Right. Anybody can go and get a woman, but anybody can take care of a woman. Right. Yes, we hate laziness. Right. We hate drunkenness. Right. We hate dope addiction. Right. We hate nicotine. Right. We hate all of the vices that the white man has taught us to partake in. Right. And he accuses us of hating him. Why? Because the white man knows you're more dangerous sober than you are drunk. Yes. You are more dangerous sober than you are drunk. He's not worried about no dancing, singing, clowning Negro. He's worried about you when you stop dancing, when you stop singing, when you stop clowning and start thinking. Then he gets worried. And you should keep him worried. And now you know you need someone to teach you to respect your woman. You say, well, what about the white woman? No, you've been respecting her. Every time you see a Negro man, he got his hat off, showing his teeth to some pale-skinned white woman. And the mistake that you and I have made is leaving our women unprotected. Anybody can get to her. Anybody can abuse her. Any old white man can come and pat a black woman. Can he not? And we are teaching the white man keep his hands and his eyes off our women. What makes the so-called Negro unable to stand on his own two feet? He has no self-confidence. He has no proud confidence in his own race, because the white man destroyed your and my past, destroyed our knowledge of our culture. And by having destroyed it, now we don't know we have any achievements, any accomplishments. And as long as you can be convinced that you never did anything, you can never do anything. This is why the white man, his little children, he tells them about George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, all these white heroes. But we are never taught about any black hero. Only someone we're shown in history is my grandfather was picking cotton. Cotton picking don't move me. No. Wake up. We clean up and we stand up. And once we can stand up like a man on our own feet, we stop begging the white man. And we stop apologizing to the white man. We stop compromising with the white man. Then the world will look at us with recognition and respect. But as long as you run around here wearing the white man's name, bragging about you one of the Jones, or one of the Browns, or one of the Smiths, or as long as you run around here bragging about your part in this so-called American democracy, then you will always be looked down upon as a chump by the white man. You never will be given recognition nor respect. Your problem will continue to go unsolved, and we'll still be in the same rut or ditch 1,000 years from now that we're in right now.
Assalamu alaikum. Mr. Moderator, our distinguished guests, brothers and sisters, our friends and our enemies. Everybody is here.
As many of you know, last March, when it was announced that I was no longer in the Black Muslim movement, it was pointed out that it was my intention to work among the 22 million non-Muslim Afro-Americans and to try and form some type of organization or create a situation where the young people, our young people, the students and others, could study the problems of our people for a period of time and then come up with a new analysis and give us some new ideas and some new suggestions as to how to approach a problem that too many other people had been playing around with for too long. And that we would have some kind of meeting and determine at a later date whether to form a black nationalist party or a black nationalist army. And tonight we are here to try and get an understanding of what it is they've come up with. Also, recently, when I was blessed to make a trip or a pilgrimage, a religious pilgrimage to the holy city of Mecca, where I met many people from all over the world, plus spent many weeks in Africa, trying to broaden my own scope and get more of an open mind to look at the problem as it actually is. One of the things that I realized, and I realized this even before going over there, was that our African brothers have gained their independence faster than you and I here in America have. They've also gained recognition and respect as human beings much faster than you and I. Just 10 years ago on the African continent, our people were colonized. They were suffering all forms of colonization, oppression, exploitation, degradation, humiliation, discrimination, and every other kind of Asian. And in a short time, they have gained more independence, more recognition, more respect as human beings than you and I have. And you and I live in a country which is supposed to be the citadel of education, freedom, justice, democracy, and all of those other pretty sounding words. So it was our intention to try and find out what was our African brothers doing to get results so that you and I could study what they had done and perhaps gain from that study or benefit from their experiences. And my traveling over there was designed to help to find out how. One of the first things that the independent African nations did was to form an organization called the Organization of African Unity. The purpose of our Organization of Afro-American Unity, which has the same aim and objective, to fight whoever gets in our way. To bring about the complete independence of people of African descent here in the Western Hemisphere, and first here in the United States, and bring about the freedom of these people by any means necessary. That's our motto. The purpose of our organization is to start right here in Harlem, which has the largest concentration of people of African descent that exists anywhere on this earth. There are more Africans here in Harlem than exist in any city on the African continent, because that's what you and I are, Africans. The Charter of the United Nations, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Constitution of the United States, and the Bill of Rights are the principles in which we believe, and that these documents, if put into practice, represent the essence of mankind's hopes and good intentions, desirous that all Afro-American people and organizations should henceforth unite so that the welfare and well-being of our people will be assured. We are resolved to reinforce the common bond of purpose between our people by submerging all of our differences and establishing non-sectarian constructive programs for human rights. We hereby present this charter. Number one, the establishment The Organization of Afro-American Unity shall include all people of African descent in the Western Hemisphere. In essence, what it is saying, instead of you and me running around here seeking allies in our struggle for freedom, in the Irish neighborhood or the Jewish neighborhood or the Italian neighborhood, we need to seek some allies among people who look something like we do. And once we get their allies, it's time out for you and me to stop running away from the wolf right into the arms of the fox, looking for some kind of help. That's a drag. Number two, self-defense.
Articulate, perceptive, courageous, outspoken. Just a few of the adjectives that so inadequately describe Malcolm X. Few singular personalities have emerged on the national and international scene to so excite and stimulate interest in the plight of 22 million Afro-Americans in the USA. Controversial? Without a doubt. Not only speaking out the agonies of 22 million members of the black masses, but effectively voicing the guarded views and opinions of many of his detractors in the Negro elite. Indeed, Malcolm X Speaks Again is particularly timely as the spirit and status of this great human, even after physical death, continues to live and grow. We are privileged to again hear the voice of Minister Malcolm X.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome the opportunity to come into your home.
Sir, I would like to know what your position is on nonviolence.
Well, nonviolence is one of the things that has disarmed the so-called Negro here in America. And any Negro leader who teaches our people to be nonviolent in the face of the violence that we've been experiencing for the past 400 years is actually doing our people a disservice. In fact, it's a crime. It's a crime for any Negro leader to teach our people not to do something to protect ourselves, especially in the face of the violence that is inflicted upon us by the white people here in America. And whenever you teach a man to turn the other cheek or to be nonviolent, what you're actually doing is disarming the victim of white brutality. You're robbing him of his right to defend himself. In fact, the only time it's intelligent to be nonviolent is when you're dealing with someone else who's nonviolent. I'm nonviolent with those who are nonviolent with me. This is intelligent. But just as you see other people doing whatever is necessary to protect themselves, it's time today for the 22 million Afro-Americans to feel free to do whatever is necessary to protect ourselves. Take, for an example, in the Constitution, it gives a person the right to have a rifle or a shotgun. And in areas in this country where the government has proven itself either unwilling or unable to defend the black people, it is time for the black man to stand up and start defending himself. Not to go out and initiate acts of aggression against whites or initiate acts of aggression against anyone. But in areas where we see that the government will not protect us or defend us or find those who have brutalized us and made us the victims for the past 400 years, then it is time for us to do whatever is necessary to defend ourselves. And it should be emphasized that by this I don't mean that we should go out and look for trouble or start trouble or initiate acts of aggression. But we should feel that we're within our human rights, our civil rights, and within the rights of intelligence to do whatever is necessary when we are attacked to defend ourselves. In fact, the best thing to teach our people is never to be the aggressor, never to look for trouble. But anytime anyone makes any effort to brutalize us or to inflict wounds upon us, we should feel that we are within our rights to do whatever is necessary to repel them. Do nothing unto anyone, but always do whatever is necessary to keep others from doing to you, which they've been doing for the past 400 years, making us the victims of brutality.
But is it not a fact, Minister, that people like Dr. Martin Luther King, who have advocated nonviolence, have been successful with their nonviolent moves?
Well, they've been successful in going to jail. They've been successful in becoming the victims of police dogs and police clubs and water hoses. If Dr. Martin Luther King feels that this is the best way to gain freedom, justice, and equality for our people in this country, well and good. I have no criticism of him whatsoever, but I think that the time has come now where the masses of black people feel that nonviolence shouldn't be taught to us unless it's also taught to the white people in this country. And Black people shouldn't be taught to turn the other cheek unless the white people are taught to turn the other cheek. Now, if Dr. Martin Luther King can be so successful in disarming Negroes, they should send him to Russia and let him disarm the Russians. Let him disarm some of these other countries where...
That may sound good in philosophy, Minister Malcolm, but I still have to take the stand that Dr. King has been a degree successful with the non-violence movement. Now, let's take the March on Washington, for instance. Was this not something that exemplified the feeling of the Negro and made everyone very, very happy?
It depends on whether or not anything was gotten out of it. In fact, yes, it probably made them happy. Most of the people I saw involved in the March on Washington looked very, very happy. In fact, they looked too happy to be involved in a Negro revolt. So that insofar as the March on Washington producing meaningful results, most of the masses of black people today, in this year, are beginning to see where nothing came of it other than the fact that it gave many of the bourgeois Negroes a chance to feel that they were doing something without really having to do anything. It became a status symbol. Just like going to the Kentucky Derby is a status symbol for those who know nothing about horses. They like to be able to say they went to the Kentucky Derby and they can't tell a horse from a cow. Or the Rose Bowl game. They like to be able to say they went to the Rose Bowl game and they don't know a football from a baseball. But the fact that they can say they went to the Rose Bowl game is a status symbol. Or the fact that they can say they went to the Kentucky Derby is a status symbol. So many Negroes took the opportunity to say that they were in the March on Washington. Not that it produced anything, or not that they really felt that they were involved in a Negro revolution, but it gave them a chance to say, I was there. It was a status symbol. But status symbols don't take us out of the alleys and out of the ghettos and out of the slums. Status symbols don't remove segregated school systems. Status symbols don't get meaningful civil rights legislation. So when it comes to the March on Washington and all of these other nonviolent approaches, they were good in their day. But this is a new day, and it's a new Negro.
But we will have to agree, Minister Malcolm, that the March on Washington was the forerunner to the creation of, or at least to the presentment of, the Civil Rights Bill. Without this type of approach, I doubt seriously that the Civil Rights Bill would have even been entered onto the floor.
A horse can enter into the race and come so far from the finish line that you don't even know that that horse was in the race. And since the March on Washington was designed to produce meaningful civil rights legislation, and if I recall, I heard several of the leaders of it point out that we'll be back if the bill meets with any kind of opposition come September. They said this in August. Now, September passed, and the bill didn't even come up. October passed, November passed, December passed, the year passed, everything passed, and the bill hasn't been passed yet.
Are you saying that you feel a more violent approach to it would cause this bill to be passed, Minister
It's not
Malcolm?
a case of violence, and I think that our people should never let themselves be trapped intellectually into thinking that whenever they do something to defend themselves against the violence of the white man, that they're being violent.
But you're advocating violence,
No,
are you not?
we're advocating the necessity of black people defending themselves against the violence of the white man, because the American government has already proven itself either unable or unwilling to defend us as it should do.
Well, the white man hasn't gone out to create any marches, nor has he gone out to do anything that would make the people in the communities feel that he was opposed by law to their thinking.
No, all he has done is sicked his police dogs on innocent black women and babies. All he has done is put his fire hoses on innocent women and children, black women and children.
That's right.
Or all he has done is shoot Medgar Evers in the back. Or he has bombed the church in Birmingham, Alabama, and murdered 4 innocent little girls. Or he has shot down young boys from their bicycle as they were riding innocently through the street. That's all he has done.
Well, you feel that this is a cause for the Negro to take on the violent act?
It's not a case of the Negro taking on a violent act, but it's a case of the Negro doing what is necessary to defend himself against the violent acts of the whites. Since the government has refused to defend the Negro. The church was bombed and the government has done nothing about it. Medgar Evers was murdered and the government has done nothing about it. Emmett Till and Charles Mack Parker were murdered and the government has done nothing about it. But at the same time, the government is in South Vietnam trying to tell them what to do. The government is in Berlin trying to tell them what to do. The government is in Africa trying to tell them what to do. But it cannot get its own people here in Mississippi and Alabama and New York City and tell them what to do.
Mr. Malcolm X discusses human or civil rights.
Minister Malcolm, I'd like to know why you place so much emphasis on calling the freedom struggle among Afro-Americans in this country a struggle for human rights rather than civil rights.
Well, most of our people don't even know the meaning of civil rights, and by not knowing what it is they're actually trying to get, it has eluded us for the past 100 years. Civil rights is supposed to mean citizenship. When you have civil rights, you have citizenship. When you have citizenship, you have civil rights. And if the 22 million Afro-Americans were actually citizens of this country, it wouldn't be necessary to pass any kind of additional legislation to include us in the Constitution. If you notice, whenever the people come here from Europe, they can come here from Poland, which is a communist country. They don't need any legislation to make this Polish person a citizen. They don't need any additional civil rights legislation to make the refugees from Hungary who come here citizens. They don't need any additional legislation to make anyone who comes to this country a citizen. But when it comes to the rights of the black people who are the descendants of slaves, then immediately new legislation is necessary. So this right here implies that when the Constitution was written, in some way or other, it must have excluded those of us who were slaves at that time. And because we were excluded from the Constitution when it was originally written, today they have to amend it in order to include us. But if you notice, the Civil War didn't include us in the Constitution. Had the Civil War included us in the Constitution, we would be citizens today. Had the amendments even to the Constitution actually included us, we would be citizens today. If the Supreme Court desegregation decision way back in 1954 was sufficient to include us into the jurisdiction of the Constitution, all of our problems would be solved today. So there's something about civil rights that makes it almost impossible for us to get it. So you have to know the difference between civil rights and human rights. As long as our people are begging for civil rights or they are labeling their struggle for freedom, justice, and equality under the label of civil rights, then what they do is leave us in the jurisdiction of Uncle Sam's courts. And it's actually Uncle Sam who is guilty of all of the violation of our rights that have taken place in this country. So when you go to Uncle Sam to try and get some kind of redress over civil rights violations, you're taking your case to the man who's responsible for the violation. So the only way our people can really get some meaningful results, it has to be taken out of Uncle Sam's hands and taken into a world court. And the world court that has been set up to listen to the complaints of human rights violations is in the United Nations. Human rights are international, and civil rights come within the jurisdiction of the countries where these rights are violated. Some people may wonder why our brothers from Africa and Asia have not spoken out more boldly or without compromise on the injustices that the 22 million Afro-Americans experience in this country. They can't speak out. As long as these injustices are labeled by us as civil rights, then this remains a domestic issue, and none of our people from abroad, because of protocol, can become involved in Uncle Sam's domestic problems. So all the civil rights groups have to do is expand the struggle from civil rights to human rights. And once it is expanded to the level of human rights, then this puts us in a position to charge Uncle Sam with violating the UN Charter on Human Rights. We can take it before the United Nations, and other nations of this earth can then side with us and indict Uncle Sam for the mistreatment of 22 million Afro-Americans. The very fact that the struggle of the black people in South Africa, or I should say the injustices that have been experienced by black people in South Africa has come before the UN, or the injustices experienced by our own people again in Angola has been brought before the UN. Even the oppression of the Hungarians has been brought before the UN. The plight of the Jews in Soviet Russia, and there's only 3 million of them in Russia, has been brought before the UN. Well, then why hasn't the problem of the 22 million Afro-Americans come before the United Nations? It has not come before them because the leaders of the civil rights struggle don't understand what civil rights actually amount to. When they are mature to the point where they can see that their present struggle has kept them under Uncle Sam's jurisdiction, and Uncle Sam is not morally capable of solving this problem, then they will shift it out of the courts of Uncle Sam and take it to the courts of the United Nations on the level of human rights, and we'll get some kind of meaningful results. As long as we keep it at the civil rights level, we alienate the support of our brothers and sisters in Africa and Asia. But when we shift it to the level of human rights, we have the support of billions of black, brown, red, and yellow people from all over this earth behind us.
The United States is a great world power and has in the past exercised a lot of control and power within the United Nations. So how can you expect to wage a successful battle against such a powerful country in a world court?
Well, whenever you believe in what the United States has taught us concerning democracy, which means one voice, one vote, this is good, because in the present world setup, world governmental setup, as is represented by the United Nations, each country there has one vote, which means that no matter how wealthy a nation is, it only has one vote. And no matter how poor a nation is, it still has one vote. So the ballot actually equalizes the poor man and the rich man. Back when the United Nations was set up, it consisted largely of white nations, because most of the dark nations were then colonized and weren't independent. Since the dark nations have gained their independence and have emerged on the scene, today in the UN you have more dark nations who are in a position to vote in a bloc than you have white nations. So that we have a situation now where the grouping together of the dark nations who formerly were colonized has given them enough political power to offset the military power and prestige of these mighty white nations of the West. And it is their support. It is only in the United Nations, where everyone has the ballot, where everyone has equal vote, that the plight of the black man can be given a just hearing, and the weight of the dark world can come down on our side and balance the scales on our side. But whenever you take it into the white man's court, you never will get justice, because the white man is the guilty one who committed the crime in the first place. It's like taking your case from the wolf to the fox to take it to Washington, D.C.
I don't think I wholeheartedly go along with that, Mr. Malcolm. I have some appreciation for your discussion as regards to the human right and the civil right. But here in America, as a band of Negroes, I think the most progressive thinking that we could possibly attain is civil rights. This is the thing that we want. This is the thing that we hope to get. This is the thing that we're going out to fight for. Without our civil rights, the human rights and the rest of the elements are non-entities as far as I'm concerned.
Human rights come before civil rights.
That may be so, but the civil rights are an important factor.
You can never get civil rights until you have human rights. Human rights represent the right to be a human being. Whenever you are respected and recognized as a human being, your civil rights are automatic.
But if we get civil rights, we are human beings.
No, you have to get the recognition of human rights first. This is why people can come here from Africa and Asia and immediately are able to benefit from what the Constitution stands for, because they are recognized as a human being when they touch the shores of North America. But the black people in this country, all of our human characteristics were destroyed by slavery. Our language was destroyed. Our history was destroyed. Our culture was destroyed. And then the white man taught us that we were savages in the jungle and living at a subhuman level. And for this reason, when they put the Constitution together, they classified our people as 3/5 of a man, which meant subhuman, not a complete human being. And once our human characteristics were completely destroyed, this gave them justification for treating us like we were animals. And it also justified their selling us from plantation to plantation like you sell a horse and a cow and a bag of wheat. Why, George Washington himself historically is on record as having sold or having traded a black man for a keg of molasses, which shows you he didn't regard that black man as a human being. If the black man's human rights had been respected, he never could have been a slave here in America. And if his human rights had been restored by the Emancipation Proclamation, automatically we would have been citizens right after the Civil War. So we must be regarded as humans. Our human rights must be respected before we can ever be regarded as citizens and our civil rights be respected.
Great chunks of stone shot out like artillery through parked cars. A metal railing tore from its concrete bed and shot across the street into the window of the social dry cleaning store. Customers in the next door Silver Springs restaurant were knocked to the floor. Inside the church, someone yelled,
"Lie on the floor, everybody, lie on the floor!"
Rafters collapsed. The skylight fell on the pulpit. Part of a stained glass window shattered, obliterating the face of Christ.
Everybody out, move out quickly!
Children stumbled through litter and twisted metal, broken chairs, splintered wooden benches, shredded hymn books and Bibles. Police cars sirened into the block. Workers, barehanded, dug deeper into the rubble and uncovered the bodies of 4 little girls. The church pastor, the Reverend John Cross, urged the people to go home.
Please go home. Go home, everybody. The Lord is our shepherd. We shall not want.
We give them love and we get this.
The Birmingham Police Department's 6-wheel riot tank entered the area, and cops commenced firing shotguns over the Negroes' heads to rock-throwing retaliation. Young boys started stoning passing cars with white passengers. Police ordered them to stop. One 16-year-old boy ran. A cop killed him with a buckshot blast. September 15, 1963. 19 hurt, 5 dead.
This didn't happen in Nazi Germany, and it didn't happen in South Africa. It happened right here in America, in Birmingham, Alabama. It didn't happen back in the Dark Ages. It happened in 1963, right after the March on Washington. And it wasn't a dream. This was a nightmare. Where were the leaders? Where was America? Where was the government?
Minister Malcolm, who was guilty of the bombing in Birmingham?
The government was guilty. The guilt is upon the United States government for the murder of those 4 little girls who died in that bombing. The guilt was upon the United States government for those little boys who were shot down right afterwards, because it is the failure of the government to do its job that has given the people of that area the feeling that they can brutalize and victimize and murder the Afro-American in cold blood, knowing that nothing will be done about it. The government was guilty. The government still is guilty. The murderers of those little girls have been brought to justice.
Minister Malcolm, do you feel that the government, as charged, being guilty, should inject themselves into this? There seems to be some technicality as to the fact that they can't get into this due to the fact that this is a state as against government opposition, where the legal matter of it is concerned.
Well, it has become impossible for the government in Washington, D.C. to intercede because if you study the structure of the United States government, you'll find that out of 16 senatorial committees that govern this country, 10 of them are in the hands of the senators who are nothing but Southern segregationists. Out of the 20 congressional committees that govern the country, 12 of them are in the hands of congressmen who are nothing but Southern segregationists. So we can see that the government itself in Washington, D.C. is a segregationist government. And they teach you and me that the South lost the Civil War. But at the same time, when we examine the structure of the government, we find that it is run by white racists, by white supremacists, by segregationists who are called Dixiecrats, but are actually nothing but Democrats, whose leader is sitting in the White House, who himself is also a former senator from a segregationist racist state known as Texas.
Well, this may be true, but this does not hamper the fact, Minister Malcolm, that there is a legal procedure. Now, in these bombings, and the question is, who is guilty of them?
They didn't have to worry about a legal procedure when they wanted to send troops into South Vietnam. They didn't worry about legal procedures when they wanted to send their troops into Cuba and tell the Cubans what to do. Uncle Sam has never worried about legality whenever he wanted to send his troops wherever his interests were threatened. But when it comes to protecting the lives of 22 million Afro-Americans, then all of a sudden Uncle Sam becomes very conscious of legality.
Well, isn't it a fact that they did send soldiers into Birmingham, Alabama, and on the perimeter they were held?
I think you'll find that for several weeks when Dr. Martin Luther King and his cohorts were the victims of cattle prods and water hoses and vicious police dogs in Birmingham, they were calling upon Washington, D.C. to come to their rescue. And the only word that they got out of Washington was that no statute had been violated that would allow Washington to intercede, to inject itself into that dispute. But as long as the Negroes in Birmingham, Alabama were being nonviolent and were turning the other cheek, then there was nothing the government in Washington could do about it. As long as brutal attack, the government in Washington professed that it could do nothing about it. But on that night, when the Negroes exploded, that Saturday night, and began to react against the whites who had been brutalizing them, then the government in Washington, D.C. sent troops in. And they didn't send troops in to protect the Negroes, because Negroes had been the victims of brutality for several weeks. They sent troops into Birmingham, Alabama, only when the lives and the property of the white racists and segregationists in Alabama were being threatened.
But specifically as regards to the church, the bombing, and the children, of course, which was an atrocity beyond belief, the government, in all fairness, is not able to fight that case in that it happened within the city and its city government, state government.
Well, the government saw fit to send the football coach down to investigate it. And since when do governments send football coaches to investigate atrocities? Right. Whenever this same government sees its interest being threatened in Cyprus or threatened in the Congo or threatened in the Middle East, they look for diplomats of international stature. Right. But these same diplomats who are sent abroad to settle the differences of other people, if they were sent into Georgia or Alabama or Mississippi, why, they would hang that diplomat on a tree.
Right. Well, don't you think that Dr. King and all the rest of the very wonderful leaders throughout the state of Alabama, don't you think that they have tried and made sufficient enough effort in the handling of this case?
Well, Dr. King and many of the other wonderful leaders who are in the South and other parts of the country have been doing the best that they could, but the odds against them are so great on the part of the white racists and the white supremacists, and they work in conjunction with many of the white racists here in the North who pose as liberals, so we can see today that it is almost impossible for Dr. King to win. So we're going to need some help on a broader scale from a more powerful source.
What source do you think that this particular help is needed from?
As our darker brothers and sisters in Africa and Asia, in Latin America, awaken and become enlightened and emerge and get their independence and are able to get in positions of power, they look here in America and see the plight of their little darker brother, the 22 million Afro-Americans. And as they see our plight and their sympathy and feeling for us increases, sooner or later some kind of move has to be made to bring an end to this unjust situation that 22 million Afro-Americans find ourselves confronted by here in the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Gentlemen, Minister Malcolm X discusses the ballot or bullet.
Minister Malcolm, what do you mean by the ballot or the bullet?
Well, as our people, the Afro-Americans, become politically mature, they become very much aware of the recent trend in political elections. They see that every time there's an election recently, there's always a recount, that whites are so evenly divided politically that in many areas the race is so close that they have to count the votes all over again to see who got in office. You had a recount where the governor was concerned in Massachusetts or in Minnesota or in Rhode Island, and the same thing was so close between President Kennedy and Nixon that they had to count the votes all over again. And our people are beginning to see this, and they also realize that any minority group that has a block of votes is able to determine who will be the next mayor, or who will be the next governor, or who will be the next president, or who will be the next congressman, or the next senator. And this enables them to see the strategic position that they are in. Also, they realize that it was the black vote that put the present administration in Washington, D.C. It was the black vote here in America that put a Democratic administration in Washington, D.C., and despite the fact that it is admitted by the students of political science that the 22 million Afro-Americans were the ones who put the present administration in power in Washington, D.C., the present administration has put us last. We put them first, but they put us last. And you may say, well, why do I say this? Because they've been down there for 4 years and are only just now getting around to civil rights legislation or doing something about the violation of the civil rights of the 22 million Afro-Americans who put them in power. Now, despite the fact that they claim that they can do nothing about this, when you look at the structure of the senators and the congressmen in Washington, D.C., or the two political parties, we can see where the congressmen are concerned, 257 of them are Democrats, and only 177 of them are Republicans. That means that the Democratic Party controls 2/3 of the House of Representatives, and where the senators are concerned, there are 67 Democratic senators and only 33 Republicans. That controls 2/3 of the House of Representatives and also controls 2/3 of the Senate. And despite the fact that they control 2/3 of the House and the Senate, and are able to pass all the other type of legislation that comes up, when it comes to the rights of the black people in this country who put them in power, they always have some kind of alibi to give the Negro to try and explain why they have not been able to deliver or keep their promises or the promises that they made when they were running for office. And the alibi that they usually use is they say that the Dixiecrats tie things up. Well, there was a time when black people were politically immature that they thought it was the Dixiecrats that was keeping the Democrats from fulfilling their promise. But today, as Negroes become politically mature, they can see that a Dixiecrat is nothing but a Democrat in disguise. That you've got to be a Democrat before you can be a Dixiecrat. And as our people begin to see this, they also are able to see that it is actually a coalition of Southern Democrats along with the Northern Democrats who actually play a giant political con game to make them at the same time they are not. A good example of this, recently when I was in Washington, D.C., watching the senators filibuster, I noticed that in the back of the Senate room, there was a huge map on the wall showing the states where most of the Negroes live. And in each one of those states where the majority of the Negroes were living, the senator from that state was involved in a filibuster. which meant that he had to filibuster in order to keep those Negroes from getting voting rights. Because as soon as the Negroes in the southern states get voting rights, they will vote out of office the present racist segregationists who are posing as senators in Washington, D.C. And once the Negro gets the vote and he can oust these southern senators and southern congressmen, then that means the present committees that govern the direction that this government takes in its foreign and domestic policy will be changed because the committee chairman will be changed. And in many instances, they'll have a black senator or a black congressman. The including of black people into the governmental system automatically will mean that the political philosophy of the government will change. The political direction of the government will change. And it will have an effect upon the economy of this particular country. In fact, the 22 million Afro-Americans are in a position to bring about a bloodless revolution where America is concerned, because if America gives complete voting rights and voting power to every person on this continent, it will include overnight a block of 22 million Afro-Americans who have a unique political and economic philosophy. So this means that America, for the first time in history, represents a country that can actually involve itself in a bloodless revolution. All other revolutions in history have been bloody. The Russian Revolution was bloody. The Chinese Revolution was bloody. The French Revolution was bloody. The Cuban Revolution was bloody. Revolutions historically are always bloody. Now America is in a unique position to involve herself in a bloodless revolution by giving the 22 million Afro-Americans the ballot. And if they don't give the 22 million Afro-Americans the ballot and make possible a bloodless revolution, then they are going to force the Afro-Americans to use the bullet. And it will be a bloody revolution. And this is what I meant when I say the ballot or the bullet. It's the same thing that Patrick Henry meant when he said liberty or death.
Ladies and gentlemen, Minister Malcolm X discusses black nationalism.
Minister Malcolm, since nationalism was able to put approximately 35 nations of our black brothers in the United Nations, how long do you think it will take to solve the problem of 22 million Afro-Americans economically, politically, socially in America?
Well, it's true. Just as it took nationalism to bring about freedom for our brothers and sisters in Africa and Asia, it'll take the gospel of black nationalism to bring freedom to the 22 million Afro-Americans here in this country. And we who belong to the Muslim Mosque Incorporated, although Islam is our religious philosophy, our political, economic, and social philosophy is black nationalism. And we adopt this philosophy so that we can work with all other leaders and all other organizations in a program that everybody can become involved in and participate in order to eliminate the political, social, and economic evils that afflict our people. Now, the political philosophy of black nationalism only means that the black man should control the politics and the politicians in his own community. And the politicians must also be made to take the responsibility for helping to eliminate the evils that afflict our people in our own community. And the economic philosophy of black nationalism only means that our people need to be re-educated into the importance of controlling the economy of our own community, controlling the economy of the community in which we live. And by controlling the economy of the community in which we live, it means that we have to learn how to own and operate the businesses of our community and develop them into some type of industry that will enable us to create employment for the people of our community so that they won't have to constantly be involved in picketing and boycotting other people in other communities in order to get a job. Also, in line with this economic philosophy of black nationalism, in order for us to control the economy of our own community, we have to learn the importance of spending our money in the community where we live. Anyone who knows the basic principles of economics must be aware of the fact that when you take the money out of the neighborhood in which you live and spend it in an integrated neighborhood, or rather in your effort to integrate, you spend it in a neighborhood where you don't live, the neighborhood in which you spend your money becomes wealthier and wealthier, and the neighborhood out of which you take your money becomes poorer and poorer. And this is one of the reasons why wherever you find Negroes, a slum condition usually develops, or we have to live in the ghetto, because all of our wealth is spent elsewhere. And even when we try and spend the money in the neighborhood where we live, usually because we haven't learned the importance of owning and operating businesses, the businesses of our community are usually also controlled by outsiders. The stores are controlled by people who don't even live in our community. So even when we try and spend our money in the neighborhood where we live, we're spending it with someone who puts it in a basket and takes it out as soon as the sun goes down. So the economic philosophy of black nationalism puts the burden upon the black man of learning how to control his own economy.
And the social philosophy of black nationalism means that we have to become socially mature to the point where we will realize the responsibility is upon us to elevate the condition, the standard of our community to a higher level. And we can only do this by working together in harmony and unity to in some way eliminate the evils that are destroying the moral fiber of our community. Evils like drug addiction, drunkenness, illegitimacy that's brought about by loose sexual behavior, fornication, and adultery. And once we eliminate these evils that are so destructive to the moral fiber of our community, the level of our society will be higher, and you'll find that our people will be satisfied to live in our own social circles and enjoy life in our own social circles instead of trying to force our way into the social circles of those who don't want us. So as I said, just as it took nationalism to bring about the independence of our brothers and sisters in Africa and Asia, the goal or the objective of the political, social, and economic philosophy of black nationalism is designed to bring about the complete independence of the black people in this country by making us become consciously involved in controlling our own community. Once we can control our own communities now, then perhaps we will later be able to control our own country, control our own nation, and govern ourselves, and in some way have control over our own destiny. And in order to bring this about, the Muslim Mosque Incorporated is involved not in trying to spread any religion, but to work with people of all other religions. We will work with our people. We don't care if they are Christian or Jew or Muslim or atheist or agnostic, whatever they are. Our desire is to spread the gospel of black nationalism. We want to evangelize the gospel of black nationalism. And once this gospel of black nationalism is spread among our people, it means that those who are in the Baptist church can remain Baptist, but they take the political, economic, and social philosophy of black nationalism. Or those who are Hebrews, call themselves black Hebrews, they can still practice their religion, but take the social, political, and economic philosophy of black nationalism. And this philosophy in itself will bring about the independent thinking of the black people in this country and eventually lead to the complete physical independence of the black people in this country. And during the few moments that we have left, we want to have just an off-the-cuff chat between you and me, us. We want to talk right down to earth in a language that everybody here can easily understand. We all agree tonight, all of the speakers have agreed that America has a very serious problem. Not only does America have a very serious problem, but our people have a very serious problem. America's problem is us. We're her problem. The only reason she has a problem is she doesn't want us here. And every time you look at yourself, be you black, brown, red, or yellow, a so-called Negro, you represent a person who poses such a serious problem for America because you're not wanted. Once you face this as a fact, then you can start plotting a course that will make you appear intelligent instead of unintelligent. What you and I need to do is learn to forget our differences. When we come together, we don't come together as Baptists or Methodists. You don't catch hell because you're a Baptist, and you don't catch hell because you're a Methodist. You don't catch hell because you're a Methodist or a Baptist. You don't catch hell because you're a Democrat or a Republican. You don't catch hell because you're a Mason or an Elk. And you sure don't catch hell because you're an American, because if you was an American, you wouldn't catch no hell. You catch hell because you're a black man. You catch hell, all of us catch hell for the same reason. So we are all black people, so-called Negroes, second-class citizens, ex-slaves. You are nothing but an ex-slave. You don't like to be told that. But what else are you? You are ex-slave. You didn't come here on the Mayflower. You came here in a slave ship, in chains, like a horse or a cow or a chicken. And you were brought here by the people who came here on the Mayflower. You were brought here by the so-called pilgrims or founding fathers. They were the ones who brought you here. We have a common enemy. We have this in common. We have a common oppressor, a common exploiter, and a common discriminator. So once we all realize that we have this common enemy, then we unite on the basis of what we have in common. And what we have foremost in common is that enemy, the white man. He's an enemy to all of us. I know some of you all think that some of them aren't enemies. Time will tell. in Bandung back in, I think, 1954, was the first unity meeting in centuries of black people. And once you study what happened at the Bandung Conference and the results of the Bandung Conference, it actually serves as a model for the same procedure you and I can use to get our problems solved. At Bandung, all the nations came together. They were dark nations from Africa and Asia. Some of them were Buddhists. Some of them were Muslim. Some of them were Christian. Some of them were Confucianists. Some were atheists. Despite their religious differences, they came together. Some were communists. Some were socialists. Some were capitalists. Despite their economic and political differences, they came together. All of them were black, brown, red, or yellow. The number one thing that was not allowed to attend the Bandung Conference was the white man. He couldn't come. Once they excluded the white man, they found that they could get together. Once they kept him out, everybody else fell right in and fell in line. This is the thing that you and I have to understand. And these people who came together didn't have nuclear weapons. They didn't have jet planes. They didn't have all of the heavy armaments that the white man has, but they had unity. They were able to submerge their little petty differences and agree on one thing, that though one African came from Kenya and was being colonized by the Englishmen, and another African came from the Congo and was being colonized by the Belgian, and another African came from Guinea and was being colonized by the French, and another came from Angola and was being colonized by the Portuguese. When they came to the Bandung Conference, they looked at the Portuguese and at the Frenchmen and at the Englishmen and at the other Dutchmen and learned or realized that the one thing that all of them had in common, they were all from Europe. They were all Europeans, blonde, blue-eyed, and white-skinned. They began to recognize who their enemy was. The same man that was colonizing our people in Kenya was colonizing our people in the Congo. The same one in the Congo was colonizing our people in South Africa and in southern Rhodesia and in Burma and in India and in Afghanistan and in Pakistan. They realized all over the world where a dark man was being oppressed, he was being oppressed by the white man. Where the dark man was being exploited, he was being exploited by the white man. So they got together under this basis, that they had a common enemy. And when you and I here in Detroit and in Michigan and in America, who have been awakened today, look around us, we too realize here in America, we all have a common enemy. Whether he's in Georgia or Michigan, whether he's in California or New York, he's the same man. Blue eyes and blonde hair and pale skin. Same man. So what we have to do is what they did. They agreed to stop quarreling among themselves. Any little spat that they had, they'd settle it among themselves. Go into a huddle. Don't let the enemy know that you got a disagreement. Instead of us airing our differences in public, we have to realize we're all the same family. And when you have a family squabble, you don't get out on the sidewalk. If you do, everybody calls you uncouth, unrefined, uncivilized, savage. If you don't make it at home, you settle it at home. You get in the closet, argue it out behind closed doors. And then when you come out on the street, you pose a common front, a united front. And this is what we need to do in the community and in the city and in the state. We need to stop airing our differences in front of the white man. Put the white man out of our meeting, number one, and then sit down and talk shop with each other. That's all you gotta do. I would like to make a few comments concerning the difference between the Black Revolution and the Negro Revolution. There's a difference. Are they both the same? And if they're not, what is the difference? What is the difference between a Black Revolution and a Negro Revolution? First, what is a revolution? Sometimes I'm inclined to believe
that many of our people are using this word revolution loosely, without taking careful consideration what this word actually means and what its historic characteristics are. When you study the historic nature of revolutions, the motive of a revolution, the objective of a revolution, and the result of a revolution, and the methods used in a revolution, you may change words. You may devise another program. You may change your goal and you may change your mind. Look at the American Revolution in 1776. That revolution was for what? For land. How was it? Why did they want land? Independence. How was it carried out? Bloodshed. Number one, it was based on land. The basis of independence. And the only way they could get it was bloodshed. The French Revolution, what was it based on? The landless against the landlord. What was it for? Land. How did they get it? Bloodshed. Was no love lost. Was no compromise. Was no negotiation. I'm telling you, you don't know what a revolution is. Because when you find out what it is, you'll get back in the alley. You'll get out of the way. Just a moment. The Russian Revolution. You bleed when the white man says bleed. You bite when the white man says bite. And you bark when the white man says bark. I hate to say this about us, but it's true. How you gonna be nonviolent in Mississippi as violent as you were in Korea? How can you justify being nonviolent in Mississippi and Alabama when your churches are being bombed and your little girls are being murdered, and at the same time you're gonna get violent with Hitler and Tojo and somebody else that you don't even know? If violence is wrong in America, violence is wrong abroad. If it's wrong to be violent, defending black women and black children and black babies and black men, then it's wrong for America to draft us and make us violent abroad in defense of her. The Chinese Revolution, they wanted land. They threw the British out, along with the Uncle Tom Chinese. Yeah, they did. They set a good example. When I was in prison, I read an article, and don't be shocked when I say I was in prison. You're still in prison. That's what America means, prison. When I was in prison, I read an article in Life magazine showing a little Chinese girl, 9 years old. Her father was on his hands and knees, and she was pulling the trigger because he was an Uncle Tom Chinaman. When they had the revolution over there, they took a whole generation of Uncle Toms, just wiped them out. And within 10 years, that little girl became a full-grown woman. No more Toms in China. And today it's one of the toughest, roughest, most feared countries on this earth by the white man, because there are no Uncle Toms over there. Of all our studies, history is best qualified to reward all research. And when you see that you got problems, all you have to do is examine the historic method used all over the world by others who had problems similar to yours. And once you see how they got theirs straight, then you know how you can get yours straight. Please. There's been a revolution, a black revolution going on in Africa. in Kenya. The Mau Mau were revolutionaries. They were the ones who made the word uhuru. They were the ones who brought it to the fore. The Mau Mau, they were revolutionaries. They believed in scorched earth. They knocked everything aside that got in their path. And their revolution also was based on land, a desire for land. In Algeria, the northern part of Africa, a revolution took place. The Algerians were revolutionists. They wanted land. France offered to let them be integrated into France. They told France to hell with France. They wanted some land, not some France. And they engaged in a bloody battle. So I cite these various revolutions, brothers and sisters, to show you, you don't have a peaceful revolution. You don't have a turn the other cheek revolution. There's no such thing as a nonviolent revolution. Only kind of revolution that's nonviolent is the Negro revolution. The only revolution based on loving your enemy is the Negro revolution. The only revolution in which the goal is a desegregated lunch counter, a desegregated theater, a desegregated park, and a desegregated public toilet. You can sit down next to white folks on the toilet. That's no revolution. Revolution is based on land. Land is the basis of all independence. Land is the basis of freedom, justice, and equality. The white man knows what a revolution is. He knows that the black revolution is worldwide in scope and in nature. The black revolution is sweeping Asia, sweeping Africa. It's rearing its head in Latin America. The Cuban Revolution, that's a revolution. They overturned the system. Revolution is in Asia. Revolution is in Africa. And the white man is screaming because he sees revolution in Latin America. How do you think he'll react to you when you learn what a real revolution is? You don't know what a revolution is. If you did, you wouldn't use that word. A revolution is bloody. Revolution is hostile. Revolution knows no compromise. Revolution overturns and destroys everything that gets in its way. And you sitting around here like a knot on these folks, no matter how much they hate me. No, you need a revolution. Who ever heard of a revolution where they lock arms, as Reverend Klieg was pointing out beautifully, singing, "We shall overcome"? Just tell me you don't do that in a revolution. You don't do any singing, you're too busy swinging. It's based on land. A revolutionary wants land so he can set up his own nation, an independent nation. These Negroes aren't asking for no nation. They're trying to crawl back on the plantation. When you want a nation, that's called nationalism. When the white man became involved in a revolution in this country against England, what was it for? He wanted this land so he could set up another white nation. That's white nationalism. The American Revolution was white nationalism. The French Revolution was white nationalism. The Russian Revolution too, yes, it was white nationalism. You don't think so? Why you think Khrushchev and Mao can't get their heads together? White nationalism. All the revolutions that's going on in Asia, in Africa today are based on what? Black nationalism. A revolutionary is a black nationalist. He wants a nation. I was reading some beautiful words by Reverend Cleage pointing out why he couldn't get together with someone else here in the city. Because all of them were afraid of being identified with black nationalism. If you're afraid of black nationalism, you're afraid of revolution. And if you love revolution, you love black nationalism. To understand this, you have to go back to what young brother here referred to as the house Negro and the field Negro. Back during slavery, there was two kinds of slaves. There was the house Negro and the field Negro. The house Negro, they lived in the house with master. They dressed pretty good. They ate good because they ate his food, what he left. They lived in the attic or the basement, but still they lived near their master. And they loved their master more than the master loved himself. They would give their life to save their master's house quicker than the master would. The house Negro, if the master said, we got a good house here, the house Negro said, yeah, we got a good house here. Whenever the master said we, he said we. That's how you can tell a house Negro. If the master's house caught on fire, the house Negro would fight harder to put the blaze out than the master would. If the master got sick, the house Negro would say, what's the matter, boss? We sick. We sick. He identified himself with his master more than his master identified with himself. And if you came to the house Negro and said, let's run away, let's escape, let's separate, that house Negro would look at you and say, man, you crazy. What you mean separate? Where is there a better house than this? Where can I wear better clothes than this? Where can I eat better food than this? That was that house Negro. In those days, he was called a house nigger. And that's what we call him today because we still got some house niggers running around here. This modern house Negro loves his master. He wants to live near him. He'll pay 3 times as much as the house is worth just to live near his master. And then brag about, I'm the only Negro out here. I'm the only one on my job. I'm the only one in this school. You're nothing but a house Negro. And if someone come to you right now and say, let's separate, you say the same thing that the house Negro said on the plantation. What you mean separate? From America? This good white man? Where you gonna get a better job than you get here? I mean, this is what you say. I ain't left nothing in Africa. That's what you say. Why, you left your mind in Africa. On that same plantation, there was the field Negro. The field Negro, those were the masses. There was always more Negroes in the field than there was Negroes in the house. The Negro in the field caught hell. He ate leftovers. In the house, they ate high up on the hog. The Negro in the field didn't get nothing but what was left of the insides of the hog. They call them chitlins nowadays. In those days, they call them what they were, guts. That's what you were, a gut eater. And some of you all still gut eaters. The field Negro was beaten from morning till night. He lived in a shack, in a hut. He wore cast-off clothes. And he hated his master. I say he hated his master. He was intelligent. That house Negro loved his master. But that field Negro, remember, they were in the majority. And they hated the master. When the house caught on fire, he didn't try and put it out. That field Negro prayed for a wind, for a breeze. When the master got sick, the field Negro prayed that he died. If someone come to the field Negro and said, let's separate, let's run, he didn't say, where are we going? He said, any place is better than here. You got field Negroes in America today. I'm a field Negro. The masses are the field Negroes. When they see this man's house on fire, you don't hear these little Negroes talking about our government is in trouble. They say the government is in trouble. Imagine a Negro, our government. I even heard one say, our astronauts. They won't even let him near the plant. And our astronauts, our Navy, that's a Negro that's out of his mind. That's a Negro that's out of his mind. Just as the slave master in that day used Tom, the house Negro, to keep the field Negroes in check, the same old slave master today has Negroes who are nothing but modern Uncle Toms, 20th century Uncle Toms, to keep you and me in check, keep us under control, keep us passive and peaceful and nonviolent. That's Tom making you nonviolent. It's like when you go to the dentist and the man is going to take your tooth. You're going to fight him when he start pulling. So they squirt some stuff in your jaw called Novocaine to make you think they're not doing anything to you. So you sit there, and because you got all that Novocaine in your jaw, you suffer peacefully. Blood running all down your jaw. And you don't know what's happening, because someone has taught you to suffer peacefully. The white man do the same thing to you in the street. When he want to put knots on your head and take advantage of you and don't have to be afraid of you fighting back, to keep you from fighting back, he get these old religious Uncle Toms to teach you and me. They're just like Novocaine, suffer peacefully. Don't stop suffering, just suffer peacefully. As Reverend Cleage pointed out, let your blood flow in the streets. This is a shame. And you know he's a Christian preacher. If it's a shame to him, you know what it is to me. Because nothing in our book, the Quran, as you call it, Quran, teaches us to suffer peacefully. Our religion teaches us to be intelligent, be peaceful, be courteous, obey the law, respect everyone. But if someone puts his hand on you, send him to the cemetery. That's a good religion. In fact, that's that old-time religion. That's the one that Ma and Pa used to talk about. An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, and a head for a head, and a life for a life. That's a good religion. And then anybody, no one resents that kind of religion being taught but a wolf who intends to make you his meal. This is the way it is with the white man in America. He's a wolf, and you're a sheep. Anytime a shepherd, a pastor, teach you and me not to run from the white man, And at the same time, teachers don't fight the white man. He's a traitor to you and me. Don't lay down our life all by itself. No. Preserve your life. It's the best thing you got. And if you got to give it up, let it be even Stephen. The slave master took Tom and dressed him well and fed him well and even gave him a little education. Gave him a long coat and a top hat and made all the other slaves look up to him. Then he used Tom to control them. The same strategy that was used in those days is used today by the same white man. He take a Negro, so-called Negro, and make him prominent, build him up, publicize him, make him a celebrity, and then he becomes a spokesman for Negroes and a Negro leader. I would like to just mention one thing else quickly, and that is the method that the white man uses, how the white man uses these big guns or Negro leaders against the black revolution. They're not a part of the black revolution. They're used against the black revolution. When Martin Luther King failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia, the civil rights struggle in America reached its low point. King became bankrupt almost as a leader. Plus, even financially, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference was in financial trouble. Plus, it was in trouble, period, with the people when they failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia. Other Negro civil rights leaders of so-called national stature became fallen idols. As they became fallen idols, began to lose their prestige and influence, local Negro leaders began to stir up the masses. In Cambridge, Maryland, Gloria Richardson. In Danville, Virginia, and other parts of the country, local leaders begin to stir up our people at the grassroots level. This was never done by these Negroes whom you recognize of national stature. They controlled you, but they never incited you or excited you. They controlled you, they contained you. They kept you on the plantation. As soon as King failed in Birmingham, Negroes took to the streets. King got out and went out to California to a big rally and raised about, I don't know how many thousands of dollars. Come to Detroit and had a march and raised some more thousands of dollars. And recall, right after that, Wilkins attacked King, accused King and the Corps of starting trouble everywhere and then making the NAACP get him out of jail and spend a lot of money, and then he accused King and Corps of raising all the money and not paying it back. This happened. I got it in documented evidence in the newspaper. Roy started attacking King, and King started attacking Roy, and Farmer started attacking both of them. And as these Negroes of national stature begin to attack each other, they begin to lose their control of the Negro masses. And Negroes was out there in the streets. They was talking about, we're going to march on Washington. By the way, and right at that time, Birmingham had exploded, and the Negroes in Birmingham, remember, they also exploded. They began to stab the crackers in the back and bust them upside the head. Yes, they did. That's when Kennedy sent in the troops down in Birmingham. So, and right after that, Kennedy got on the television and said, this is a moral issue. That's when he said he's going to put out a civil rights bill. And when he mentioned civil rights bill and the Southern crackers started talking about they were going to boycott it or filibuster it, then the Negroes started talking about what? We're going to march on Washington, march on the Senate, march on the White House, march on the Congress, and tie it up, bring it to a halt. Don't let the government proceed. They even said they was going to go out to the airport and lay down on the runway and don't let no airplanes land. I'm telling you what they said. That was revolution. That was revolution. That was the black revolution. It was the grassroots out there in the street. Scared the white man to death. Scared the white power structure in Washington, D.C. to death. I was there. When they found out that this black steamroller was going to come down on the Capitol, they called in Wilkins. They called in Randolph. They called in these national Negro leaders that you respect and told them, call it off. Kennedy said, look, y'all letting this thing go too far.
Check it out.
And old Tom said, boss, I can't stop it because I didn't start it. I'm telling you what they said. They said I'm not even in it, much less at the head of it. They said these Negroes are doing things on their own. They're running ahead of us. And that old shrewd fox, he said, well, if you all aren't in it, I'll put you in it. I'll put you at the head of it. I'll endorse it. I'll welcome it. I'll help it. I'll join it. A matter of hours went by. They had a meeting at the Carlisle Hotel in New York City. The Carlisle Hotel is owned by the Kennedy family. That's the hotel Kennedy spent the night at 2 nights ago. Belongs to his family. A philanthropic society headed by a white man named Stephen Curry called all the top civil rights leaders together at the Carlisle Hotel and told them that by you all fighting each other, you're destroying the civil rights movement. And since you're fighting over money from white liberals, let us set up what's known as the Council for United Civil Rights Leadership. Let's form this council, and all the civil rights organizations will belong to it. And we'll use it for fundraising purposes. Let me show you how tricky the white man is. And as soon as they got it formed, they elected Whitney Young as the chairman. And who you think became the co-chairman? Stephen Currier, the white man. A millionaire. Powell was talking about it down at the Cobo today. This is what he was talking about. Powell knows it happened. Randolph knows it happened. Wilkins knows it happened. King knows it happened. Every one of that so-called Big Six. They know what happened. Once they formed it, with the white man over it, he promised them and gave them $800,000 to split up between the Big Six. And told them that after the march was over, they'd give them $700,000 more. $1.5 million split up between leaders that you've been following, going to jail for, crying crocodile tears for. And they've nothing but Frank James and Jesse James and brothers. Soon as they got the setup organized, the white men made available to them top public relations experts. Opened the news media across the country at their disposal. And then they began to project these Big Six as the leaders of the march. Originally, they weren't even in the march. You was talking this march talk on Hastings Street. Is Hastings Street still here? On Hastings Street. You was talking the march talk on Lenox Avenue. And down on, Fillmore Street. And Central Avenue. And 42nd Street and 63rd Street. That's where the march talk was being talked. But the white man put the Big Six ahead of it. Made them the march. They became the march. They took it over. And the first move they made after they took it over, they invited Walter Reuther, a white man. They invited a priest, a rabbi, and an old white preacher. Yes, an old white preacher. The same white element that put Kennedy in power. Labor, the Catholics, the Jews, and liberal Protestants. Same clique that put Kennedy in power joined the March on Washington. It's just like when you got some coffee that's too black, which means it's too strong. What you do, you integrate it with cream. You make it weak. If you pour too much cream in, you won't even know you ever had coffee. It used to be hot, it becomes cool. It used to be strong, it becomes weak. It used to wake you up, now it'll put you to sleep. This is what they did with the March on Washington. They joined it. They didn't integrate it, they infiltrated it. They joined it, became a part of it, took it over. And as they took it over, it lost its militancy. They ceased to be angry. They ceased to be hot. They ceased to be uncompromising. Why, it even ceased to be a march. It became a picnic, a circus. Nothing but a circus with clowns and all. You had one right here in Detroit. I saw it on television with clowns leading it, white clowns and black clowns. I know you don't like what I'm saying, but I'm going to tell you anyway, because I can prove what I'm saying. If you think I'm telling you wrong, you bring me Martin Luther King and A. Philip Randolph and James Farmer and those other three, and see if they'll deny it over the microphone. No, it was a sellout. It was a takeover. When James Baldwin came in from Paris, they wouldn't let him talk because they couldn't make him go by the script. Burt Lancaster read the speech that Baldwin was supposed to make. They wouldn't let Baldwin get up there because they know Baldwin liable to say anything. They controlled it so tight, they told those Negroes what time to hit town, how to come, where to stop, what sign to carry, what song to sing, what speech they could make and what speech they couldn't make, and then told them to get out of town by sundown. And every one of those Toms were out of town by sundown. Now, I know you don't like my saying this, but I can back it up. It was a circus, a performance. It beat anything Hollywood could ever do. The performance of the year. Ruther and those other three devils should get a Academy Award for the best actors because they acted like they really loved Negroes and fooled a whole lot of Negroes. And the 6 Negro leaders should get an award, too, for the best supporting cast.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, to whom all praise is due, whom we forever thank for giving us the Honorable Elijah Muhammad as our leader, teacher, and guide. And I specifically, ladies and gentlemen, and brothers and sisters, open up like that because I am a representative of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And were it not for him, you and I wouldn't be here today. The cause of it all, or the root of it all. And it is because of our effort toward getting straight to the root that people oftentimes think we are dealing in hate. But first, I would like to congratulate and give praise to the Negro, so-called Negro leaders and so-called Negro organizations. And excuse me if I say so-called, it's hard for me to just outright say Negro when I know what that word Negro really means. The person whom you have come to know as Ronald Stokes, we know him as Brother Ronald, one of the most religious persons who displayed the highest form of moral of any black person anywhere on this earth. And as one of the previous speakers pointed out who knew him, everyone who knew him had to give him credit for being a good man, a clean man, an intelligent man, and an innocent man when he was murdered. The Negro, so-called Negro organizations and leaders should be given great credit for their failure or refusal to let the white man divide them and use them one against the other during this crisis. As Reverend Wilford Wilson pointed out, I think it was 8 years ago today that the Supreme Court handed down the desegregation decision. And despite the fact that 8 years have gone past, that decision hasn't been implemented yet. I don't have that much faith
I don't have that much confidence. I don't have that much patience. And I don't have that much ignorance to... If the Supreme Court, which is the highest law-making body in the country, can pass a decision that can't get even 8% compliance with in 8 years because it's for black people, then my patience has run out. When black people who are being oppressed become impatient, they say that's emotional. Please, when black people who are being deprived of their citizenship, not only of their civil rights, but their human rights, become impatient, become fed up, don't want to wait any longer, then they say that's emotional. The Negro, so-called Negro leaders and organizations should be praised. They should be congratulated. They should be complimented. Because out of all of them combined, the white man has not yet found one who will play the role of Uncle Tom. But yet he has found no Tom, no puppet, no parrot who is still dumb enough in 1962 to represent the injustices that he's afflicting against our people. We don't care what your religion is. We don't care what organization you belong to. We don't care how far in school you went or didn't go. We don't care what kind of job you have. We have to give you credit for shocking the white man by not letting him divide you and use you one against the other. In the past, the greatest weapon the white man has had has been his ability to divide and conquer. As Jackie Robinson pointed out beautifully on the television last night, 4/5 of the world isn't white. Isn't that what Jackie said? And if 4/5 of the world is dark, how is it possible for 1/5 to rule, oppress, exploit, dominate, and brutalize the 4/5 who are in the majority? How do they do it? Divide and conquer. Anyway. If I take my hand and slap you, you don't even feel it. It might sting you because these digits are separated. But all I have to do to put you back in your place is bring those digits together. This is what the white man has done to you and me. He has divided us and used us one against the other. But today, thanks to Allah, you can say thanks to God or thanks to Jesus or thanks to Jehovah, whatever you want. But as a follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we have been taught to say thanks to Allah. And that's what Jesus said. Jesus called on Allah. He said, Allah, Allah, lama sabachthani. And I believe what's good for Jesus is good for you. If Allah was good enough for Jesus to call upon, I think he should be good enough for you to call upon. Since the so-called Negro community has shocked the white man by resisting all efforts to divide us, I think that you and I should continue to shock him by staying and working together in unity. Despite religious, political, economic, or educational or social differences,
Here your mother is being raped and you're not supposed to be emotional. Your women, please, your women can't walk the street without some cracker putting his hands on her, and you're not supposed to be emotional. If you say that you're fed up, if you teach the Negroes, people don't even know their own name. Why? Because he took it away from them. Please, 20 million black people don't even know their own language. Why? Because he took it away from them. 20 million black people who don't even know the history of their ancestors. Why? Because he took it away from them. And if you're trying to tell them how thoroughly and completely they've been robbed, he says you're teaching hate. That's something to think about. Today you are coming out of college. You're coming out of the leading universities. You're trying to go in a good direction, but you don't know which direction to go in. And if somebody tries to take you right to the root of your problem, they say that that man's a hate teacher. If I ask why should the senators in Washington, and then again if we tell you that Negroes are being hung on the street or being shot down illegally, unjustly, and those Negroes should do something to protect themselves, you say you're advocating violence. The white man is tricking you. He's trapping you. He doesn't call it violence when he lands troops in South Vietnam. Please. He doesn't call it violence when he lands troops in Berlin. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, he didn't say get nonviolent. He said, praise the Lord, but pass the ammunition. But when someone attacks you, when someone comes at you with a club, when someone comes at you with a rope, when someone comes at you with a gun, despite the fact that you've done nothing, he tells you, suffer peacefully. Pray for those who use you despitefully. Be long-suffering. And how long can you suffer after suffering for 400 years? So I just want to clear up that little point right there, because he says that we play on your emotions. And when you turn on your television tonight, or your radio, or read the newspaper, they're going to tell you in that paper that I was playing on your emotions. Imagine you, a second-class citizen. That's not getting emotional, it's getting intelligent. And as far as your mayor is concerned, I see you should say their mayor. A man named Jordan, who has been slandering the Muslims, a professional liar, who has mastered the art of using half-truths. Put it in the paper that they broke into our religious place of worship and got records that they can use to prove that most of us have criminal records. You can't be a Negro in America and not have a criminal record. Martin Luther King has been to jail. Please, James Farmer has been to jail. Why, you can't name a black man in this country who is sick and tired of the hell that he's catching who hasn't been to jail. Charged him with being seditious. They put Moses in jail. They put Daniel in jail. Why, you haven't got a man of God in the Bible that wasn't put to jail when they started speaking out against exploitation and oppression. They charged Jesus with sedition. Didn't they do that? They said he was against Caesar. They said he was discriminating because he told his disciples, go not the way of the Gentiles, but rather go to the lost sheep. He discriminated. Don't go near the Gentiles, go to the lost sheep. Go to the oppressed. Go to the downtrodden. Go to the exploited. Go to the people who don't know who they are, who are lost from the knowledge of themselves, and who are strangers in a land that is not theirs. Go to those people. Go to the slaves. Go to the second-class citizens. Go to the ones who are suffering the brunt of Caesar's brutality. And if Jesus were here in America today, he wouldn't be going to the white man. The white man is the oppressor. He would be going to the oppressed. He would be going to the humble. He would be going to the lowly. He would be going to the rejected and the despised. He would be going to the so-called American Negro. To have once been a criminal is no disgrace. To remain a criminal is the disgrace. I formerly was a criminal. I formerly was in prison. I'm not ashamed of that. You never can use that over my head. And that he's using the wrong stick. I don't feel that stick. I went to prison because I believed in men like Sam Yorty. I went to prison because I trusted men like Sam Yorty. I went to prison following the philosophy of men like Sam Yorty. But since I've been following the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I have been reformed, and that's more, please. That's more than Sam Yorty and Chief Parker and all these other white politicians have been able to do with the inmates in the prisons of this state. They should give Mr. Muhammad credit. They should give Mr. Muhammad credit for reforming and rehabilitating men whom they have failed to reform and rehabilitate. Mayor Yorty referred to some press report that Mr. Muhammad had once been found guilty of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. He failed to explain purposely that in 1934, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad refused to send his children to the white schools in Detroit, Michigan that were teaching you about little black Sambo. That's the minor that he contributed to the delinquency of. You see, this vicious, fork-tongued white man has been able to take lies and make you turn against those who want to help you and make others turn against you. This is the contributing to the delinquency of a minor that this mayor, or man who calls himself mayor, is talking about. In the same article, he said that the Muslims are the same people who rioted in the United Nations. Someone should pull his coat and let him know that at the present moment, there are $6 million worth of suits leveled against two of New York's leading newspapers for making the mistake of charging the Muslims as being involved in those United Nations riots. We were not involved. And if this fork-tongued man who calls himself your mayor had taken the time to find that out, he wouldn't be walking into the trap that he's letting his ignorance lead him into. And if you will take the time to read the Washington Post that came out the Sunday after that incident took place, the Washington Post pointed out on the front page that the Muslims had nothing to do with the UN riots. And they quoted, in saying so, the person who was at that time the commissioner of police in New York City. See, it's lies that the white man has spread about the Muslims to try and make you afraid of the Muslims, or to try and make you think that the Muslims were a criminal element, an uncouth element, and things that you would not like to be associated with. Also, they say that I'm just clearing these things up, and then we're going to get into what happened.
They also say that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was a draft dodger. No, he wasn't. He just refused to go to the army because he was a man of peace. He was a minister of a religion of peace. He was teaching peace. So he outright refused to go to the army. That's not draft dodging. That's intelligence. Appear before the grand jury. Because the coroner's jury is stacked against Negroes. The grand jury is stacked against Negroes. The press, the radio, the television, and the newspapers are stacked against Negroes. But please, the Los Angeles Police Department is stacked against Negroes. He is stacked against all Negroes, all except those whom he has appointed to high positions. The controlled press, the white press, inflames the white public against Negroes. The police are able to use it to paint the Negro community as a criminal element. The police are able to use the press to make the white public think that 90% or 99% of the Negroes in the Negro community are criminals. And once the white public is convinced that most of the Negro community is a criminal element, then this automatically paves the way for the police to move into the Negro community, exercising Gestapo tactics, stopping any black man who is on the sidewalk, whether he is guilty or whether he is innocent, whether he is well-dressed or whether he is poorly dressed, whether he is educated or whether he is dumb, whether he's a Christian or whether he's a Muslim. As long as he is black and a member of the Negro community, the white public thinks that the white policeman is justified in going in there and trampling on that man's civil rights and on that man's human rights. Once the police have convinced the white public that the so-called Negro community is a criminal element, they can go in and question, brutalize, murder unarmed, innocent Negroes, and the white public is gullible enough to back them up. This makes the Negro community a police state. This makes the Negro neighborhood a police state. It's the most heavily patrolled. It has more police in it than any other neighborhood, yet it has more crime in it than any other neighborhood. How can you have more cops and more crime? Why? It shows you that the cops must be in cahoots with the criminal. The texture of the hair that God pleased, that God gave them, so much that they'll put lye on it. Do you realize, now, you know, brother, lye will eat a hole in steel, and you know your head is not that hard. Who taught you, please? Who taught you? We teach you to love the hair that God gave you. Here you way out in the middle of the ocean, can't swim, and you worried about someone that's in the bathtub and can't swim. We don't steal, we don't gamble, we don't lie, and we don't cheat. And that also deprives the government of revenue, because you can't get into a whiskey bottle without getting past the government seal. You can't open a deck of cards without getting past the government seal. Here's a white man makes the whiskey and then puts you in jail for getting drunk. He sells you the cards and the dice and puts you in jail when he catches you using them. So he's against us because we fix it where he can't catch you anymore. We take the dice out of your hands and the cards out of your hands and the whiskey out of your head. The most disrespected person in America is the black woman. The most unprotected person in America is the black woman. The most neglected person in America is the black woman. And as Muslims, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us to respect our women and to protect our women. And the only time a Muslim really gets real violent is when someone goes to molest his woman. We will kill you for our woman. I'm making it plain, yes. We will kill you for our woman. We believe that if the white man will do whatever is necessary to see that his woman gets respect and protection, then you and I will never be recognized as men until we stand up like men and place the same penalty over the head of anyone who puts his filthy hands out to put in the direction of our women. We respect them, but we want them to respect us. We think that the law should respect the Negro community. The law should protect the Negro community. The law should approach the Negro community with intelligence if it expects the Negro community to react intelligently. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us to always avoid anything that smacks of disrespect for the law. And if the police department tells the truth, they will have to admit that they have never had any experiences with Muslims that have ever been anything other than honorable unless they themselves come at us in a dishonorable way. It has no case against the Muslims. It has no case against these brothers whom they shot down. And because it has no case, it's trying to create a case. It's trying to manufacture a case. And therefore they set up a grand jury hearing of the case so that they could hear it behind closed doors, and after hearing what we have to say, then build their particular strategy or defense against the actions that they committed on that April the 27th. So at the advice of our attorneys, we purposely, the victims, those who have been indicted, or rather those who have been arrested and are out on bond, have purposely refrained and refused from making any statement whatsoever until after the case appears in court. And when you hear their story, it will be in a public trial. We have already had experience with these private hearings behind closed doors. Anything that the white man has to do to the Muslim, he has to do it in the open. He has to do it in public, or he has to put every single one of us behind bars for the rest of our lives. When Mayor Yorty called for a government investigation of a religious group that has the highest moral standard of any group in the Negro community, Mayor Yorty was giving you an example of what Hitler did in Nazi Germany when he began to go on the rampage. We have confidence that the white public and the black public, if they hear our case, if they hear and have access to the investigation, will never be fooled by this phony setup that's stacked from the top all the way down. And if you doubt it, when you leave home tonight, when you go home tonight, look for the press. I'd like at this time to call forth these brothers who were arrested. The brothers who were arrested, come up here behind these chairs, please. they were suspects. This wouldn't happen in a white neighborhood. White man can walk down the street with packages on his head, packages under his arm, and packages everywhere else, and won't anybody question his right to carry those packages. But a Negro is suspect because the press makes you suspect. Yes, the white press makes Negroes suspect. What do you got? All the information you need, officer. And the officer made one stay at the rear of the car and the other go to the front of the car. And while he was taking the one to the front of the car, the polite attitude, the humble air, the submissive, intelligent, peaceful spirit that he unexpectedly found in this Negro infuriated him. And he began to, he told the brother, put down your hands. Brother was talking, he's not a criminal. A man has a right on the sidewalk to talk with his hands. Put down your hand, don't talk with your hands. And when the brother continued to gesture with his hands, the officer grabbed his hand, twisted it around behind his back, flung him up against the car, and then that's when hell broke loose. That was when hell broke loose. A struggle ensued. Shots were fired by the police and by a Negro door shaker. An alarm went out. When the alarm went out, instead of the police going to the place where the incident occurred, the police went 1 block away to the temple. When they arrived there, they got out of their cars with their guns smoking. You would have thought it was Wyatt, what his name? Wyatt Earp. I'm telling you, they came out of those cars and we have enough witnesses to hang them with their guns smoking. Chief Parker knows this, Mayor Yorty knows this, and every police official in the city knows that. They didn't fire no warning shots in the air. They fired warning shots point blank at innocent, unarmed, defenseless Negroes. As I say, 2 of the brothers were shot in the back. Another was shot in the shoulder. Another was shot, 2 of them were shot, excuse the expression, through the penis. Another was shot in the hip and the bullet came out the other side. Brother Arthur here was shot 1/4 of an inch from his heart. Let me tell you something, and I'll tell you why you say we hate white people. We don't hate anybody. We love our own people so much they think we hate the ones who are inflicting injustice against them. Man who has been shot, the bullet having passed 1/4 of an inch through his heart. I'm not going to let him talk, which I think you can understand why. You should listen to the conversation of the police officers while it was going on. 2 of the brothers who had been shot were lying hand in hand. The officer said they were chanting a death chant. You read that? They were saying, Allahu Akbar. What does that mean? It means that God is the greatest. It means that God is the greatest. Understand, this that the white officer called a death chant was a prayer. They were praying when they were shot down. They were saying, Allahu Akbar. And it shook the officer up because they haven't heard black people talk any kind of talk but what they taught them. And 2 of the brothers who were shot in the back were telling me that as they lay on the sidewalk, they were holding hands. They held hands with each other, saying Allahu Akbar. and the blood was seeping out of them where the police bullets had torn into their insides. Still they said, Allahu Akbar. And the police came and kicked them in the head. Police kicked them in the head, telling them to shut up that noise, while they were laying on the sidewalk in front of our temple. Kicked them in the head. Shut up that noise. And one of them, when he was on his way to the police station in the ambulance, one of the ambulance attendants told the white cop, why don't you kill the nigger? He said, I'll tell him that he tried to get away. Why don't you kill the nigger while you got a chance? And I'll swear that he tried to get away. If he didn't say this, then I need to be put in jail, and I'll gladly go. One of them who was being taken to jail in a police car. As the ambulance sirens were coming to the place, one of the policemen said to the other, what are the ambulances rushing for? Nothing but some niggas. So he looked in and saw the Muslim brother sitting beside him, and he said, and he shut up. But after he got to the jail, the same officer that said this turned to the brother and said, I hope that you didn't get offended by what I said back there under the heat of emotion, because some of my best friends are colored. This is what he said. That's his password. One of my best friends are colored. And I, for one, as a Muslim, believe that the white man is intelligent enough. If he were made to realize how black people really feel and how fed up we are without that old compromise and sweet talk, why, you're the one that make it hard for yourself. The white man believes you when you go to him with that old sweet talk, because you've been sweet talking him ever since he brought you here. Stop sweet talking. Tell him how you feel. Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching, and let him know that if he's not ready to clean his house up, if he's not ready to clean his house up, he shouldn't have a house. It should catch on fire and burn down. Muslims, we identify ourselves with the dark world. So we're not any minority. We're part of the majority, and the white man is the minority. You have to know this to understand us. We don't think any odds are against us. We don't fight a battle like the odds are against us. Why, the whole dark world today is in unity. It's one. If you don't think so, look at the United Nations. When the dark world votes, they vote as one. They're getting the colonialists out of Africa and out of Asia. Telling them to get out. They don't have any nuclear weapons, but they got a solid united voice, and their unity alone is sufficient to drive the oppressor and exploiter of their people out of their own country. You and I need to learn a lesson from that right there. In the UN, the dark world, Hindus, Hindus, Christians, Muslims, everything. But they're together. They forget their religious and political differences. They think as one. They move as one against a common enemy. And right out of Algeria, he's going, don't think he's not going. He's going. They're getting him out of Angola, out of Uganda, out of Kenya. He's going from South Africa too. He hasn't got long to be there. All over this earth, God's people who have been oppressed and destroyed by those who are not their own kind, strangers, are coming together to get the oppressor off their back. You and I learn a lesson today. We are oppressed. We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights. So the only way we're going to get some of this oppression and exploitation away from us or aside from us is come together against the common enemy. 2, 3. When they sat down at the Bandung Conference, everyone there had this in common. a dark time. Some of those who were sitting there were socialists, some were communists, some were capitalists, some were Christians, some were Buddhists. They were everything. But all of them were dark. And they looked at that dark skin and agreed that this is one thing they hadn't seen. Forget that you're a Methodist. Forget that you're a Catholic. Forget that you're a Protestant. Forget that you're a Muslim. Remember that all of us are black and we're catching heaven.
They attacked the victim. And then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice.
You know it's about to be a killing. Better run, yeah, we get in the motherfucking books, yeah, I cut your little
on Channel 13, we presented a 5-part series which we call The Hate That Hate Produced. A study of the rise of black racism, of a call for black supremacy among a small but growing segment of the American Negro population.
That's new.
Tonight, because of the
Join me, my friend. What are you doing? We are living La Vida Loca. Oh, do you mean La Dolce Vita?
Which we did not have time to use last week. And then after the documentary portion of the program, Dr. Anna Hedgeman, former administrative assistant to Mayor Robert Wagner, Arnold Forster of the Anti-Defamation League, Jackie Robinson, former Brooklyn Dodger star and now columnist for the New York Post, Roy Wilkins, Executive Secretary of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and the Reverend Dr. Gardner Taylor, President of the Protestant Council of Greater New York. 5 people with a particular and immediate interest in race relations will talk about what can be done about the tide of racism among this segment of the Negro population. So now, the hate that hate produced. While city officials, state agencies, white liberals, and sober-minded Negroes stand idly by, a group of Negro dissenters are recapturing his position as ruler of the universe. The bad news for the white man is that his long and wicked reign will shortly be over. And following this introduction, Elijah Muhammad, leader of the Muslims, speaks.
The Christian religion has failed. Your leaders of that religion has failed. Now the government of America has failed you. You have no justice coming from no one. Right. Whereas it is written, like sheep among wolves. Every wolf taken up by them. You want justice. You want freedom. You want equality. But get none.
Following this speech, which lasted some 2 hours, Newsbeat reporter Louis Lomax interviewed Elijah Muhammad, the spiritual leader of the Muslims.
Although you have said that the white race is doomed and that they are a race of devils, do you make any distinction? Are there any good white people? For example, suppose I were to ask you whom you think is the best white man. Is there any such thing?
I'll let the Bible answer that. He says, no, not one is good.
Now, if I have understood your teachings correctly, you teach that all of the members of Islam are God, and that one among you is supreme, and that one is Allah. Now, have I understood you correctly?
That's right.
Now, you have on the other hand said that Allah has taught you that the devil is the white man, that the white man is a doomed race.
Yes.
Am I correct there, sir?
Yes.
Now you have said, sir, that between now and approximately 1970, there should come a reawakening,
a general resurrection
of the American Negro.
That's right.
And that the extended time for the white man may well run out, and that will come, and in terms of a war between God and the devil, this coming destruction of the white man, will there be any bloodshed involved in this, or will it be a complete mental thing?
according to the teachings of the prophets of old and of God himself, there will be plenty of blood shed. Plenty of it.
Have you ever been accused, sir, of preaching hate?
Yes.
Do you think you are preaching hate?
No.
What are you preaching, sir?
Truth.
And if the truth is irritable or objectionable,
classified as hate, then I cannot help that.
But of even more interest to New Yorkers is Malcolm X, the Muslims' New York minister. He is a remarkable man, a man who, by his own admission, was once a procurer and dope peddler. He served time for robbery in the Michigan and Massachusetts state penitentiaries. But now he's a changed man. He will not smoke or drink. He will not even eat in a restaurant that houses a tavern. He told Newsbeat that his life changed for him when the Muslim faith taught him no longer to be ashamed of being a black man. Reporter Louis Lomax asked Minister Malcolm X to further explain the Muslim teachings of Elijah Muhammad.
that in the same context that Mr. Elijah Muhammad teaches that his faith, that the Islamic faith is for the black man and that the black man is good, he also uses the Old Testament instance of the serpent and Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, and he sets up the proposition there that this is the great battle between good and evil, and he uses the phrase devils.
Yes.
And he uses it almost interchangeably and synonymous with the word snake. Now what does he mean there?
Well, number one, he teaches us that that never was a real serpent.
It was not a real serpent
that went into the garden.
What was it?
But as you know, the Bible is written in symbols and parables, and this serpent or snake is a symbol that's used to hide the real identity of the one whom that actually was.
Well, who was it?
The white man.
I want to call your attention, Minister Malcolm, to one paragraph in this column. He says, and I quote him, "The only people born of Allah are the black nation, of whom the so-called American Negroes are descendants."
Yes.
Now, is this your standard teaching?
Yes. He teaches us that the black man by nature is divine.
Now, does this mean that the white man by nature is evil?
By nature, he is other divine.
Well, now, does this mean that he's evil? Can he do good?
By nature, he is evil.
He cannot do good.
History is best qualified to reward all research, and we don't have any historic example where we have found that they collectively, as a people, have done good.
Minister Malcolm, you now in Chicago and in Detroit have universities of Islam, do you not?
Yes, sir, in Detroit and Chicago.
And you take your parishioners, you take children from the kindergarten ages, and you train them right through high school.
Yes, sir. From the age of 4, I think it is, upward.
And you have a certified parochial school operating in Chicago?
In Chicago and
in Detroit.
And in Detroit.
And kids come to your school in lieu of going to what we would call regular day school?
Yes, sir, many.
What do you teach them there?
We teach them the same things that they would be taught ordinarily in school, minus the little black Sambo story and things that were taught to you and me when we were coming up, to breed that inferiority complex in us.
Do you teach them what you've just said to me, that the white man is a symbol of evil?
You can go to any little Muslim child and ask him where's hell or who is the devil, and he wouldn't tell you that hell is down in the ground or that the devil is something invisible that you can't see. He'll tell you hell is right where he has been catching it, and he'll tell you who the one who is responsible for him having received this hell is the devil.
And he would say that this devil is the white man?
Yes.
Can a white man join your temple?
None have ever joined.
If one came up and attempted to join, would he be allowed to come in and be taught?
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, that's one of the reasons why most people think that Mr. Muhammad teaches hate. But if there is a rattlesnake in the field who has been biting your brothers and your sisters, and you go and tell them that that's a rattlesnake, and all of the harm that has ever come to them has come to them from that particular source, well, then that rattler will think that the warner is teaching hate. He'll go back and tell the other snakes that this man is teaching hate, this man is teaching hate, but it's not hate. It's just that when you study people who have been harmed and discover the source of their injury, the source of all of their defects, and you begin to point out that source, it's not that you hate the source, but your love for your people is so intense, so great, that you must let them know what is wrong with them, what is the cause of their ills. And this is one of the basic factors, I believe, involved when people think, or when the propaganda is put out that Mr. Muhammad teaches hate. He teaches black people to love each other. And our love for each other is so strong, we don't have any room left in our heart.
What do you think of the NAACP?
Islam is a natural religion, and it is difficult to find a black body with a white head and classify that body as something that's natural. Most organizations that represent the so-called Negro, usually we find when we study them that though they are supposed to be for us the leadership or the brain power or the political power or whatever power that runs it, usually it's the white man.
We have thus seen Muslim leaders in reflective moments and as they talk to members of their own flock. But what about their approach to non-Muslim Negroes? 3 months ago, Minister Malcolm X was invited to speak at a Harlem rally celebrating African Freedom Day. His audience was composed chiefly of Christian Negroes with a lively interest in African affairs. We've obtained film segments of that speech. The film was made under adverse circumstances, but you will be able to hear and understand Minister Malcolm X as he addresses a non-Muslim audience.
Who is his enemy? He'll say the Belgians. Ask the man in Kenya who is his enemy. He'll say the British. Ask the man in Morocco who is his enemy. He'll say the French. But the one thing that the French and the British and the Belgians all have in common, they're all from Europe. Is that right or wrong? How could so few white people rule so many black people? This is the thing you should want to know. How could so few? The white man today will tell you that thousands of years ago, the black man in Africa was living in palaces. The black man in Africa was wearing silk. The black man in Africa was cooking and seasoning his food. The black man in Africa had mastered the arts and the sciences. He knew the course of the stars in the universe before the man up in Europe knew that the earth wasn't flat. Is that right or wrong? Then if the black man in Africa had reached such a high state of civilization so long ago, at a time when the people of Europe were crawling on their all fours, what happened to make these people or enable these people to come out of the cave and come down into our civilization and take it over and hitch us to the plow? What happened? How did they do it? These are the things you should want to find out before you say hooray, hooray, hooray. Is that right or wrong?
This is the psychology of the Muslims. They know that the American Negro is angry because he's been cast in an inferior role. And they seek to convert him to the Muslim cause by drenching him in a doctrine of black supremacy. These then are the Muslims. These are the things they are saying, preaching, teaching their children. And they are the most powerful of the black supremacist groups. But now, let us look at another group. Every night when the weather is good, knots of people gather in Harlem at 125th Street and 7th Avenue in front of the Teresa Hotel to hear the speakers for the United African Nationalist Movement spread their gospel of black nationalism. We made a film of one of those meetings. The lighting was poor. It was difficult to get good sound quality. The man you're about to hear is John Davis, a paid orator for the United African Nationalist Movement. You will hear him attack white liberals, Eleanor Roosevelt, Pearl Buck, and then he'll go on to say some rather surprising things things about the NAACP and its leader, Roy Wilkins.
I'll tell it to you like it is. And now you got what they call so-called white liberals. That's supposed to be your friend. And these white liberals go around claiming that they are against discrimination. They are against lynching. They are not in favor of all the brutality. Liberals like phony Miss Roosevelt, the African white goddess. Is that right or wrong? I'll give it to you like it is. Oh, you got another one by the name of Pearl Buck. And what's this woman that wrote Imitation of Life? Fannie Hurst. All them phony liberals. I'll tell you like it is. Then you got the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Some Colored Folk. And you got Uncle Tom, Roy Wilkins. Am I right or wrong? Yeah.
The leader of the United African Nationalist Movement is James R. Lawson, sometimes public relations man and black nationalist, a man who says he has authorization to bring greetings from the United Arab Republic's President Nasser to black nationalist groups here in America. Newsbeat asked Mr. Lawson to explain the nature of his organization and its aims. As Lawson talks with reporter Lomax, you will see the strong pro-Arab feeling that pervades the teachings of the black racists.
Is the United African Nationalist Movement.
It is an organization of people of African descent here in America. However, we have associated organizations throughout the Caribbean, Africa, and the Middle East.
Can a non-African or non-Negro person join your organization?
No.
He cannot. Why not?
Because this is an organization of people of African blood or descent.
Are you anti-white?
Well, I think you ought to ask white people who are anti-black.
But are you anti-white?
I don't think I'm anti-white, but I'm pro-black.
I have here the March 12, 1959 edition of the Los Angeles Herald Dispatch, a Negro newspaper. On the front page, there's an article, the title of which says, Negro nationalist James R. Lawson, and that's you, guest of Muhammad. It has a Chicago dateline, and it goes on to say that you delivered greetings to Mr. Elijah Muhammad on the occasion of his 3rd Founders Day in Chicago. Is this report accurate?
I delivered greetings not to Mr. Muhammad, but to the convention gathered there, people under the leadership.
You spoke to the gathering of the Muslim group in Chicago.
That's right.
Did you bring them greetings from General Nasser of Egypt?
Also from President Tubman of Liberia.
But you did bring them greetings from General Nasser?
Sure.
Did General Nasser know that you were bringing greetings from him to this group?
He knows that I bring greetings not only to this group, but to many groups, not only on behalf of him, but on behalf of President Tubman, sometimes on behalf of Emperor Haile Selassie. Any group of people gathered of African descent.
Did General Nasser recently invite you to come to Egypt as his guest?
Certainly.
Are you going?
I may.
You haven't made up your mind one way or the other?
I've just about made up my mind. I'm not ready to announce it, though.
But you have made up your mind?
Oh, yes.
Do you think that Nasser is the leader in Africa?
In that part of Africa, yes. There are many leaders in Africa.
Are you eager to help Nasser?
I'm eager to help anybody that will help in bringing about the freedom of Africa.
You are on once having said that you didn't ask Nasser to help you, that you wanted to help Nasser.
That is true. I want to help not only Nasser, but
what do you want to help Nasser do?
Free Africa.
From what?
Colonialism, white domination.
Do you favor integration?
No.
Do you favor the NAACP?
No.
Do you think Roy Wilkins is a good leader of his people?
Roy Wilkins is not the leader. Arthur Spingarn is the leader.
And what is Arthur Spingarn?
He's a Zionist Jew.
Mr. Lawson, were you present at the meeting when Dr. Ralph Bunche of the United Nations got up to introduce Prime Minister Nkrumah?
Sure I was. Don't you remember you ran up to me and asked me a question? I was with my family, my wife and 2 children.
But as I recall the incident, Dr. Bunche was roundly booed when he stood up. Is that correct?
That is true.
Mr. Lawson, who booed Ralph Bunche and why?
I think the people booed him. That's what it looked like to me.
Do you know any of the people who...
Sure.
Do you know why they booed him?
I don't know exactly why, but I have a hunch.
What's your hunch say?
My hunch is that the black people, those of African descent in this country, consider Ralph Bunche a kind of George Washington of Israel. The man who made 1 million people that are closely related to them homeless and hasn't done a cockeyed thing for the black man.
Now, you say the black people believe that. Do you, James R. Lawson, believe that Ralph Bunche is the George Washington of Israel?
Well, I know he is.
So speaks James Lawson, president of the United African Nationalist Movement. One of the rallying cries of these black extremists is the alleged failure of Christianity. They call it a doctrine of enslavement. Many of them have abandoned Christianity, and those who haven't abandoned it preach that Jesus was not white like the men who lynch Negroes, but that he was black. We'll be back to continue the hate that hate produced with the treatment of the black racists' attitudes towards Christianity in just a moment after these commercial messages. And now back to our story. These black supremacists, Muslims and black nationalists, are not practitioners of hate just for hate's sake. They did not grow in a vacuum. Rather, theirs is the hate that hate has produced. The hate that some Negroes are returning for the hate most American Negroes have received for the past 300 years. The burden of being a black man in America has proved more than some of them can bear. And so now they are fighting back with the same weapons that were used to subjugate them. They're finding it, some of them, increasingly difficult to identify with America. They've lost faith in the honesty of American law enforcement agencies when it comes to protecting their individual rights. Many of them have abandoned Christianity and have named it a dogma of enslavement. Even those who have not abandoned it are preaching that Jesus was not white, like the men who lynch and discriminate against Negroes, but that he was a black man. James Lawson shows the black supremacists' concept of Jesus. And notice how much the Jesus in the painting and James Lawson resemble one another.
Mr. Lawson, in conjunction with your remarks that the Negro needs a black God, or at least some image he can identify with, I wonder if you'd tell me what this picture is and what it's all about.
Well, we don't mean a black God. We know that God is spirit. But this is a painting, the concept of an artist of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. And, you know, Solomon himself said, "Look not upon me because I am black and comely." And somewhere else is quoted, I think in Revelations, where it says, his hair is like a lamb's wool and his feet like polished brass. Therefore, we feel that we're on sound ground when we refer to Jesus as possibly being a black man. After all, Jesus was of the tribe of Judea.
The American Negro has never quite forgotten that he became a slave and a Christian at the same time. For a good many of them, this is something they feel deeply but don't often talk about. But for the Muslims and the black nationalists, the alleged failure of Christianity is an obsession. And they talk bitterly of this alleged failure to power their cause. Listen to John Davis, paid orator for the United African Nationalist Movement, as he sets the theme. He begins by talking of a sleeping child. And then he talks of Mac Parker, the Negro who was lynched recently in Mississippi, and he calls for an end to the brainwashing imposed by the Christian religion.
You are still a sleeping child, and you'll be all right as soon as they get religion out of you. When they take this religion out of you and brainwash you about this Jesus and this hereafter, you'll be all right. Do you know that Maxine Parker's mother believed in God, but she believed in the wrong God? That's how come Mac is dead. If Maxine Parker's mother, now remember, I didn't say for you not to believe in God. I said get this white man's religion out of you.
But it is Elijah Muhammad, spiritual leader of the white-hating Muslims, who make the bitterest attacks on Christianity. And it might be well to point out again here that traditional Muslims fervently disavow Elijah Muhammad's homegrown brand of Islam. The Orthodox Muslim is quick to affirm that there is no hate in his religion, and that man of whatever color or nationality is welcome in his faith.
That is a white man's religion. It is not for you and I. Yes, sir. There is no salvation in Christianity for black. It has failed to give you justice. Regardless to your preachers and your church pleading to the government for justice, you get none. Regardless to your prayers to the Father and the Son, you get no justice. All right, dear Father, give it to me. Then what good is Christianity to you and I if the religion and the God of that religion will not defend us against lawlessness, against lynchers, against rapers? What will dear Father?
After the speech in Uline Arena, Elijah Muhammad elaborated on his charges against Christianity before reporter Lomax.
Christians, then? No. Do you think that Christianity is a religion of deliverance for the black man? No. Do you think that Christianity has been a religion of enslavement for the black man? Yes. What do you think of the... It was Christian fathers who enslaved our fathers. They all was Christians. In fact about it, the white race is really the Christians, as we refer to them. I could never be a Christian, though I joined Christianity, but I could never be a Christian unless I was white. You don't think a black man can be a Christian, sir? By nature, we are not Christian. By nature, we are born Muslims. Do you think that faith is our natural faith? It's the natural religion of man, according to the teachings of the Holy One, 30 and 30. Sir, about how many so-called American Negroes have you been able to convert during the years of your teaching? Oh, that runs into hundreds of thousands. But that don't mean they all have continued to follow on with it. But there has been hundreds of thousands taught.
Thus, the story is told, a small but growing segment of the American Negro population has learned to hate before the Christian white man could learn to love. But what do Negro Christian leaders say? Do they too believe that Christianity has failed the Negro? Is it an instrument of subjugation? Reporter Lomax put these questions to the Reverend Adam Clayton Powell, pastor of the world's largest Protestant congregation.
Do you believe that Christianity, and since you are a Protestant, I will put it in that context, do you believe that Protestantism has been the Negro's friend? Do you think that it has functioned as a religion of deliverance for Negroes, or has it been guilty of dragging its feet, so to speak, on this question?
Well, again, I'd like to say that the words of Jesus weren't aimed at Protestants only. They were aimed at all people, Protestants and Catholics, who believed in Christianity. So I would therefore like to answer your question against that background. I believe that Christianity in the United States has been dragging its feet. I don't think there's any other force in America that has been more detrimental to the solution of our racial problems than Christianity, because you cannot expect the man in the street to practice Christianity better than his priest or his pastor in the pulpit. And the fact that there is more segregation in the United States of America on Sunday morning at 11 o'clock than at any other time in our national life is the tragic proof of what I'm stating.
And so it becomes easier for us to understand why talk of integration has become a kind of wistful pie in the sky for a growing number of Negroes. Easier to understand why they turn to the Muslims, a group they believe will do something for them. Why they lose patience with NAACP talk of gradual integration, when what they want is immediate equality and separation. Is this black supremacist doctrine making headway among New York Negroes? Let's go to the streets of Harlem and find out.
This is classified as hate when we are telling our people that it is time for them to organize and learn to develop respect, recognition for themselves in order that they might obtain a position of self-determination. If this is what is classified as hate, then I suppose I am guilty of preaching such a philosophy.
I've listened to the Elijah Muhammad movement and the Black Nationalist movement, and I have heard the NAACP. And I don't feel that the NAACP's views are the way out. I feel that it would be better if it were more national, rather than integrated with the views of the white man in it, for the simple reason that I think that together with our own people, more can be accomplished, rather than with the white man involved in it also, because as it is, we've already been accepting too many crumbs from this man, and we've never really gotten a real loaf of bread from him.
The only thing I disagree with the NAACP about is that we've been waiting long enough. The Supreme Court handed down a decision in 1954, and we're still waiting for our schools to be integrated in the South. I've read some of Mr. Muhammad's articles in the Pittsburgh Courier. He is a Muslim. I agree with him. He says we've been waiting long enough.
Only recently that the people that have been listening to these speakers have become more tense, to the extent that when they read newspapers about brutality in the South, women are being beat with clubs in Africa. And everywhere you read the headlines, black people are being beat, lynched, killed, for no reason at all. And they have begun to get nervous about it, and somebody needs to do something, and that is quick.
We asked NAACP Executive Secretary Roy Wilkins if these extremists are involved in the recent racial unrest up in Harlem.
Preaching of racial hatred and racial advantage and the bigotry involved is a bad thing, whether it's colored or white. Now, for years, the NAACP has been opposed to white extremists preaching hatred of Negro people, and we are equally opposed to Negro extremists preaching against white people simply for the sake of whiteness. Now, what effect this has had on the Harlem community, I can't say, because many police incidents have taken place in Harlem, and I believe that a sort of community attitude has been built up. It may be that these extremists have sharpened it and have recruited some more extremists to their banner. If so, that would be deplorable.
Then we tried to find out what is the political impact, the political strength of these black supremacists. And this is what we discovered. Their influence far outruns their numbers. They're vocal. They get out on the streets and stir up sentiment. During political campaigns, they choose candidates, and their street corner speakers weave political campaigning in and out of their black supremacist teachings. Reporter Lomax asked James Lawson, president of the United African Nationalist Movement, to what extent his group supported such politicians as Congressman Adam Clayton Powell and Manhattan Borough President Jack.
Participate in the politics of Harlem. Oh, sure. Do you support candidates actively? Very seldom. But on some occasions you do support candidates? When we feel that the issues are great enough. Well, I think perhaps Adam Clayton Powell is the best-known politician in Harlem. Have you supported Adam Clayton Powell? In the last election. You did support him in the last election? Yes. Did you actively support him on the streets? Yeah. What does Adam Powell think of you? Well, you'd have to ask the congressman that. Has he ever given you any indication what he thinks of you? Oh, he has. For example? Well, he wasn't able to attend the African Freedom Day rally, and he did write a very fine tribute to the United African Nationalist Movement and its leadership. That's you and your organization? No, I said the United African Nationalist Movement and its leadership. Yes. I happen to be the president. Yes. Is it true that he recently wrote you a letter in which he indicated what he thought of you personally?
Well, yes. I think it was involving issues, and they were very fine and wonderful praises come from both the minister and the congressman.
Well, without breaching any confidences, can you tell us in essence what he said about you in the letter he wrote to you?
Well, he said that he felt that the United African Nationalist Movement was doing a great job in the struggle for the liberation of Africa, the program of Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. And he felt that many things wouldn't have been done if it wasn't for the existence of this organization.
Now, do you have the same kind of feeling and relationship with regard to Borough President Hewlin Jack?
Yes, yes. I tell you the truth. You know, we're all members of the same order.
All members of the same order?
Well, the Order of the Star of Ethiopia.
Did you support Borough President Hewlin Jack in the last election?
Yes.
Should he be a candidate in the coming election, will you support him then?
Oh, we expect him to be a candidate.
And you expect to support him?
We expect not only to support him because we know that there are many people, after getting the borough presidency away from our people here in Harlem.
Then reporter Lomax asked both Adam Powell and Hewlin Jack about Mr. Lawson's statements.
Mr. Lawson told us that on several occasions he has supported you in your campaigns.
True.
And on one occasion he said he received a letter from you in which you gave him your blessings. I think he was on his way.
Oh, he was on the way to the All-African People's Congress in Accra, Ghana, which was held last December 12th.
Should one take this to mean that you approve of him and what he's doing, what he's saying?
No, I don't approve of any form of extremism, but I again say that I believe in the right of all people to follow whatever document or whatever doctrine they believe in, and the right for me to oppose or to support.
The Amsterdam News quotes you from a speech delivered at a rally sponsored in Harlem by the United African Nationalist Movement. The rally was commemorating African Freedom Day, I believe, and you are quoted as having said, "Henceforth we are no longer Negroes, but rather Americans of African descent." Is this an accurate quotation?
Yes, Mr. Lomax.
Do you really feel this way, sir?
I do feel that way.
Do you proudly associate yourself with African nationalist movements?
No, as borough president of Manhattan, I have been asked by that group to issue a proclamation, and I was happy to do it because of the fact that it indicated a certain date which was designated not by me, but publicly designated as the day known as African Day.
So you have issued, I believe, in the past 2 years, 2 or more proclamations for the United African Nationalist Movement. One on Garvey Day, I believe, and then later one for African Freedom Day. Is this true, sir?
Yes, well, all of us are certainly in knowledge of the contribution made by Marcus Garvey.
Yes. Now, let me see if I understand you correctly. Are you saying, sir, that you are not a member of the United African Nationalist Movement, but that you do consider these people a substantial, respected group in the community, and that you acceded to their request to issue proclamations? Is this what you say?
That's quite right, Mr. Lomax.
What do Congressman Powell and Borough President Jack know about the Muslims? Reporter Lomax asked both men to comment on the Muslims and their teachings. The exchange begins as Hewlin Jack admits that he welcomed Elijah Muhammad to New York, and then that he, Jack, spoke at a Muslim rally.
Yes, I greeted him as borough president of Manhattan.
Should this be taken to mean that you agree with his religious, political, economic philosophy?
I know nothing about Mohammedanism. I have never sought to know anything about it.
You spoke at one of his meetings, didn't you?
I spoke as president of the borough of Manhattan and expressed the greetings of the borough of Manhattan to this man who had come here for the meeting of these people.
At the meetings, what did you say? Did you support the Muslim movement? Did you support them in their notions that the white man is a snake and a devil and should be destroyed?
I have no reason in the world to support that idea, because this world has on it white men, black men, yellow men, brown men, and all must live together in peace and harmony, and that has been my background ever since I've known my existence.
I understand you properly. You have said to me that you issue these plaques, that you attend these meetings because as borough president of Manhattan, you have to recognize the existence of these groups. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, with no harm meant, but if the White Citizens Council had a meeting, would you give them a plaque? Would you attend their meeting and speak?
Well, the White Citizens Council is not in existence in Manhattan, and certainly should have no reason for existence.
Congressman, I want to return again to the Muslims of whom we spoke earlier. You say you know Minister Malcolm X,
yes,
and you respect him as a very brilliant man.
I think he's a very brilliant man.
They teach, and he said it to this reporter, among other things, that the proper interpretation of the incident in the Garden of Eden is that Adam and Eve were black men and that the serpent was a white man who came in and, to say the least, brought on disquietude, and that the white man is not a devil, but the devil, a snake of the grafter type, and must be destroyed. How does this sound?
I totally disassociate myself from any such belief, just as I totally disassociate myself from the belief of some of my fellow clergymen who preach that there is no room in Christianity for a black man except as a servant and a slave.
But Congressman, in all 20th century seriousness, would it disturb you if the reverse took place, if a white group had such a school and they were teaching their children that Negroes were snakes and devils and should be destroyed? In all seriousness, sir, wouldn't that disturb you?
Oh, it disturbs me that if he preaches that kind of doctrine of hate, because I don't know of any religion that has in it a principle of hatred. There are various degrees of love, but not any degrees of hate.
The man called brilliant at the beginning of that colloquy by Adam Powell, the man who preached a vesper service in Adam Powell's church, this man, Malcolm X, is, as we said, by his own admission, a former dope peddler and procurer, an ex-convict who served time in Michigan and Massachusetts prisons. He is now a changed man, he says, because Elijah Muhammad's personal brand of Islam taught him no longer to be ashamed to be a black man. So it becomes evident that responsible leaders of the Negro community are fully aware of the activities and the teachings of the black supremacists. Now we ask, in what measure has the white man earned the hate of these extremists? To what extent does Christianity deserve to be called by these groups the religion of enslavement? To place this aspect of our story in perspective, Newsbeat visited Dr. Anna Arnold Hedgeman. When the ideal of integration was just a timid dream for the Negro, Ann Hedgeman was executive director of the National Committee for a Permanent FEPC. She has served with distinction as administrative aide to the Federal Security Administration of Oscar Ewing and to New York's Mayor Robert Wagner. Dr. Hedgeman lives among her fellow Negroes. She knows their problems. Newsbeat reporter Lou Lomax asks Dr. Hedgeman her opinion of the creed of black supremacy.
Dr. Hedgeman, how long have you lived in Harlem?
About 30 years.
Then you are thoroughly familiar with the goings-on in the Harlem community.
Well, now, I don't know what you mean by goings-on, Louis, but I'm very familiar with Harlem, let us say.
Now, Dr. Hedgeman, let's get down to brass tacks, so to speak. What would be your reaction if a white group held a rally at 42nd and Broadway and said the kinds of things about Negroes that these street corner orators are saying about whites and Jews?
First of all, I would be opposed to it no matter who did it. I want that on the record. However, the situations are not analogous.
Why aren't they analogous?
For the very simple reason that America has bottled up the Negro in such fashion that what he pours out is his complete reaction to frustration on the one hand and his objection to much of the unintelligent way in which he has been handled as an American.
But now, pardon me, but aren't you saying this, that previous condition of servitude or state of persecution justifies the preaching of race hate, whereas the absence of this historical business does not justify it?
No, I did not say it's justified. I said this is the reason.
Well, is it right?
Absolutely, it's not right, no matter who does it.
Does it offend the democratic ethic?
Yes, but you see, America's policy defends it.
But what about the attacks on Christianity, both by the Muslims and the black nationalists? Reporter Lomax learned that Dr. Hedgeman herself in a recent speech had commented on the color of Jesus' skin.
During a recent speech before a group of graduate nurses, I believe, You said, and I hope I quote you correctly, God may not be black.
Not God.
But he certainly isn't white. Is that a direct quote?
We were talking about Jesus, actually.
Yes. What is your quote on that?
My quote is that Jesus may not have been black, but he certainly was not white.
Is it important?
Very important.
Why?
I think maybe some of us like to say as Christians that there's no picture of Jesus in the Bible because everybody then could claim him. And you see, you claim when pressure has been put upon you to claim things in terms of color, as it has in this country. You want a piece of this guy who was a terrific prophet.
And to have a piece of him, so to speak,
a little
he should look
like you, a little like you, yes.
Physically?
Just a little, yes, because America...
Not in terms of mind or spirit or belief?
Physically, too, because America has made this important, you see. We've made this important everywhere. One goes down the streets in Bombay and sees the models, not brown Indian girls, but Anglo-Saxon girls, because the British then were in control.
Well, now, when you say that this color factor should emerge, isn't this, in a sense, a return to tribalisms?
America is about at the tribalistic stage, yes.
You really believe this?
Yes, color-wise, on this issue of color, yes. America, I don't know why white people are so absolutely wound up on this business, but it has to be white. If you could manage it, you ought to be white with blue eyes and blonde hair.
So we learn that a growing segment of the Negro population is losing faith in the American dream. They reject the designation of Negro. They consider themselves rather Americans of African descent. And reporter Lomax asks Dr. Hedgeman to explain why.
Speaking of these forces, these groups in Harlem are now preaching something of a nationalist gospel. They are saying that the American Negro should, in a sense, identify himself with Africa. How do you feel about this?
I feel, again, this is the temper of the world today. Everybody is looking for something which belongs to him. And this is the thing that the American Negro looks for. He wanted it to be America because he's the most American of any group here.
Why doesn't he identify with America?
America has never permitted, thou shalt not this, thou shalt not that, reserved for whites only. Remember? You should ask me this question.
Well, do you feel that the American Negro is an African?
Of course he's part African.
But isn't he part something else?
Oh, he's many other things. He actually, you know, is he's the real American.
Then why...
He's some of everything.
Then why isolate Africa to identify with? Why not identify with some other source of one's culture?
Because the largest portion of him is African.
And there you have it. Tragic and irrefutable evidence that a small but growing segment of the American Negro population is giving ear to a flagrant doctrine of black supremacy. I think that we stated our basic convictions about the matter when we entitled this program, The Hate That Hate Produced. Even so, it is still hate, organized hate. Before asking our panel what can be done about the rising tide of black supremacy movements, I'd like to talk for a minute with my colleague Lou Lomax, who did the research and the interviews for this story. Lou, you've written for such magazines as The New Leader, The Nation, Pageant. As a staff writer for the Chicago American, you covered the school integration disputes in Clinton, Tennessee, and Sturgis Clay, Kentucky, Little Rock. How would you compare this assignment with others that you've been on?
Mike, this one was a little rough. Whenever you are covering a story that involves the emotions of people, there's always an element of danger. This is the first time I think my color's ever been in my favor rather than against me, but on the whole, I would say that this assignment was a little rough.
Rough in what sense, Lou?
Well, let me give you a couple of instances. The night we did the piece on the Harlem street corner where you heard Mr. Davis and the phony liberals bit, I had with me the camera crew and Dan Meenan and Sandy Goodman of our staff. All of them are white. We were, in a sense, menaced. They were called bad names. I was called a dirty, no-good nigger who brought the people up to spy, this kind of thing. A crowd gathered, and we were a little bit apprehensive. In Washington, for the Muslim rally, I was all right. The camera crew, again, was white. They were in a little bit of danger, and one or two times the cameraman wandered away from the camera, and some of the Muslims came up to me and said, you are responsible for these white men, and we don't want them running around loose. You better go with them wherever they're going.
As you see it, Lou, why is it that some Negroes, these Negroes we've been talking about tonight, have returned hate for hate, while others have not?
Well, I think one of the reasons is that the Christian notion of turning the other cheek has stuck. This is one reason why the Muslims must undo Christianity, so to speak, if they are to succeed. And then recent advancements in race relations, from the integrationist point of view,
these advancements have justified the sober-minded Negro's faith, then there is this, Mike. We Negroes have invested quite a bit in America. It's not my fault that we are here, and it's not your fault as a white man that the race problem exists. America was born with a race problem, and we've helped to eliminate it. Our backs have borne a great deal of the burden, and the general feeling is that America is on the upbeat, that we're going up, that our country is getting better, and I see no point in turning our backs upon America now. It's like pushing the wagon up the hill and then refusing to ride down. And I think this is the attitude of most Negroes. I hope so, anyway.
Thank you, Lou, and we'll be back with you in just a moment. Well, there is our story and our reporter's comment on it. But the ultimate burden of all of this rests on the New York community, Negro and white. And we have asked 5 members of that community to join Mr. Lomax and me to discuss the implications of this story. And we'll begin that discussion in just a couple of minutes after these commercial messages.
He has written a book called The Message to the Black Man in America, which will soon be published. And we have used this book to base a number of our questions to Mr. Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad, in this book you make a number of stipulations, which we would like to press you on in the course of the session today. One, you call for the separation of the Negro into a separate state, either in this United States or made possible by the United States. 2, you say that war between the whites and the blacks is inevitable.
Yes. I'm very glad to answer these questions, Mr. Kopp, to you and to the world. They are most essential that we should give the world the answer to such questions. I have been preaching and teaching the answers to these questions for many years. I give thanks first, Mr. Kopp, to God, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad around 34 years ago now to me. And all that I have and been teaching, it is from him. And it is very easy for us to recognize the visit of this mighty one according to the time. If we have the knowledge of the time that we are living in, we can accept and respect this mighty visitor in this part of the world to fulfill that which was written of him, that he will come. And now he has come, and he has given out his purpose and his aims, as it also is written in the Bible and Quran. And therefore, I have nothing of myself in this answer. It is all from him.
From him, you mean the messenger of Allah?
No, not the messenger of Allah. I am the messenger of Allah. I mean from Allah himself, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad.
Who preceded you as the head of the Muslims?
Well, he was actually the beginner. Yes, sir. And I'm taught by him. This separation we begin with, it is absolutely necessary. We have lived here in America for the last 400 years and have served our slave masters well before these past 100 years. And now the time has arrived that we want something for ourselves. The natural spirit of God is moving in us and making us to think in such terms towards self. And the doing for self is now getting into the very life of the black man in America. We want to go for self. We want to be ourselves. This is aroused in us by God himself. And to oppose it means nothing but death to either
side. If we oppose it, it's death for us. If others oppose it, it's death to them.
But even your own people oppose it, Mr. Muhammad, if I may interject a thought here. Most of the civil rights leaders with whom I know you disagree, Dr. Martin Luther King, and Whitney Young, and Roy Wilkins, and James Foreman, and James Farmer, and any number of others, all believe in integration, getting along with the whites and moving into the same society.
This is all due to their lack of knowledge of the time and what should be done in such time. They don't know that this is their time, that they should be separated or they should go for themselves. This is what I'm trying to teach them. Teach them that this is the time that they should go for themselves.
But is it not, would you disagree that it is the ambition and the goal of most Negroes in this country to become Americans in every meaning of that word, to participate in our society, to be responsible, legitimate, honest citizens? Isn't that the goal of the overwhelming number of Negroes in this country?
It may be their goal, Mr. Cup, because that they don't even know, as I just said, that this is the time that they should be going for self. And lack of knowledge of the time, the lack of knowledge of self. The American so-called Negro, especially the leading class, do not actually know themselves. Excuse my voice as I'm look like trying to be a little hoarse this morning, but however, I may clear it up later. America's so-called Negro, as you know, have been kept in the dark of the truth of self and kind for now 400 years, and the only one to break forth this truth, it is God himself, as it is written. And the Bible, Ezekiel, and prophesied by Jesus, that the dead must rise, mentally dead. So our so-called leadership is as dumb as those they are leading to this knowledge. Therefore, they hoped that they could have a place somewhere in the life of the white man of America and in his country and government. They seek that place. Not that they seek some portion of the country first here. They seek only recognition of the white man as being a citizen of America and being his equal. This is the wrong thing to be seeking, since we now have served our prophetic term of slavery here in America, and now we have a taste of education of our slave masters and their children. We don't go now to the colleges and universities of the white man looking for degrees to go back to him then for a job, to work, live with him, or some bread in the bread line.
Well, what is wrong with that ambition, Mr. Muhammad? It seems to be working out and growing.
Him a subject, a servant all the time. He's not getting an equal place with his master by seeking a job. The only thing that he should seek now, since he admits that he's free, and he is free, he's not no more a servitor slave.
But
he's free.
The growing number of Negroes who have achieved prominence in all the fields of this country, economic, the social life, the arts, indicates that there is tremendous progress being made, and the growing middle class of the Negro is tremendous today, with a tremendous purchasing power.
But the progress is only being made to the position or status of a more prominent servant, and not a servant that is equal with his master in the only such thing as the place on this earth that he can call his own like his master.
Can you say that people like the Dr. Ralph Bunches and any number of other Negroes who have achieved fame and fortune are still servants in this community?
His fame and fortune is not his. white man. We have achieved fame and fortune for the white man, not for his black man. All that the communist, politicians, teachers,
beatboxing and I built the beat around it. Now I'm playing around with it.
Worked forward to the help of the white man to achieve things for him and his race, but not for themselves and their race.
Let me take you to another area, Mr. Muhammad. Our government is spending millions of dollars in various programs mostly aimed at uplifting the Negro for better education, better job opportunity, a better share of this society. Now, isn't that a worthy commentary on the white man's role?
If the slave man is rich and richer, he can do better by his servant, his slave. But the slave is now, as I say, stands at the crossroads. He can go for himself. And why not the master teach him how to go for himself and provide him with the necessary means to go for himself and not keep petting him around his door with whistles or a better suit of clothes.
Let's assume, Mr. Muhammad, that your separation policy comes into effect. You will ask the United States to give you a state large enough to take care of all the Negroes in this land. That would be about 1/5 of the territory.
Well, it's about 22 or more million.
And then you would ask the United States for 25 or 30 years, according to your book, The Message to the Black Man, to help operate this for 25 or 30 years.
Not 30.
25.
25.
And also to give you a land that's fertile and rich in minerals so that the Negro can make a life from the earth.
Yes, sir.
A justifiable living.
Yes, sir.
How would you bring an economic system? How would you get the people to start in this space?
How would we get them to start? I'm asking you for the start.
You want the government to start the space for you, to build all the buildings and give you the education system, give you a business.
We believe that you are obligated to start us off in such states according to your own civilization, or set up for your own civilization. The means that you have to set your own race up as an independent race here today, not what you had 400 or 500 years ago, but what you have today.
Let me pause for just a moment, Mr. Muhammad. We still have to interrupt for commercials on this program. Pause for a moment and be right back with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad, while we're talking about this very unique proposition of yours as expressed in the Message to the Black Man and, of course, in all your philosophy, it's interesting to note that Abraham Lincoln once proposed or thought that all Negroes, perhaps for their own best interest, would be moved to a separate state. And Garvey, a great leader of the Negroes many, many years ago, proposed that the Negroes have their own state. He was never too successful. And if I remember correctly, the communists in the early 30s, at the height of the Depression, urged that the Negroes be given their own state in an effort to capitalize on their following, I presume. None of these ever came to fruition or were ever successful or ever interested too many Negroes. How do you figure that you today can get Negroes to leave this country of theirs and go elsewhere?
Well, I will not have any power to do, don't have any power to do any more than those teachers that preceded me on the same subject. I myself don't have any power of myself to bring about such change. But God is with me to bring it about. And the time is with me.
How has your God, Allah, manifested himself in this presentation?
He has manifested himself in the person of a man and with the knowledge of the end of the history that we have been in service to white people and the time that we should be separated from them. This knowledge was given by him. And he is the one that is backing it up. It is not me. I don't want you to look at me as nothing but a messenger. That's all I am, just a messenger to tell you what someone said to me. This God that I have said to you concerning the separation, it is not say contrary to prophecy. The sayings of the prophet concerning a separation of the slave and his master. It is not conflict. But where I come in there of asking you if you would like to do something for yourself and admitting this gesture from yourself, as this is nothing but gesture, to give the slave something to go with if you have freedom. That America has never done for us. Our parents was never given anything to prove yourself. Now, the time has come that God himself will intervene to separate the so-called Negro or the lost members of their people, the black nation of the earth, from their once slave masters. This is the time, according to the prophetic sayings and writings of prophets, that we must be separated.
I just want to ask you one question along the separation period before we move on. There are approximately 22 million Negroes in the United States. There's an estimated 100,000 members of these who belong to your sect. Now, how can you expect 100,000 to dominate 22 million who don't feel the same way that you do?
Oh, Mr. Cup, the number doesn't mean anything. We have history dating back that just less people, even the people that dominated in the world today, your own race, they were not started with even 100,000, only 59,000 were used to make your own world.
Some of my drops in our beatbox was too early, some of them was late.
Only the one that believing in the honest about accomplishing the aim and the purpose.
If you had your choice of territory in this country, where would you select?
Well, I'm not saying this. I have said time and again. I will not say. Well, I would like to have a room in your house. Whoever you are willing to give me a room.
Mr. Muhammad, in your book, you also say that war between the non-whites and the whites is inevitable.
If you will permit me, Mr. Cup, I would like to go back here to this separation.
All right.
We often have been misunderstood on this. We know that the prophesied says that we should be returned or will be returned to our own. But I have said here in this book, and almost weekly I'm saying something about it, that if America wants to ease their troubles, and this is the trouble that she is confronted with, it is faith. I don't care what someone might say or may say about the problem, but the problem of America, it is slavery. And the solution has been given. And this is just only a little twist of the solution that I am presenting to America today. That instead of all of this I would say mistreating the poor man, crying out today for more justice and better justice, better recognition. Put him over here in some place. You have a house big enough to do so. Put him over here someplace to himself. Regardless to what he says, you know the truth. You know that he should be somewhere to himself, because you will never agree to all that he demands you of. You cannot do so unless you want to become a subject slave yourself, or that you want to get in the same status that the slave is in, to yield to all of his demands. That is trying to respect a once slave as equal, as your equal. You can't do that and keep your respect in the world of civilized nation. But you can. I should say, stop trying to force the ideal in the slave that he is as good, he is as honored, He is as rich as the master. This cannot be accepted as true, even from the master. I just given, if you will just permit me, I will give you a chance. By giving him a chance to sit in the house with you and talk with you and your family, or even marry your sons and daughters, that's not yet making him your equal. Or to prepare in your laboratory jobs for him, factories, field factories, give him a job, keep him at work. That's not making him your equal yet. He's still unequal. And it's a real ignorant thing to say he's not equal because I give him social status with me. This is bad on the white man's part, even to offer his slave integration in
building up
the marriage. It only makes him worse in the eyes of the world, and his intelligence is now has been, I would say, lost, and his decency of his society is lost, even by just offering the slave such opportunity. But if he would go and offer his slave a place over here to himself, so, boy, you have allowed me to use this slave. Boy, you have been the good old plowboy for me. Now I'm going to let you plow for yourself. Here's the mule, here's the plow. I will furnish you plow tools until that you're able to pay for them or make them yourself.
You don't think that the white man really thinks of the Negro as boy anymore?
That allow me to use the word, but he still calls them boys in many parts of the country.
You still refuse to acknowledge, though, that the tremendous progress of any number of Negroes in all the arts, in all the political world, in all the sports world, in the entertainment world, in education, and these people are not the equal of the whites with their tremendous success?
Well, if he has made progress in the way of civilization for the white man, or in the civilization of the white man, well, why object then to him doing this for himself? Let him make a way now for himself.
But don't you fear, Mr. Muhammad, that this success is generated among the Negro youth who look up to these people as idols, and they themselves take a place in society as successful people, inspired by their own people who have made successes?
Until he learned the truth. When he learned the truth of himself and of those who knew that he is worshiping, then he will go for himself. If I have the strength to go for myself, I don't want to be a slave for you. I don't want you to use me as a servant. I want to be my independent self. I want some of the strength for my people like you. You came here and taking it by the knowledge and power of your own father from the Indian, and you made a great country out of it. Then you go back to my country and bring us here to serve you as slave freely. For 300 years we have did that for you, willingly or unwillingly. We did so, and our fathers. Now for 100 years, you say we are free, and 100 years we are not free. We are so blind, deaf, and dumb, we still look forward to you to make our clothes for us, get the cotton and the wool, go and put it through the mill and make cloth out of it for us, and we still sitting looking at you do all of this for us.
Mr. Muhammad, if you'll pardon me, I must say that your interpretation of a Negro is far different than mine. You sound more like Governor Wallace when you say the Negro is deaf, dumb, and blind. You don't want to be linked with Governor Wallace.
No, I say that because God himself said it. It's written in the Bible as well. Wallace didn't like this.
No, but he enunciates the same principle that you're enunciating.
Well,
the Negro was dumb,
he's saying what doctrine the Bible says. The Bible said that you were blind and dumb and even dead.
Well, many people certainly would disagree with anything that the Wallace
they disagree with God and the prophets then.
Only in your Bible, not in any other Bible.
It's in your Bible.
That the Negro is dumb and
I got mine from you.
We'll have to pause for a moment, Mr. Muhammad, for a message, and we'll be right back. Mr. Muhammad, I know you want to say a few more words on separation before we go to the next.
Mr. Custer, I'm very anxious to finish what we started on the separation. It is very nice and good of America to prepare educationally her slaves that she once had. In fact, the education that we have acquired from white America, it helps us to begin to fulfill anywhere on this earth that we may prepare to go or stay. If we are to stay here with you, we must stay in a separate part of America with you. And the education is still accepted. We need all the education, I must stop and say that we can of good education to help us to go for self. And as far as our reaction to what we have acquired in the way of education, it doesn't mean that we should now be satisfied to remain with you just because that we have now acquired more respect of self in the way of education and can do more better service for you than we have in the past. The thing of it is, since we have acquired enough to make a step out of the house of bondage where that our fathers was enslaved or put in bondage, we should now go, and you should help us to go and provide the necessary means for us to continue going in the way of self. This would also give you a great and a good name. The slave master sent his slave off with the provision to keep going for himself. We need modern tools now. We don't need to apply new. We need a tractor. And we need the land, certainly, that will provide a living and the necessity of life otherwise, such as buildings and other machineries. We want that we can go into as you have went into it, and pull out of her treasures the necessary means for us to build a nation for ourselves.
But is this consistent, Mr. Muhammad, with your position? You were saying about the Negro doing things for himself. Then you say the government must turn around and give him all this territory and operate it for him for 20 years.
We think the government is obligated. We have to give her 400 years. And now we want to go for ourselves. How are we to get started for ourselves if the slave master is not willing to provide the means for us to go free for ourselves?
In your position on separation, did you feel that the Supreme Court made a mistake in 1954 when it ruled that segregation must end in the public school systems?
No, I don't say the government made a mistake by saying that the kind of segregation that we have lived under should be terminated. I don't think she made any mistake there. But I do think the government is making a mistake now to try to hinder us from being separated, since we have already lived under segregation for the past centuries. Now we would like to be separated and live over here to ourselves, since we cannot get along with you in peace.
Let me take you into another area that we discussed at the opening of the show, Mr. Muhammad. That is your prediction in the book, The Message to the Black Man, that the whites and the non-whites inevitably must come to a war. Do you really feel that there must be a war between the races?
If you will not submit to the law of justice, freedom, justice, and equality, and submit to do good, second, this is the time that good confronts us to rule the people, and not evil. Your history teaches us that you have always warred. In Europe, there was once a 100-year war, a 30-year war, and there have continued a war history of your race ever since you had civilization.
But it isn't only the white man, Mr. Muhammad. Every man, white, red, yellow, has always engaged in war just as much as the white man.
History never give us any knowledge of a war between the brown, yellow, black races before you.
Well, the Chinese and the Japanese warred for many, many centuries, and certainly the blacks in Africa had their tribal wars, and the Muslims and Christianity had their religious wars. I mean, war has been a part of man ever since.
And in your sphere of ruling the people since 6,000 years, you will mention what happens in the period of 6,000 years. Well, you are the boss there. You started there.
You maintain that the white man, according to this book, has been on this earth only 6,000 years.
Only 6,000
and that the black man was here many, many years, centuries before.
We don't have no birth record.
But the anthropological facts may differ with you, but this is, of course, according to your religion, right?
It depends on the man who does the analyzation of this past history of our people, bones and rocks and whatnot.
Your statement of inevitable war is so reminiscent of what Red China has been saying, that the yellow race and with the colored race will fight the white race, that it's a little frightening that you would be on the same beam, the same line of reasoning with him.
We cannot move ourselves if we are there by God himself. In the beginning we are there, and you are there. In the very beginning, we cannot change nothing, and I'm not asking no one to accept any change that I would try and make, because I'm not trying to make one. Everything, Mr. Cup, that I said concerning the truth, whether it's war, or whether it's separation of nations, I have it from Bible, Quran, from Jesus, from all the prophets in the past, from God himself, and I'm not talking myself. I'm talking what God and his prophets say.
Of course, Mr. Muhammad, Jesus, and all the other recognized religious leaders always preached love, not hatred.
I take for an instant, Jesus, he taught love of his Father. We used the name he used there. He taught that we should love the Father. We should love the Word, the teachings of God. We should love the man that loves God and loves the teachings of God. This was Moses' teaching to Israel, was to love thy God with all thy heart, soul, might, and strength. But you are not taught to love the enemies, the nations that will not love your God and will not allow you to pass through or not allow you to settle in your own land. You should destroy that nation, or God will destroy them before you. This is Moses. Then God goes so far as to say himself that there was two brothers, that he loved one and hated the other. God is the first hater. Jesus also seconds his Father in these words, that unless you can hate your mother, brother, sister, father, pick up your cross and come follow me, you cannot be my disciple. You have to hate first there. He gives to us well-known teachings there in Matthew. I think it's around Matthew or in John 1. Anyway, it's there in his teaching. Here comes again some more of Jesus' teaching. He mentions the same of the two brothers. One hated, another loved, to verify his own hatred of the evil people. He did not declare himself as being a lover of all men. He could not be the representative of God if he loved all people, because some people are evil. and a time of judging and meting out sentences to the evil and the contrary people of God is also on the page of history that these prophets put there for us to read and study. Moses did so, and now comes Jesus, who covers his spear of delivering the message to Israel, a final message, and then denounces Israel as being enemies of God, and that a day of judgment is set for your execution. All of this is given right there of the Bible that is put in the words of Jesus. And we continue to have this, and in the beginning we have it, Moses addressed Israel, and Deuteronomy there, saying to Israel that in the very beginning, when we speak of separation, that God separated the sons of Adam. If God saw it more best than peaceful to separate these sons of Adam, brothers, these sons represent brothers. They can't live together. We separate the very sons of Adam and give them a place on the earth and set boundaries for them that they cannot be entering in and out of the other's country without permission. Boundary means that you must have permission to come in my part of the country. And now, all of this is set forth to us in the Bible, in which the Christians say we should believe. If the Christian don't believe in his own Bible, the sayings of his own Bible, how can he preach to us to believe in it? If the Christian don't want to abide by the book that he represents is from the prophets of God and their sayings, how can then he force us to believe that which he don't believe himself?
To the soles of your feet.
Right now in this country,
who taught you to heat yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet?
That's what we are.
Who taught you to heat yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to heat yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to heat yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet?
Africans don't care.
You
they don't have to pass civil rights bills for Africans. Africans can go anywhere you want. Right now, all you got to do is tie your head up. Go anywhere you want. Just stop being a Negro. Change your name to Huga the Gluga. Let's show you how silly the white man is. You dealing with a silly man. We're dealing with a man whose bias and prejudice is making him lose his mind, his intelligence, every day. Whether you're educated or illiterate, whether you live on the boulevard or in the alley, you're going to catch hell just like I am. We're all in the same boat. And we all are going to catch the same hell from the same man. He just happens to be a white man. All of us have suffered here in this country political oppression at the hands of the white man, economic exploitation at the hands of the white man, and social degradation at the hands of the white man. Now, in speaking like this doesn't mean that we're anti-white, but it does mean we're anti-exploitation. We're anti-degradation. We're anti-oppression. And if the white man doesn't want us to be anti-him, let him stop oppressing and exploiting and degrading. I'm not a politician, not even a student of politics. In fact, I'm not a student of much of anything. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I don't even consider myself an American. If you and I were Americans, there'd be no problem. As long as you and I have been over here, we aren't Americans yet. Well, I am one who doesn't believe in deluding myself. I'm not going to sit at your table and watch you eat with nothing on my plate and call myself a diner. Sitting at the table doesn't make you a diner. You must be eating some of what's on that table. Being here in America doesn't make you an American. Being born here in America doesn't make you an American. Why, if birth made you American, you wouldn't need any legislation. You wouldn't need any amendments to the Constitution. You wouldn't be faced with civil rights filibustering in Washington, D.C. right now. They don't have to pass civil rights legislation to make a Pollock an American. No, I'm not an American. I'm one of the 22 million black people who are the victims of Americanism. One of the 22 million black people who are the victims of democracy. Nothing but disguised hypocrisy. So I'm not standing here speaking to you as an American or a patriot or a flag saluter or a flag waver. No, not I. I'm speaking as a victim of this American system. And I see America through the eyes of a victim. I don't see any American dream. I see an American nightmare. The next thing you'll see here in America, and please don't blame it on me when you see it. You will see the same things that have taken place among other people on this earth whose condition was parallel to that of the 22 million Afro-Americans in this country. The time is on the side of the oppressed today. It's against the oppressor. And truth is on the side of the oppressed today. It's against the oppressor. You don't need anything else. So I would just like to say this in my conclusion. You'll see it. You'll see terrorism that will terrify you. And if you don't think you'll see it, you are trying to blind yourself to the historic development
of everything that's taking place on this earth today. You'll see other things. Why will you see them? Because as soon as people realize that it's impossible for a chicken to produce a duck egg, even though they both belong to the same family of fowl, so-called fowl, a chicken just doesn't have it within its system to produce a duck egg. It can't do it. It can only produce according to what that particular system was constructed to produce. The system of this country cannot produce freedom for an Afro-American. It is impossible for this system, this economic system, this political system, this social system, this system, period. It is impossible for it, as it stands, to produce freedom right now for the black man in this country. It's impossible. And if ever a chicken did produce a duck egg, I'm quite sure you'd say that it was certainly a revolutionary.
Well, we're justified in seeking civil rights if it means equality of opportunity, because all we're doing there is trying to collect for our investment. Our mothers and fathers invested sweat and blood. 310 years we worked in this country without a dime in return. I mean, without a dime in return. You let the white man walk around here talking about how rich this country is, but you never stop to think how it got rich so quick. It got rich, you made it rich. You take the people who are in this audience right now, they're poor, we're all poor as individuals. Our weekly salary individually amounts to hardly anything. But if you take the salary of everyone in here collectively, it'll fill up a whole lot of baskets. It's a lot of wealth. If you can collect the wages of just these people right here for a year, you'll be rich, richer than rich. When you look at it like that, think how rich Uncle Sam had to become. Not with this handful, but millions of black people, your and my mother and father, who didn't work an 8-hour shift, but worked from can't see in the morning until can't see at night. And worked for nothing, making the white man rich, making Uncle Sam rich. This is our investment. This is our contribution, our blood. Not only did we give of our free labor, we gave of our blood. Every time he had a call to arms, we were the first ones in uniform. We died on every battlefield the white man has. We have made a greater sacrifice than anybody who's standing up in America today. We have made a greater contribution and have collected less. Have collected less. Civil rights to those of us whose philosophy is black nationalism means give it to us now. Don't even wait next year. Give it to us yesterday. And that's not fast enough. All of these crackers, and that's what they are, crackers, they belong to the Democratic Party. That's the party they belong to. Same one you belong to. Same one you support. Same one you say is going to get you this and get you that. Why, the base of the Democratic Party is in the South. It's the foundation of its authority is in the South. The head of the Democratic Party is sitting in the White House. He could have gotten Mrs. Hamer in Atlantic City. He could have opened up his mouth and had her seated. Hubert Humphrey could have opened his mouth and had her seated. Wagner, the mayor right here, could have opened up his mouth and used his weight and had her seated. Don't be talking about some crackers down in Mississippi and Alabama, in Georgia. All of them are playing the same game. Lyndon B. Johnson is the head of the cracker party. Now, I don't want to be stepping on toes or saying things that you didn't think I was going to say. But don't ever call me up here to talk about Mississippi. It's controlled right up here from the north. Mississippi is controlled from the north. Alabama is controlled from the north. These northern crackers are in cahoots with the southern crackers. Only these northern crackers smile in your face and show you their teeth. And they stick the knife in your back when you turn around. You at least know what that man down there is doing, and you know how to deal with him. So all I say is this. This is all I say. That when you start talking about one, talk about the other. When you start worrying about the part or the piece, worry about the whole. And if this piece is no good, the entire pie is no good, because it all comes out of the same plate and it's made up out of the same ingredients. Article number 2 of the constitutional amendments provides you and me the right to own a rifle or a shotgun. It's constitutionally legal to own a shotgun or a rifle. This doesn't mean you're going to get a rifle and form battalions and go out looking for white folks, although you be within your rights. I mean, you'd be justified, but that would be illegal. And we don't do anything illegal. If the white man doesn't want the black man buying rifles and shotguns, then let the government do its job. That's all. And don't let the white man come to you and ask you, what do you think about what Malcolm said? Why, you old Uncle Tom? He thought you was going to say amen. No, he's making a time out of you. So, this doesn't mean to form rifle clubs and go out looking for people, but it is time, if you're a man, to let that man know. If he's not going to do his job in running the government and providing you and me with the protection that our taxes are supposed to be for, since he spent how many billion for defense? Since he spent all that money for his defense budget, he certainly can't grudge you and me spending $12 or $15 for a single shot or double action. I hope you understand. Don't go out shooting people. But anytime, brothers and sisters, and especially the men in this audience, some of you all wearing congressional medals of honor, got shoulders this wide, chest this big, muscles that big, sit around and read where they bomb a church and murder in cold blood, not some grown-ups, but 4 little girls, while they're praying to the same God the white man taught them to pray to. And you and I see the government go down there and can't find who did it. Why, this man they found Eichmann while he was hiding down in Argentina somewhere.
I have great respect and admiration for one who has the nerve to tie his own hands and then walk out and let a brute brutalize him. I have to respect him because he's doing something that I don't understand. What he's doing is beyond my power even to comprehend. It would be equivalent to putting handcuffs on me and putting me in the ring and telling me to fight Cassius Clay or Sonny Liston non-violently. I don't think I could do it. And whoever could do it, I'd have to, power to you. But all I'm saying is this. When you're in Mississippi, whenever you're dealing with an enemy, you have to be able to, there must be some dialogue. You have to be able to communicate. You can't, and the medium of communication usually is language. You must speak the language that the other person understands. When you're in Mississippi, speaking the language of morality or the language of nonviolence. You're not communicating. You're talking a language that they don't understand. All I suggest is, and I don't suggest it as condemnation of Coco or Snick. I know too many of them. They're brave students, men, and all of that. All I'm saying is, since your approach, as you say, is tactical, a tactical approach is designed to get certain results. It's designed to keep you alive. It's designed to bring about victory. Why, we just can't say that victory has been brought about. Let me tell you something. I was over in Africa, and I read what they did to James. They said that they beat that black one to death. They shot the other two. But they said they beat every bone was broken. Now, you know what? I think people who tell our people to be nonviolent are almost agents of the Ku Klux Klan. Up until 1959, Africa was dominated by the colonial powers, and by the colonial powers of Europe having complete control over Africa, they projected the image of Africa negatively. They projected Africa always in a negative light. Jungles, savages, cannibals, nothing civilized. And naturally, it was so negative until it was negative to you and me. And you and I began to hate it. We didn't want anybody to tell us anything about Africa, much less call us an African. And in hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. You can't hate your origin and not end up hating yourself. You can't hate Africa and not hate yourself. And you show me one of these people over here who have been thoroughly brainwashed, who has a negative attitude toward Africa, and I'll show you one that has a negative attitude toward himself. You can't have a negative attitude toward yourself, a positive attitude toward yourself, and a negative attitude toward Africa at the same time. To the same degree that your attitude, that your understanding of and attitude toward Africa becomes positive, you'll find that your understanding of and your attitude toward yourself will also become positive. And this is what the white man knows. So they very skillfully made you and me hate our African identity, our African characteristics. And you know yourself that we have been a people who hated our African characteristics. We hated our hair. We hated the shape of our nose. We wanted one of those long, dog-like noses, you know. Yeah. We hated the color of our skin. Hated the blood of Africa that was in our veins. And in hating our features and our skin and our blood, why we had to end up hating ourselves. And we hated ourselves. Our color became to us a chain. We felt that it was holding us back. Our color became to us like a prison, which we felt was keeping us confined, not letting us go this way or that way. And we felt that all of these restrictions were based solely upon our color, and the psychological reaction to that would have to be that as long as we felt imprisoned or chained or trapped by black skin, black features, and black blood, that skin and those features and that blood that was holding us back automatically had to become hateful to us. And it became hateful to us. It made us feel inferior. It made us feel inadequate. It made us feel helpless. And when we fell victim to this feeling of inadequacy or inferiority or helplessness, we turned to somebody else to show us the way. We didn't have confidence in another black man to show us the way, or black people to show us the way. In those days, we didn't. We didn't think a black man could do anything but play some horn, you know, some sound, and make you happy with some songs, and in that way. But when in serious things, where our food, clothing, and shelter was concerned, and our education was concerned, we turned to the man. We never thought in terms of bringing these things into existence for ourselves. We never thought in terms of doing things for ourselves because we felt helpless. And what made us feel helpless was our hatred for ourselves. And our hatred for ourselves stemmed from our hatred of things after.
To understand this, you have to go back to what young brother here referred to as the house Negro and the field Negro, back during slavery. There was two kinds of slaves. There was the house Negro and the field Negro. The house Negro, they lived in the house with master. They dressed pretty good. They ate good because they ate his food, what he left. They lived in the attic or the basement, but still they lived near their master. And they loved their master more than the master loved himself. They would give their life to save their master's house quicker than the master would. The house Negro, if the master said, we got a good house here, the house Negro said, yeah, we got a good house here. Whenever the master said we, he said we. That's how you can tell a house Negro. If the master's house caught on fire, the house Negro would fight harder to put the blaze out than the master would. If the master got sick, the house Negro would say, what's the matter, boss? We sick. We sick. He identified himself with his master more than his master identified with himself. And if you came to the house Negro and said, let's run away, let's escape, let's separate, that house Negro would look at you and say, man, you crazy. What you mean separate? Where is there a better house than this? Where can I wear better clothes than this? Where can I eat better food than this? That was that house Negro. In those days, he was called a house nigger. And that's what we call him today because we still got some house niggers running around here. This modern house Negro loves his master. He wants to live near him. He'll pay 3 times as much as the house is worth just to live near his master. And then brag about, I'm the only Negro out here. I'm the only one on my job. I'm the only one in this school. You're nothing but a house Negro. And if someone come to you right now and say, let's separate, you say the same thing that the house Negro said on the plantation. What you mean separate? From America? This good white man? When you gonna get a better job than you get here? I mean, this is what you say. I ain't left nothing in Africa. That's what you say while you left your mind in Africa.
For anyone struggling with brain fog or forgetfulness after 50, do not eat eggs. You've probably been told that after a certain age, your memory will never be the same, that you just have to live with brain fog, forgetfulness, or slow thinking. But what if that's simply not true? I used to feel like my mind was slipping away. Names, words, even daily.
Harriet Tubman. They called her the Moses of her people. Called her that because she led so many people out of slavery, like the Moses of old. She led them out on what they called the Underground Railroad. Of course, you understand, it wasn't a real railroad at all. It was a network of people who, like Harriet, believed that it was okay for slaves to escape from slavery. 90, 100 miles of walking late at night through swamps, through woods, been chased by dogs sometime. And don't you know, sometimes people would get scared and want to go back, but Harriet, she always kept a 6-shooter strapped to her side underneath her skirt. When they got to getting nervous and scared, she'd pull that 6-shooter out and say, all right, you move on or you'll die. And everybody would move on. She brought over 300 people out of slavery like that on the Underground Railroad and never lost a passenger.
Harriet Tubman was born Harriet Ross around 1820. Her exact birthday isn't known because, like many slaves, her date of birth was never recorded. She lived with her parents and 10 brothers and sisters on a plantation on the eastern shore of Maryland. When Harriet was 5 years old, she was hired out as a domestic servant. She slept on the kitchen floor, poking her feet under the fireplace ashes when the nights grew cold. For meals, she shared table scraps with her master's dogs.
Actual slavery was economic, it was legal, it was personal. It was a situation in which the slave had no rights. A person who was a slave could not walk down the next block without having someone else who owned her or who owned him say explicitly, yes, you may do that. A slave was someone who could be forced to work from the age of 8, 6, 4 even, long hours at tasks that someone else decided.
Young Harriet repeatedly failed at domestic work, and by the time she was in her early teens, was known as a strong but surly laborer, unfit for indoor work, yet useful as a field hand. She could plow, chop wood, and drive a team of oxen more efficiently than most men.
She worked on the farm like the men, hoeing and planting and plowing and that kind of work. And her overseer would whip her every day. Every day she would get whipped.
She had to be more or less obedient to her master. They told her when to go to bed, when to get up, when to work and such. And she had a rebellious spirit, and she said that slavery was against the law of God.
In 1831, when Harriet was about 11, Nat Turner, a slave on a Virginia plantation, led an army of 60 rebel slaves against their white masters.
The slaves are known to have used protests virtually from their time of departure from the slave castles on the African West Coast primarily, in which they resisted the attempt to be enslaved, to become enslaved. They attempted to escape on ships by simply, if the opportunity offered itself, by leaping off and drowning or whatever. Once they were bound by the continental United States, the protest took the form more of insurrection, slaves fighting against the system, and they fought against the system whether they...
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since...
Across the rivers of Jordan, I'm gonna cross the rivers of Jordan some of these days. Hallelujah, I'm run across the rivers of Jordan. Tell God how you treating me some of these days.
When Harriet was 15 years old, her compassionate nature proved to have disastrous results.
Because she had chosen to block the door when there was an attempt to capture a runaway slave, and she herself was placed in the way of a 2-pound weight which struck her head and which undoubtedly fractured her skull and left her with some sort of affliction.
Harriet fell into a coma and endured a long period of recovery.
As I lay so sick on my bed from Christmas to March, I was always praying for poor old Master. Oh, Lord, convert old Master. Change that man's heart and make him a Christian.
She suffered periodic sleeping fits for the rest of her life as a result of this injury. In 1844, Harriet married John Tubman, a free black man, but this did not change Harriet's status as a slave. Her husband, like her masters, wanted to control her, threatening that if she were to run away, he would betray her. In 1849, Tubman's worst fears came true. She heard that 2 of her sisters had been sold and were already in chains heading south.
Then I heard that as soon as I was able to move, I was to be sent with my brothers in a chain gang to the far south.
Harriet knew it was time to go, and she persuaded 3 of her brothers to go with her. Her father had shown her how to use the night sky as a compass. She assured her brothers that she could guide them. Harriet Tubman knew better than to ask her husband to come along, or even to let him know that she was going. She left at night with her brothers, but fearing the unknown, they insisted on turning back. Harriet turned back with them. Harriet learned through another slave that she was scheduled to be sold south the next day. This time she knew she would have to run away alone. She had learned an important lesson which she would never forget. Freedom is only for those bold enough to take it. Not able to trust her husband, Tubman wanted someone in her family to know she was leaving on her own, that she was not on her way south.
She walked by the big house where her sister was working and started singing, "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. I ain't got long to stay here." So Mary Ann got the message, and she knew what the message was.
They would use coded messages, the slave spirituals. As I said, walk together, children, walk together, children. Don't become weary. We're going to make it to the promised land. I have shoes, you have shoes, all God's children have shoes. When you get to heaven, going to put on their shoes and walk all over God's heaven. Heaven was a code word for Canada.
When night fell, a stranger hid Tubman in the back of his farm wagon, covered her with vegetables, and drove her to the first stop on the Underground Railroad. She began to learn the route she was to use so often and so effectively in the future. The Underground Railroad was a loose network of people willing to hide runaway slaves in their homes and conduct them to the next station or safe house. Traveling by night, hiding in the daylight, Tubman trudged through 90 miles of swamp and woodland. At last, many days after she started, she found herself across the magic line on free soil.
I looked at my hands to see if I was the same person now that I was free. There was such a glory over everything. The sun came like gold through the trees and over the fields, and I felt like I was in heaven.
Making her way to Philadelphia, Harriet was able to get a job in a hotel kitchen. The city had an active abolitionist community.
The Philadelphia Vigilance Committee was a very important group engaged in aiding fugitive slaves. It was a group that had operated from the late 1830s into the early 1840s, and it was comprised of fugitives as well as free blacks and white supporters. It was a group that aided the Underground Railroad, and their primary job was to aid fugitives with food and clothing and money, and to direct them on to other places. When Harriet Tubman arrived in Philadelphia, she affiliated herself with this group, and this group supported her in her return to Maryland and the Eastern Shore to free other fugitives.
Usually when slaves arrived with Harriet Tubman, for instance, the Johnson House or any other house along the Freedom Trail, the first thing she would do, she would give a soft knock on the door, and usually there was the answer, "Who's there?" "A friend with a friend." It was the coded words. Then the occupant would know that Harriet Tubman was there, or another conducting underground were slaves. And the password was given, and the passwords were returned.
So Harriet Tubman is someone who, through her own devices, through her own exertion, overcame slavery, became free, and then even more so, went back and brought other people with her. So she has freedom, 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 freedom.
Harriet made many trips south, but by 1851, the Fugitive Slave Act made these trips all the more dangerous. Tubman heard ominous news of fugitive slaves arrested and returned to the South from previously safe cities in Massachusetts and New York.
I never closed my eyes that I did not imagine that I saw the horsemen coming and heard the screams of women and children as they were being dragged away.
Philadelphia was no longer a safe place for Harriet to work. She moved to St. Catharines, Canada, a small town near Niagara Falls, where many free blacks and former slaves had settled. Now, instead of 90 miles, she had to conduct her passengers on a grueling journey of almost 500 miles.
She stole away into the night and crept along the various slave quarters or cabins, oftentimes whispering or knocking on doors, more or less singing, steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus. I ain't got long to stay here, was a coded spiritual informing the slaves to steal away.
She was a very courageous and brave woman as she, in turn escaped from slavery and then went back to help others do the same. So she, even in the early stages, she was giving back to her, you could call her community. She was helping her brothers and sisters get to where she had already gotten.
By 1854, Harriet Tubman had become a legend among the slaves and a demon to the slaveholders. Posters announced a reward for Harriet Tubman, sometimes called Moses, worth $12,000 to any person who delivered her to the authorities. The countryside swarmed with bounty hunters. In 1857, Tubman settled down in Auburn, New York. The small town was to be Tubman's home for the rest of her life. Before emancipation, she would make 19 excursions into the South, delivering more than 300 slaves, including family, from the land that had tried and failed to keep her in bondage. It was on these pilgrimages that she met Frederick Douglass and John Brown, leaders in the abolitionist movement. John Brown recruited a small band of free blacks and fugitive slaves for an attack on the arsenal at Harper's Ferry. What he needed now was black leadership, charismatic figures who could inspire and lead these volunteers. He believed there were two such leaders in the United States, Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman. During the winter of 1858 and 59, Tubman met with John Brown and others in Boston to confer about the plans at Harper's Ferry.
Harriet Tubman would have been with John Brown at Harper's Ferry had she not become ill at the time. And so therefore, I think that the course of history was changed, perhaps, by her illness.
Brown's efforts failed. He was captured, tried, and executed.
After the Harper's Ferry raid was a failure, Harriet Tubman, like many other African-American abolitionists, had to distance herself from Brown and from the raid because her name, like that of Douglass and many others, was bantered around as one of those who was supportive and involved in the raid indirectly.
As the North-South split widened, the South called for strict enforcement of the Fugitive Slave Act and an end to the Underground Railroad.
There were many people who didn't like the idea that the Underground Railroad was existing at all. Black people and white people, there were black spies and white spies who would sell their soul for $5 for a bottle of liquor, whatever, to reveal the hiding places of these fugitive slaves.
The issue of slavery continued to divide the Union. 7 states in the South withdrew from the Union to form the Confederate States of America. The Civil War had begun.
We mourn not that the man should toil. 'Tis nature's need, 'tis God's decree. But let the hand that tills the soil be like the wind that fans it free.
As Union troops advanced through Maryland in the spring and summer of 1861, large numbers of slaves left their plantations to join the Northern soldiers. These contrabands, many of them illiterate, malnourished, and ill, flooded the Union Army camps. Overwhelmed, Union Army commanders sent out a call for teachers and nurses. Hundreds of Northerners responded, among them Harriet Tubman. Aware of her work on the Underground Railroad, Union officers sometimes used her to lead spy missions.
She was called to lead a group of soldiers because she knew the elements, you know, the forests, the swamps, and so forth. So she led them into a small skirmish, and she was able to retrieve valuable information during that period for the Union Army.
Later that year, Tubman accepted an assignment to lead a force of 150 black soldiers and 3 steam-powered gunboats up the Combahee River. They destroyed Confederate munitions and supplies, and in the process freed 800 slaves. To Tubman's credit, no one was killed or even hurt. She would continue to perform this important work until the war ended, almost 2 years later.
She was not formally employed. She was informally employed, but that was not unusual at that time. Many others were also. So she was neither paid during the war, and after the war, she did not receive it. The government turned her down. And it meant then that for many years, and particularly as she got older, that she became poverty-stricken. And had it not been for the National Association of Colored Women, who, when finding out about her condition, had a national campaign to raise monies to aid her, and indeed they did until her death. This is one of the tragedies of American history, that it refused to recognize the singular services of an American patriot like Harriet Tubman.
When Tubman returned to her home in Auburn, she was about 45 years old, penniless and responsible for 2 aged parents. She planted apple trees and broke ground for a large vegetable garden to feed her family and anyone who came to her door.
After the Civil War, Harriet Tubman settled in Auburn, New York, where she became very active in aiding other African Americans. In many of the communities of the North, like Auburn, you had a number of blacks who were very poor. Many of them worked as laborers, some of them could not get work. But there was a real problem in that period because institutions for the aged, institutions for delinquents, orphans, and others were not readily available to African Americans. She determined that she would set up a home for the aged there in her own home, and indeed she did.
Appearing at her door in 1869 was another visitor, a tall, handsome man named Nelson Davis. Tubman had met him at a South Carolina Army base. The former soldier asked the former spy to marry him. Despite their age difference of 24 years, she accepted. At about this time, Sarah Bradford began writing Harriet's biography. It was first printed in 1869 under the title Scenes in the Life of Harriet Tubman. Bradford published the book, then turned its proceeds, some $1,200, over to Tubman.
Harriet Tubman was able to escape from slavery herself, return to slave territory numerous times, helped hundreds of other slaves to escape, and has been called the Moses of her people in the terms of leading the slaves out of slavery into freedom. And she lived a very long and fruitful life, and I think is a shining example of the kinds of things that women were able to achieve under very difficult circumstances.
On March 10th, 1913, Harriet Tubman died of pneumonia at the age of 93.
I came back to Auburn on this beautiful green evergreen tree that shades her grave in a silent cemetery, and I broke down. My emotional armor broke down, and I cried. And I said to myself, how did this woman do it? How did she leave 300 passengers to freedom and never lost one on the Underground Railroad?
I have wrought in the day, you in the night. I have had the applause of the crowd and the satisfaction that comes from being approved by the multitude, while the most that you have done has been witnessed by a few trembling, scarred, and footsore bondmen and women, whom you have led out of the house of bondage, and whose heartfelt "God bless you" has been your only reward.
Coming for to carry me home.
After she escaped from slavery, Sojourner Truth chose her own free name and became a great abolitionist leader. As she traveled the country speaking the truth about slavery, she discovered that there was another form of oppression. Like slaves, white women couldn't own property, couldn't vote, couldn't speak in public. She saw these people as allies in the struggle for freedom. At a convention where women's rights were being debated, she heard preachers and scholars make the argument that women were too weak to have equal rights. They needed to be helped out of carriages, helped over mud puddles, and given the best place everywhere. When she rose to speak, they tried to stop Sojourner from coming to the podium, but she said, "Nobody ever helped me out of carriages or helped me across puddles or give me the best place anywhere. Ain't I a woman?" She pulled up the sleeve of her shirt and showed her strong black arm and said, "I have worked the fields and loaded the barns, and no man has bested me. And ain't I a woman? I have birthed many children, and when I seen them sold off into slavery, none but Jesus heard my cry. And ain't I a woman?" Oh, the convention was riveted by her speech. And when she sat down, she had made the cry, sounded the call for all women to take up the struggle against oppression.
Sojourner Truth was born into slavery under the name Isabella in New York State in 1797. By the time she was born, slaves had been bought and sold in the New York area for over 150 years.
Sojourner Truth was a slave in New York State. And we don't usually connect New York State or indeed New Jersey or Pennsylvania with slavery, but they were all slave states. She was emancipated in 1827 by state law, which meant that she grew up as a slave. Now, for Sojourner Truth, this meant that she only knew her parents for a short time and that she was separated from her parents very early. This was the case with slaves very often throughout the country. Slaves were subject to sale, but even if they weren't sold away from their children or their parents, people lived on different plantations and different farms, so families were not together.
Slavery is a system of, in the United States, as it were, where individuals were owned as property by other individuals. It was a system of chattel slavery in which the individual had no rights.
A slave was someone who could be forced to work from the age of 8, 6, 4 even, long hours at tasks that someone else decided. A slave was a person who had no right to a vacation. A slave was a person who had no rights to wages.
And it is a system which existed here for several hundred years and which continues to permeate, I think, present-day society in terms of how we react to certain racial relationships in this country.
Isabella's family was owned by a man named Hardenberg, who was of Dutch descent. She heard only Dutch as she grew up, so this was her first language. When she was about 11 years old, her master died, and his heirs auctioned off his horses, his cattle, and his slaves. Isabella was sold to a man named John Neely, who owned a store and dock in nearby Kingston, New York. One Sunday morning, her master took her to the barn where he beat her with red-hot iron rods without reason. Although Isabella pleaded with him to stop and called out to God for help, the beating continued until her back was covered with blood.
A slave was someone who could be beaten, and masters and overseers routinely used force or the threat of force in order to coerce workers to do what they wanted. So slave children were not likely to stay with their parents as they grew up, and they were very likely to have been beaten, what we'd consider child abuse.
Isabella's father learned about the brutal punishment that his daughter had received, and he was able to persuade a local fisherman named Martin Shriver to buy her from the Neelys. Isabella was sold once again in 1810. Her new owner was patient and relatively kind, but his wife was mean-spirited and took an instant dislike to her quiet-spoken new slave. Isabella was often badly treated by her mistress and co-workers in the Dumont household, but she had been taught to repay evil with good, and she had developed a deep spiritual belief that her hard work would eventually be rewarded. She agreed to accept, as her husband, one of Dumont's older slaves.
Frequently, slaves did not have a choice in terms of whom they married. Masters, quite frequently, did not favor their slaves marrying persons on other plantations because they would not be able to exert full control over their lives. Sojourner Truth then contracted a marriage with an older man. It does not appear that this marriage was contracted because they were greatly in love. It was more a marriage of convenience. However, she did bear him several children.
Year after year, Isabella planted corn, chopped wood, and hauled buckets of water for the Dumonts. In 1824, good news finally reached her. Pressured by abolitionist groups, the New York State Legislature passed an emancipation law requiring that all slaves born before July 4th, 1799, be freed on July 4th, 1827. Although no one knew for sure when Isabella had been born, the Dumonts agreed that she was eligible to be freed in 1827.
The slaveholders are terrible for promising to give you this or that, or such and such a privilege. If you will do thus and so, and when the time of fulfillment comes, and one claims the promise, they, forsooth, recollect nothing of the kind, and you are, like as not, taunted with being a liar, or at best the slave is accused of not having performed his part or condition of the contract.
And she was not set free, but she was determined that she would be free, so she left. But she left her children in slavery because they had been assigned term slavery as such, and their freedom would come much later. As it happened, her child Peter was sold to another owner in New York and then sold to Alabama. Sojourner Truth checked the law and found out that it was illegal to sell a New York slave out of the state.
Sojourner Truth, or Isabella, went to court to get her son back. Her son had been illegally sold into perpetual slavery in Alabama, out of New York State. That she took this step showed that even as a slave, she was an extraordinarily strong person with a sense of autonomy, of personal autonomy, and of what her rights were, even though as a slave she had no legal rights. So she was an unusual person at that time, and she felt very strongly about her children.
A family by the name of Van Wagner offered to hide Isabella, but Dumont found her first. Wishing to help Isabella, the Van Wagners offered to buy her and her baby for a small sum. Dumont agreed, and Isabella was free. Isabella worked as a maid for the Van Wagners for 2 years, but like many former slaves, she thought of leaving the area in search of job opportunities in port cities along the East Coast. By this time, her husband, Thomas, had been emancipated. Isabella rarely saw him. They had agreed to go their separate ways. In the summer of 1828, Isabella and her son Peter headed down the Hudson River to New York City. With the help of a friend, Isabella soon found work as a domestic servant. She began to look for a church that she could join. She refused to sit in a church with segregated prayer rooms, so she decided to join a black congregation known as the Zion African Church.
And then when she was about 30 years old, she became a Methodist. She discovered Jesus, which changed her life tremendously. And this faith allowed her to transcend much of the tragedy of her youth and helped her become the person whom we know with this tremendous presence.
She devoted her free time to homeless young women at the Magdalen Asylum. The director was Elijah Pearson, a self-proclaimed minister. Pearson believed himself to be a man of great spiritual powers, whom God had chosen to relieve the wretchedness of the poor in New York City. Isabella also believed that she could communicate directly with God, and in August 1831 she moved into Pearson's meeting house, becoming his full-time servant and a devout member of his religious sect. Pearson subsequently founded a religious community with Robert Matthews, who called himself Matthias.
Sojourner Truth belonged to a commune. We would call it a commune. They called it a kingdom, a religious commune, between 1832 and 1835. And it was at Zion Hill, Westchester County, New York, just outside of New York City. This commune was headed by a man named Matthias, who had been born Robert Matthews in upstate New York. And Matthias said he was a prophet. And he convinced several other Americans in New York that he was a prophet, and one of them was Isabella, Sojourner Truth. Now, Sojourner Truth, Isabella, was one of many Americans at the time who believed in what we think of now as rather unconventional religion. It was a fascinating brand of religion, and there seemed to have been cells of this kind of religion all over the antebellum North.
Isabella went to live at Zion Hill with Matthias, Pearson, and the Folgers, who owned the farm. However, she returned to New York City in 1834 after becoming disillusioned with their approach to religion. Not long after, a scandal erupted at Zion Hill. Pearson died, and his relatives accused Matthias of poisoning his fellow prophet and stealing his money. A New York newspaper printed a sensationalized account of life at Zion Hill. The story accused Isabella of being an evil witch who had single-handedly destroyed the peace and harmony that had once existed there. Offended by the accusations, Isabella filed a lawsuit against both Folger and the newspaper. She again won her case and received $125 in damages from the defendants. While continuing to work as a servant, Isabella realized her experiences as a slave, mother, and devout Christian had given her a perspective on human rights and spiritual well-being that she wanted to share with others. In her own mind, she heard powerful voices telling her that she had a mission to help the needy and the oppressed. Early in the summer of 1843, Isabella decided to act on God's command that she leave New York City and become a traveling preacher. But she wanted a new name, a free woman's name.
And the Lord gave me Sojourner, because I was to travel up and down the land, showing the people their sins and being a sign unto them. Afterward, I told the Lord I wanted another name, because everybody else had two names. And the Lord gave me Truth, because I was to declare the truth to the people.
Sojourner Truth became Sojourner Truth in 1843 when she was about 46, I think maybe more close to 44 years old, but certainly she was a mature woman. And she felt that she should go out into the world, go to the East, which meant Brooklyn from New York City, and preach the gospel to convert souls.
From Brooklyn, Sojourner took a ship across Long Island Sound and proceeded northward, preaching in Connecticut and Massachusetts. Wherever she went, people flocked to listen to her.
She joined a commune called the Northampton Association in Northampton, Massachusetts, which is in western Massachusetts, which was an industrial commune. They made silk. And she stayed there for several years. And it was there that she became a supporter of women's rights and anti-slavery. She began to speak on the anti-slavery circuit in the late 1840s, and we first hear of her as a reformer in the very late 40s and the early 1850s.
While Truth was living at the association, she met many prominent public figures. Among the people were abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison and Frederick Douglass. Although the importation of slaves into the United States was forbidden after 1808, slavery was still being practiced in most of the southern states. Led by Garrison and Douglas, the abolitionist movement sought to put an end to slavery. Olive Gilbert, an abolitionist friend of Truth's from Northampton, had been suggesting to Truth since 1847 that she share her story. Truth liked the idea, and in 1850 she and Gilbert published The Narrative of Sojourner Truth, which included an introduction by Garrison. Truth, who could not read the account of her own life, was able to support herself by selling copies of the book at abolitionist meetings.
Sojourner Truth, using her very strong religious beliefs, felt this need, this urge to travel the country, delivering her message of upliftment for black people, and ultimately did become someone who was involved in many other activities, including the abolitionist movement, including the women's movement.
During her stay at the Northampton Association, she heard lectures advocating that women be given the same political and legal rights enjoyed by men. Recognizing that she and the women's rights speakers were kindred spirits, Truth decided to join their ranks in yet another battle for freedom. Many women abolitionists compared the plight of the women in America to that of slaves in the South and declared that both women and slaves must be liberated.
She said, I am against slavery because I know what it's like. And she was also a women's rights activist. And she said, I'm for women's rights because I know what it's like to be a woman who has no rights. That is the extreme of having no rights, of being enslaved.
At a women's rights convention in Akron, Ohio, Sojourner Truth made such a strong defense for the feminist cause that she aroused national attention.
Sojourner Truth today is best known by a tagline that is associated with a speech she gave in 1851. And that phrase is, it's a question, and aren't I a woman? And we understand that phrase to say, I am a woman too, even though I am black, even though I am hardworking, I am a woman too. I deserve women's rights, and women deserve people's rights.
A well-known figure in the women's rights movement, Sojourner Truth also began speaking for the abolitionist cause. She became known for her simple but moving anti-slavery speeches and her witty, biting attacks on the hypocrisy of people who owned slaves and yet professed to be Christians.
We know of Sojourner Truth as an anti-slavery women's rights supporter. She saw herself in the 19th century as a preacher who was bringing souls to Jesus.
Sojourner's preaching brought her to Rochester, New York, the town where Frederick Douglass published his anti-slavery journal, The North Star. She gave many lectures during her extended stay in Rochester, whose residents were known for their strong abolitionist sympathies. During the rest of 1852 and 1853, Truth continued her lecture tour in Ohio and Michigan.
For women abolitionists, speaking in public was tremendously courageous. That the early 19th century was a time in which women did not generally speak in public. It was not considered the thing to do for respectable women.
In 1857, at the age of 60, Truth decided to move to Battle Creek, Michigan, a town with strong abolitionist roots. Truth was among the people who believed that slavery could still be ended peacefully. Years before, at an abolitionist meeting in Boston, Massachusetts, she and Frederick Douglass tangled over this very issue.
Frederick Douglass was despairing that slavery could be abolished peaceably, and he was calling on the slaves to rise up and seize their freedom through force of arms. Sojourner Truth was in the audience, and she stood up and she said, Frederick, is God dead? Meaning, Frederick, have you lost your faith that God will bring our people through peaceably?
In 1861, the Civil War broke out. Blacks and the anti-slavery societies hailed the war as a struggle to end slavery, but Americans viewed it chiefly as a battle to reunite the country. Sojourner Truth decided to make a tour of the Midwest and rouse support for the Union's war effort. Truth decided to visit President Lincoln in Washington, D.C. She met with Lincoln on the morning of October 29, 1864. She bluntly told him that she had never heard of him before he ran for president. Lincoln laughed, replying that he had heard of her for years and years. Truth thanked the president for all he had done for black Americans and asked him to sign her Book of Life, a collection of treasured autographs. In November, Lincoln was re-elected by an overwhelming margin in the wake of several victories by the Union Army. Instead of returning to Battle Creek, Truth remained in Washington, D.C. She spoke at a local charity benefit to help raise money for black soldiers and joined a group of women who fed and nursed thousands of former slaves. Refugee camps were set up in Washington for slaves fleeing the South. Conditions at the camps were terrible, and the ex-slaves were constantly on guard against slave traders who kidnapped freed slaves and took them south. Most freedmen were afraid to speak out in protest. Truth, however, refused to be silenced. She marched through the freedmen's villages and told the slaves, "The law is for you. Take refuge in it." She worked for the National Freedmen's Relief Association, where she educated the freedmen about the need to find work and housing and other responsibilities that came with their newly won freedom.
I think Sojourner Truth was very bold in her day and age, because she just went around telling people, that what she believed was wrong, that slavery was wrong. She had no money, she was poor, she had no support. It was just herself. And I think that takes a lot of inner strength to pull that from within yourself, to say, well, this is what I'm going to do. I strongly believe that this is wrong, and I'm going to speak out.
Truth was still in Washington the night President Lincoln was assassinated while watching a play at Ford's Theater. In the month following Lincoln's death, the last of the Confederate armies surrendered to Union forces. On December 12, 1865, Truth and millions of other Americans celebrated as Congress ratified the 13th Amendment, declaring that slavery was unlawful in the United States. Truth's prayers had been answered. She had lived to see the end of slavery. Staying in Washington, Truth prepared herself for a new mission, a campaign against racism. The slaves had been freed, but in the eyes of many whites throughout the country, blacks were not equal.
After the Civil War, Sojourner Truth became very active in reform primarily within the black community. She, like a number of other former abolitionists like Frances Ellen Watkins Harper and many others, she lived in Washington, D.C. for a time prior to residing in Michigan. And while in Washington, she became involved in a variety of reform. She worked with freedmen. She worked with them there at the hospital. She worked with them locally in terms of addressing problems of discrimination in the city. And one particular area was in terms of public transportation. And she was a great organizer. She organized freedmen to protest for their rights.
In March of 1870, Congress ratified the 15th Amendment, guaranteeing the right to vote to all men, regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
Reconstruction was a moment in which black people, black men, were able to vote. So it meant access to political power. And political power in a democracy is fundamental.
Truth was still concerned about the impoverished freedmen who had flocked to Washington, D.C. She implored a white audience in Rochester, New York, to sign a petition to help former slaves resettle in the West.
Get these colored people out of Washington and off of the government, and get the old people out and build them homes in the West, where they can feed themselves, and they would soon be able to be a people among you. That is my commission. Now agitate them people and put them there. Learn them to read one part of the time and learn them to work the other part of the time.
Her plan was never adopted. The tide of black progress continued to be blocked by conservative whites. Hayes became the 19th President of the United States in 1876. One of his first major acts as president was to withdraw the federal troops that were protecting the civil rights of Southern blacks. The action signaled the end of Reconstruction. Many gains that blacks had won after the Civil War would now be reversed. Truth did not have the strength to tour and protest. By the beginning of 1881, she had become gravely ill. She died early in the morning of November 26, 1883.
But she found it within herself to tell people what she believed was wrong and to tell people how she felt. And she stood up for what she believed in. And I believe that's very important, to not compromise yourself. If you believe that is wrong and you really believe that, to let someone know, to tell them, to stand up for what you believe in, become active in that, and, you know, to really let people know.
All we know about Sojourner Truth is from the reports of the period, others, and how they saw Sojourner Truth. It appears that she was a woman of great presence, a woman of great strength, a woman whose presence and strength and sheer utterance could calm an audience, could rev an audience up, could move an audience to action. She was a woman of great strength and presence.
Those of you who have heard this brother before, you know that you're getting ready to hear something dynamic. You know you're getting ready to hear something important. You know you're getting ready to hear something strong. You know you're getting ready to hear something black. And you know you're getting ready to hear something that's going to wake you up if you're asleep and going to keep you up if you're awake. It is my pleasure to introduce the brother who is not only known as, but can live up to his name as the Truth Terrorist. If you're afraid of the truth, when you leave here, you'll be terrorized. You'll be terrorized and you'll be terrified. But if it doesn't kill you, it'll make you stronger. Brothers and sisters, our brother, Minister Khalid Muhammad. I'm sorry, it wasn't ready.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, all praise is due to Allah, the Lord of all the worlds. We forever thank Almighty God for coming as it was written and prophesied that he would come, to seek and to save that which was lost. And we can find no other people fitting the description of the lost brother, the lost sister, or the lost sheep, except we, the 50 million or more, mentally and spiritually dead, black men and black women here in the hells of North America. And so we thank him for coming in the person of Master Farad Muhammad and raising up in our midst a divine leader, a divine teacher, and a divine guide in the person of his messenger and his Messiah to the black man and black woman here in the hells of North America, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. And we thank the two of them for the man who is my teacher and my mentor, and the man who is responsible for my spiritual rites of passage. I speak of none other than the premier leader, not only here in the hells of North America, but throughout the world, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. In their names, I greet you here at D&J Book Distributors in Queens, and to Brother Mark, and to his queen, and to others who are responsible for this forum. I greet you with the greeting words of peace. Assalamu alaikum. Hotep. Shalom. Share Lafia Ni, and free the land, and black laws for all black people. Again, it is my honor to be here and to speak to you on such a timely topic during this period when the birth of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is observed by many and celebrated by many. The subject that you have given me, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, human rights and civil rights, the challenge of the 21st century, is quite a challenging subject. Of all our studies, of course, history is best qualified and most attractive to reward our research. If we know what happened yesterday, we can intelligently discuss today, because today is built on yesterday, and tomorrow is built on today. And we should be intelligent enough that if we know what happened yesterday, that we are not likely to let the same thing go down again today. Our unity in sisterhood, brotherhood, and struggle is profound, principled, and forever. We choose the revolution of our people and the liberation of our people as our life's goal, and struggle as the method to achieve it. Our struggle is constantly and continuously against the oppressor and against all in us, which is in contradiction to our values and the choice we've made. We choose the liberation of our people, and our choice is conscious, full, and free. And we accept all risk and welcome all rewards it might bring. We have nothing better and more revolutionary and rewarding to do with our lives than to struggle. Struggle to bring into being a new world. A world in which we, our children, and our families can breathe and create and stand and walk in a warmer sun. This is the Kawaida Kiapo. And I want to begin with a note from Langston Hughes, since at this time of the year there's so much talk about the dream and the dreamer. Langston Hughes gives us this as it was made popular through Lorraine Hansberry in A Raisin in the Sun. And it begins, what happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat, or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load, or does it explode? Brothers and sisters, in a laboratory, no experiment is a failure. Even if the results of that experiment only proves that it can't be done that way, that experiment is not a failure. The experiment of the life and legacy of the man that we know to be Martin Luther King Jr., the experiment of that life was not a failure. It was not a failure. It serves us well today. Because even if it does nothing else, it tells us that it can't work that way. And when you find out in an experiment that it can't work that way, then the results advances your study, advances your research, and it should put you on firm footing toward real resolution and the best results that you might hope for. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., here 30 years ago, and as he walked in Selma, Alabama, and worked in Selma, Alabama, and Birmingham, Alabama, and Montgomery, Alabama, and Chicago, and throughout the hells of North America, as the chairman or as the leader of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, as Dr. King worked 30 years ago for us, it is written in the scriptures, what greater love could a man have or a woman than to lay down their life for their brother, for their sister, for their friend? Dr. King laid down his life for us. And if for no other reason, we must honor him for laying down his life for us, but we must analyze his life. And we, as the most honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us, that it is after one has made the transition, after they have made the transition to what some call death, but what others call to the realm of the ancestors or the Egungun, then a period can be placed behind the testament of that life. And then we can carefully and critically make an analysis of that life. Dr. King laid down his life for us, and Dr. King believed in the moral conscience of the white man. And since we're talking about civil rights and human rights here tonight, I think it's fitting that we begin right there. He believed in the moral conscience of the white man. Well, I'm here tonight at D&J to tell you that the white man ain't got no morals and he ain't got no conscience. Dr. King believed in civil rights. Well, I'm here to tell you that the white man ain't too civil and he ain't too right. Malcolm believed in human rights. I'm here to tell you that the white man ain't too human and he ain't too right. It makes no difference whether it's civil rights or human rights. You must weigh the circumstances surrounding the very origin of the white man into the world to then determine if he's capable of being civil, if he's capable of being human. This we must put on the scale of Ma'at and give it the meiotic weigh-in and see if it strikes the meiotic balance. And if it does not strike the meiotic balance, then we must make sure that we are not victims of history, because it is written that he or she who does not learn the lessons of history is doomed to repeat them. 30 years ago, the prestigious, pristine presidential White House commission set up by Lyndon Baines Johnson, a redneck camel breath hunky from Texas, an outlaw from Texas, a gun-slinging outlaw from Texas. Lyndon Baines Johnson set up the Kerner Commission. And the Kerner Commission determined that America 30 years ago was two Americas, one black and one white, separate and unequal, and that the number one problem in America 30 years ago was white racism. 30 years later, after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the Kerner Commission has reconvened and determined that America is still two Americas, one black and one white, separate still, unequal still, and that the number one problem in America today is still white racism. 30 years after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., they questioned Jet Magazine staff, and journalists questioned the widow of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. They questioned Sister Coretta Scott King. They questioned his daughter. They questioned his son. They questioned the Reverend Wyatt T. Walker. They questioned former city councilman Hosea Williams, who was one of his right-hand men. They questioned Andy Young, former mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, and former ambassador to the United Nations. They questioned them, and they questioned others, and they put the question to them about success or failure. They put the question to them, have we really made progress 30 years after Dr. King? They wanted them to analyze the dream of Dr. King. And they all said that they could see some change here and there. But they all said, they all agreed that America had a long, long way to go. Some of them were even specific. 30 years after Dr. King, if we're going to deal with civil rights and human rights, and we're going to weigh it properly, we must understand that affirmative action, which was important to Dr. King, but never has been important to me, because the action has never been affirmative. We don't need affirmative action. We need reparations and freedom and independence, liberation and salvation. But affirmative action was important to Dr. King. 30 years after Dr. King, affirmative action does not even remain a dream anymore. It's a nightmare now. A recalcitrant cold wind blowing through Congress, blowing through the Senate, blowing through the White House, whistling throughout the hells of North America, has now swept affirmative action almost but from the scene today. 30 years after the dream of the dreamer, Section 8 entitlements, quota systems that were supposed to level the playing field after people had been robbed of their names, their language, their religion, their culture, their God, their folkways, their mores, their norms, robbed of the very power of our own being. All of that is being erased today. Such measures that were supposed to be set up to level the playing field. Now you've got devils, you've got so-called Jews, imposter Jews coming up with theories and theorems on a bell curve. Other crackers saying that we are genetically inferior. Other crackers saying that we are stuck at the bottom. Other crackers saying that we are black jelly beans stuck at the bottom of the bag or the jar. Look at it. You break both of my legs, and then you call a race. Break both of my legs, and you stand, somebody working with you, stands at the starter's line, fires the starter's pistol, and you're the only one running. You break the tape, and then you turn around and criticize me because I haven't made it to the finish line yet. I'm dragging along because you've broken both of my damn legs. How could you expect me to finish? The white man breaks our legs and then has a race and then says, well, you really are intellectually inferior to me. You robbed me of my name, my language, my religion, my culture, my God, my folkways, my mores, my norms, and then you turn around and give me a goddamn test? How could you expect me to score like you? 30 years after Dr. King, a Negro sits on the Supreme Court bench named Clarence Thomas, standing always against his people and always for the enemy who put him there, married to a big dinosaur-looking white woman. Look like he going home to Jurassic Park every time he go home. Nigga have to get on a step ladder just to get some sugar from that big, tall white woman. And I don't know why we do that. Don't know why we do that. Go and get the biggest, ugliest white woman we can find. Clarence Thomas have to hug her on one side and the beast is so big and then run around and hug her on the other side. 30 years after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., there's a rise in the Ku Klux Klan. 30 years after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the dream of the dreamer and his civil rights. 30 years after Minister Malcolm X, El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, Brother Omar Wale, and his dream of human rights. 30 years thereafter, the white man still considers us 3/5 of a human being. At the Million Man March, we had well over 1 million to 1.5 million, maybe even 2 million, convened by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. The first foolishness was talking about separating the messenger from the message, which came out by Messy Jesse. He popularized this madness about separating the messenger from the message. Close to 1.5 million, 2 million. And the crackers say he saw 400,000. Why? It's because the cracker was still counting us as 3/5 of a human being. He got mixed up on them fractions. Got them fractions mixed up. 30 years after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., 30 years after Martin Luther King Jr., a rise in the Ku Klux Klan, a rise in the Aryan Brotherhood, a rise in the American Nazi Party, a rise in the skinheads, a rise in militia groups, a rise in right-wing paramilitary hate organizations and hate groups and night riders and day riders as existed during Reconstruction. 30 years after Martin Luther King Jr., the Supreme Court has handed down a ruling in various states across the country. 30 years after Minister Malcolm X, Brother Omar Wale, El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, one believing in civil rights, one believing in human rights. 30 years after both of them, Malcolm said we must vote in a solid block, that we must vote in a black solid block. 30 years after Malcolm, the Supreme Court has handed down a decision ruling it unconstitutional for you to have what they call majority-minority voting blocks. And so gerrymandering and remaneuvering, and so now they're taking small black districts, brown districts, and dumping them over into bigger white districts to bust up your black voting block, which lets you know that you can register to vote all the hell you want to, but voting will never get your behind out of this condition. You running around registering to vote. Some of you don't have to clap for me. You say, well, he's stepping on some toes now. And I know they got that camera running, and I don't want the camera to catch me applauding because I'm really with these folks and I'm with those folks. Nigga, you should be with the truth. Stand-up ability. And so the voting blocks being busted up today. Unconstitutional to have a so-called majority, minority voting district. 30 years after Dr. King, the white man is killing us, it appears, like never before. You talk about slavery. You talk about the plantation. You talk about lynching. But when he kills a Yusuf Hawkins, when he kills a Philip Purnell, when he kills an Anthony Baez, when he kills a Brother Aswad, when he kills a Jerry Lee Amy and a Eula May Love, when he pulls the trigger and kills a Johnny Gamage or chokes a Johnny Gamage, or when he kills a Tyrone Lewis in St. Petersburg or Pittsburgh or wherever we are, it's 3 over here, it's 5 over there, it's 10 here, it's 20 there, it's 50 over there. He's lynching us today with a modern kind of lynching, and he's killing us today faster than he killed us on the plantation. You can't hang as many niggers from a tree and put a noose around their neck as you can pulling the trigger with an automatic and a semi-automatic weapon. But you miss 30 years after King and 30 years after Malcolm making a careful, critical, and correct analysis of what's going on. Because some of you still want to hold on. Maybe nobody in here. Maybe that's the ones who didn't come. In fact, let's establish some rules now. If I say anything that you don't like, just say he ain't talking about me. Talking about somebody else. All right? Some of us are crazier today than we were when Malcolm was here, than we were when Martin was here. Some of you got your tikis and your sandals and your boobas and your dashikis and your red and your black and your green and your mud cloth and your kente cloth, and Christmas you had a damn Christmas tree in your house. You got your afro, you got your dreadlocks, you got your African braids, you got all of that. You crowned and gowned to the ground. But you got a dead tree that the Peckerwood sold you in your house with some kente ribbon on it, with a Santa Claus with red, black, and green on. You got a red, black, and green stocking over the fireplace. You have taken this madness and dressed it up and tried to give it an African flavor. Some of you today, 30 years after Malcolm, 30 years after Martin, 30 years after the call for civil rights and human rights, some of you are still quoting the white man's corrupt constitution and his Declaration of Independence and his Bill of his Bill of Rights. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. And they are endowed by their Creator by certain unalienable rights, that to these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Let's look at that. Would you hold this for me, son? This is my son, Farrakhan. Give me a strong black. This book is what color? Black. Black. Is that? It's all right, you can talk about it. What color is it? Black. This is just plain toilet paper, unused. Plain toilet paper, it's just wet. This is big, it's heavy, and it's black. This is what? It's small, it's light, and it's white. I'm here to tell you tonight from the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad that all men, all women are not created equal, but we are created equally. So teaches the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan from the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. There is nothing equal in the universe. One of your eyes is higher than the other one or lower than the other. One is bigger than the other. One leg is shorter than the other one, long as some of us walk like it. Some of us we know that one of our arms is longer than the other arm. There is nothing equal in the universe, but everything in nature has been created equal. Everything in nature has been created equally, but not equal. Let's look at it. Again, black, big, and heavy. Huh? That's right. Small, light, and white. But when I drop it into a law, look carefully now, look down, don't look up. And this ain't no magic, this ain't no abracadabra. This is not no hocus pocus, no shazam. Watch. They both hit the floor at the same time. Let's look at it another way. This is what? White. Talk back to me. Talk black to me. This is what color? White. This is what? White. All right. Let's look at it. We hold the two of them up. They're not equal, are they? No. One is big, one is small. One is white, one is black. Come on. Huh? Yes. One is heavy, one is light. They're not equal, but they have been created equally. And when you drop them into God's law, we did it at first with black being bigger and heavier and white being smaller and lighter. Now we do it the opposite way. And when we drop them, they both fall into a law and they both hit the floor, what? Same time. At the same time. Let's look at it even further. Freedom is a law of nature. Freedom is a law of nature, and justice is deeply rooted in the universal order of things. And it is the divine intent of the Almighty, all-wise God and Creator that everything live equally under His creation. Let's look at it. The ant and the anteater, the chicken and the chicken hawk. It makes no difference what it is in nature. All have been created equally, but not equal. Everything must have food. You with me? Yes, sir. Water, air, and the proper environmental and atmospheric condition. The ant must have food. The ant must have water. The ant must have air. The ant must have the proper atmospheric and environmental conditions to continue to live. But on the other hand, the anteater must have food. It just turns out that the ant is the food of the anteater. The anteater must have food, must have water, must have air, must have the proper environmental and atmospheric conditions. Let's look at the chicken and the chicken hawk. Both of them must have food. Both must have air. Both must have water and the proper atmospheric and environmental condition. It just so happens that the chicken is the food of the chicken hawk. Nature is set up with predators and prey. And we have been the prey of the white man for the past 4,000 to 6,000 years of his sojourn here on our planet. The brown man and woman, the red man and woman, the yellow man and woman, all have been the prey of the white man. The white man is our natural enemy. I know nobody teaches that too much anymore. We've gotten sophisticated now. We talk all up in the clouds now. We talk all kinds of proper talk and talk that borderlines that we might be trying to get away, but we also look like we're trying to stay. All at the same time. We're dreaming of a brighter day in America. We got to search for tomorrow in America. I cannot change, and I will not change. And God damn it, don't ask me to change, because I'm not going to. The white man is not a devil, but the white man is the devil. And if the white man is not the devil, he's going to have to do until the real devil gets here. Civil rights and human rights, the challenge of the 21st century. Look at it. If you're going to look at Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, you got to look at them in phases. You got Old Testament Malcolm and New Testament Malcolm. You got Old Testament Martin and New Testament Martin. Old Testament Martin had a soft line. Old Testament Martin had a soft line. New Testament Martin moved toward a harder line. Criticized America, challenged America, called America, stepped out of the realm of Negro affairs, stepped out of the box into the international arena, and started comparing the war in Vietnam with what black people were facing right here in the hells of North America. On the Ho Chi Minh Trail or the Edmund Pettus Bridge, Martin started making a comparison. So that's Old Testament Martin and New Testament Martin. From a softer line to a harder line. And I don't mind being unpopular if I stand on truth. I must say that there's again an Old Testament Malcolm and a New Testament Malcolm. Old Testament Malcolm leaned toward a harder line. New Testament Malcolm moved toward a softer line. Give a damn whether you applaud. Don't give a damn whether you nod your head. Don't give a damn whether you smile. I know they're not going to give you your money back, so you might as well just sit back and relax and deal with it. Let's look at it. Old Testament Malcolm said, a revolution is bloody. A revolution knows no compromise. A revolution uproots and overturns everything that gets in its path. Old Testament Malcolm said, if you knew what a revolution was, why, you wouldn't even use that word in your vocabulary. Old Testament Malcolm said, if you knew what a revolution was, why, you get back in the alley. That's Old Testament Malcolm. Old Testament Malcolm said, all white folks are the devil. He said, none of them are any good. He said, if you find one that you think is good, kill him first before he turned bad. That's Old Testament Malcolm. Because just as sure as the sun shines, the guy's going to turn bad. I'm telling you, buddy, he's going to turn bad. No, make no mistake about it. The guy can't help it. Gee whiz. Golly gee. If you think anything else, it's far out, buddy. It's far out. Jimininis. Old Testament Malcolm used not only spiritual and political and cultural terminology, he used revolutionary terminology as well. What does this say? Okay. And we read it? Everybody look and say, what does it say? Did he say leave Malcolm alone? Did it say stop criticizing Martin? You really want to know what it said? You don't want to know what it said. You don't want to know what it said, do you? How many want to know what it said? Don't lie, you want to know what it said. How many want to know? Let me see your hand. How many don't want to know what it said? Raise your lying hand. It just says, can you take a 15-minute break? At some point, take a 15-minute break. And we're going to do that, and then we'll reconvene. All right? Is that all right with everybody? He said, that ain't really say that. Everybody all right? We were talking about Old Testament Malcolm and New Testament Malcolm, Old Testament Martin, and New Testament Martin. Martin from a softer line to a hard line. Malcolm from a hard line to a softer line. Not a soft line, but a softer line. New Testament Malcolm went back to Saudi Arabia. Now, he'd already gone in 59. And whatever he saw when he went back the second time, now believe me, he saw it the first time. All right? Okay? All right? Yeah, I got to drop some Ebonics up off in here. All right. I drop a little Ebonics, y'all the folk to know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? You the folk to know. He went to Mecca. This takes nothing away from him. These are lives that were not allowed to be private lives. These were lives that were lived before our eyes. You see, you can make your changes, and a lot of times people don't see your changes. Huh? You get in the shower and change. You sitting on the throne in the toilet and change and come out a new person. Everything came out all right. Some of you go to one Juma prayer, you're a changed person. You go to one Juma prayer, you come back, brother and your wife don't even know you. You're Khalid Abdul Rahman Suleiman Kareem the Magnificent III. Abdullah. Got an Arabic accent and one Juma prayer. You come back in the door, Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi barakatuh. And she said, all right, baby. And she, Assalamu alaikum, I love you, baby. And she said, well, what's the matter, baby? No, I'm not baby anymore. I'm Khalid Rasul Kareem Rahman. You go on. She said, nigga, I know you. You Willie Bobo. When you go and take 30 minutes of karate. Try to slant your damn eyes in the mirror. Want to eat chop suey and egg foo young all the time. We just wow. Robbed so thoroughly of a knowledge of self until everybody's culture makes an impression on us. The best way to defeat the oppressor's culture and alien culture is to live your own. It's to live your own. That's the best way to defeat it. New Testament Malcolm went back to Saudi Arabia after he had been the first time. And he went in and he came, he wrote postcards back. He sent letters back saying, here I am in Mecca, and it's a sight to behold. Here I am, he said, sleeping on the same mat, eating from the same bowl, drinking from the same cup, with men whose skin is the whitest of white, whose hair is the blondest of blonde, whose eyes are the bluest of blue. This proves that it can work, that integration can work. He was interviewed. He said, I was in Mecca, he said, and I was with men whose skin would be considered white in Mecca. He said, but they had Islam. And he said Islam made them different. Islam didn't allow them to act like racists. And that's what the white man in America needs, Malcolm said. He needs Islam. Well, wait, let me tell you something. I've been to Mecca 8 times. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I came back each time believing that the white man was more the devil after I got back than before I went over there. There are Muslims who don't want you to talk about this. We got to deal with the truth. Astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah. There is no division in Islam. There is no invidious class distinction in Islam. I'll be damned. I was in Mecca at the Mitar, or the airport. The biggest delegation to come to Mecca is represented by the blue, black, purple, black Nigerians and Senegalese from West Africa. West Africa sends the biggest delegation. Some of our brothers and sisters so beautiful, so black, looked like they would spit ink. It's black, spit black ink. I saw some of them, their greatest dream, even though they might be 70 or 80, some in their 90s, is to just make it to the holy city of Mecca one time in their life before they pass on. Some of them want to die in Mecca. That's their dream their whole life through. I saw elder sisters looking like they were 80 years, 90 years old in the airport. I saw racist white Arabs with their gutra and their metob and all of that they wear. I saw them run through the airport and grab elder Nigerian sisters and Senegalese sisters and grab them and snatch them and just throw them across the airport. And I'd run to their white behinds and grab them and throw them against the damn wall. And couldn't speak Arabic, but I was telling them, that's my great-grandmother that you just, whether I ever met her before, that's my great-grandmother that I left in Africa generations down the line. I saw ghettos in Mecca. Tell me nothing about Mecca. I saw them come out with bread in their robes, in their thobes, and black people be there stuck or stranded there because they just wanted to be somewhere close to what they call the sacred precinct. And I see them arrogantly walk out and throw bread up in the sky and let it hit the ground, and our people eat off the ground. In an oil-rich Saudi Arabia, pumping billions of barrels and billions of dollars. Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia, Saudi from a root etymologically, it's a similar root to Aswad, which means black, Arabia. If you're confused on that, read Chancellor Williams. Dr. Chancellor Williams said that all of that area changed from black to brown to white. From black to brown to white. That they drove us from the centers of power. And they set up in Saudi Arabia, as they call it today. They set up in what is called Israel today. They set up in Syria. They set up in Jordan. They set up in Morocco and Algeria, if I didn't say it. They set up in Egypt. They set up in Libya. They set up in all of those areas and drove us from the centers of power. And those areas changed from black to brown to white. You don't want to talk about that. You say, well, what about slavery? Let's talk about slavery in Islam. I haven't seen the slavery, but I'll tell you what I did see. I was in Medina at Masjid al-Nabi, the Prophet's mosque in Medina. I saw these men with their eyes back in their head. Their temples were recessed into their head, gaunt looking East African or looking Ethiopian or Somalian or Eritrean, which is all the same, until a white man started his game over them. They were rough on the women in the mosque. They were just grabbing women and throwing them all over the place. I didn't mind as long as they were throwing the white women. I wasn't like Malcolm. I didn't say nothing about that. But if they put their hand on a sister, I'd grab the hand and check them. So I asked, who are these men? And people say, you don't know who that is? It's a whole group of them. I said, no, who are they? They said, those. They said, those are the eunuchs. My brain locked. I said, what are they, unique? What do they mean? I guess they are unique. They said, a eunuch, you know what a eunuch is? I say, yeah. They say, yeah, you know, they're reproductive, their regenerative organ. Their sex organ was cut off by the white Arabs. I got furious. I said, what? They said they bring them over from Africa. And they cut their regenerative and reproductive organs off so that they can watch over their harems and watch over their many women, and they not have to worry about the African brother impregnating one of their women. I had nightmares, dreams about these brothers. For nights, they were very antisocial. They didn't want to deal with anyone. They stayed among themselves. They had this kind of resentment, as I said, for women and for anything outside of their immediate circle. I saw that to the degree that I could see it with my own eyes, because some of you, you asked them crazy questions. I didn't see that far. No, somebody will say, did you really see? That's a fool. And I know we got a question and answer period coming up, so I'm trying to discourage the fools before we even get started. So if you're thinking about asking me that, don't ask me no damn silly question. And anyway, there was nothing to see. They had been castrated. Castrated. Now that's going on today. So when there are rumors about slavery, because you're a Muslim, you might want to hide and say, well, I don't think so, and that's wrong. And it might be wrong, and it might be coming through the wrong channels. But the enemy having another plan for putting it out there, exacerbating tensions and exaggerating stories. But I have reason to believe that it could be true, but I have no proof, and I must be honest, except proof of the eunuchs is proof enough for me. I was in the Sudan, and I was sitting with Brother Sadiq al-Mahdi with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. We were at Sadiq al-Mahdi's home, and out of the clear black or blue, I asked one of my questions. The minister looked at me. I said, Brother Sadiq, do our people here in the Sudan consider themselves Muslim, or I didn't say that. Do they consider themselves Arab or African? He never hesitated. He said Arabs. Now he's in the Sudan. He said we are Arabs. Anyone who speaks the Arabic language is an Arab. I said, brother, that sounds, the minister looked at me. But he didn't stop me though. He let me go on. I said, that sounds like Arab imperialism to me. You mean you're an African and you deny your Africanism? To say that you're an Arab, I could have understood a little bit. If he would have said, we are Muslim, then he would have been dealing with something in a religious or a spiritual realm. But he said, we are Arab. And I hear many arrogant Arabs say, oh, assalamu alaikum, alhamdulillah, we are so happy that you have accepted our religion, Islam. Say it's not your religion. All that I'm covering now deals with Malcolm's dream of human rights. You can't get human rights legislated from The Hague in Netherlands. You can't get human rights legislated from any white European body on the face of the planet Earth. You can't take your case to a world court. Malcolm, we love you for all that you have done, but 30 years later, we must make a careful, critical, and correct analysis. You can't take your case before the United Nations. Rockefeller paid for a greater portion of the very ground that the United Nations is sitting on. All of the African nations and Asian nations can vote together in a solid block. And one cracker, one stinking cracker can walk to the podium, may not even walk to the podium, hit a button or hit a lever at the desk and veto. One cracker can veto all of the votes put together. Am I lying? How many know what I'm talking about? Let me see your hand. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just keep your damn hand down. Some of you won't raise your hand. You don't have to raise your hand. Hell, you know some of the ones that didn't raise their hand know I'm telling the truth. But you want to keep the lie out there, because some don't want to give this white man up. Human rights. You are the human. You are the human. He is not a human. You are the human. You naturally have the moral and spiritual and ethical nature. I'll do that in part 2 after the break. I'll lay this out and I'll cover it after the break. I've been, and I will get back to Malcolm in a minute. I've been to Muslim countries. I've been to Christian countries. I've been to capitalist countries. I've been to socialist countries. I've been to communist countries. I've been to so-called Jew countries. And no matter what the social, political, economic, academics system is, wherever the black-white dynamic existed, I found the white on top and the black on the bottom. If it was based on race, I saw the white race on top, black race on the bottom. If it was based on class, I saw the white folks in the upper class and black people in the lower class. I'll go into it a little deeper when we get back. We'll go back into Islam. Islam cannot change the white man. Stop telling that lie. Nothing can change the white man. The white man is coded that way. You want to believe with this human rights and civil rights talk, you want to believe that there are good white folks and bad white folks. There's just two kinds of white folks, bad white folks and worse white folks. That's all it is. I know some of you with all of your African adornment got a white girlfriend, got a white boyfriend. You ain't got to raise your hand. We can look at you and see Susie in your eyes. You don't get off so easy, sister. We can see Bob, we see Bill, we see Larry in your eyes. Merv, Doug, Bud. Some of you got these crackers walking around with dreadlocks. That's one of the most dreadful scenes that you could ever see. There's a cracker with these phony, funny-looking dreadlocks. Brothers and sisters, humanism. If we look at it, you're the human being. You're the human being. You gave morality to the world. You gave ethics to the world. You gave spirituality, the notion even if they haven't accepted it, or nature won't allow them to receive it. You gave the notion of spirituality to the world. You gave religion to the world. You did. Before you, there were none. After you, there'll be no more. If you find a thing doing the same thing in every time zone, on every landmass, throughout the annals of time, you find it doing the same thing, then that should let you know that it cannot change. It's coded that way. It can't change. The white man can't change. The most honorable Elijah Muhammad said separation is the best and only solution. Look at him. I'm quoting him perfectly now. Come right on up, brother and sister, that seat's right here. He says separation is the best and only solution. Let's stop right there. If he said it was just the best solution, then you could say, well, there are some other solutions. Huh? But he said it's the best and only solution to the problem, the race problem that exists between black and white. Separation is the only solution. You praise the white man, some of us, not me. You praise him for his Declaration of Independence. You praise him for separating from the British Empire. The Declaration of Independence was an act of separation. 13 little scrawny colonies separated from the British Empire. Is that right? Paul Revere, huh? George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams. These faggots with pedal pushers and ruffles on their shirts and wigs on their head. Then the Minutemen. I'm not going to get into that. That's between them and their wives. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I don't know why their wives call them the Minutemen. This is such a serious subject, brothers and sisters. We have to lighten it up with a little humor every now and then. You give me the signal, brother, when would you like to have that break? Would you like to have it right now? How many would like to take the break now? How long should the break be? 15 to 20 minutes, and during that 15 to 20 minutes, what's procedure? How do we? All right, brothers and sisters, let us now take our break, and we'll be back in a minute.
Thank you. All of thank you.
This is not a question. I just wanted to say I was really impressed with what you said.
Hold on a second. Hold your positions, babies. Right over here. I'll let you know when. What's your name? Danielle, what's your name, baby? Marcia? Melissa? Get them both. These things clean. These little princesses have strong black hands. Why don't you just have a seat right there, baby? There are 2 seats right there. All right? Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to say that I was really impressed with what you said about Martin Luther King. If he had talked about integrating ourselves, you know, black Catholics, black Protestants, really a very strong point. Then I always think about what Jesus said about loving your enemy. He wasn't talking to the Jews or the Hebrews loving the Romans. He was talking about the Hebrews loving each other. And in that love, they would really overcome the enemy, which was the Romans. And when Jesus really knew how to talk against the Pharisees, and I think your point was really very well taken, that if we stop loving the enemy, who's the white man, and start loving ourselves, West Indians and African Americans, West Indian, you know, from the Spanish Caribbean, and all of that, we just cover the diaspora, we'll be really cool, and I really appreciate it. Sandy Figueroa from Hostos
Sister
Community.
Sandy Figueroa, give us a strong black hand. Let me get brother, and then I'll come here. Yes, sir. I saw your hand second.
Yeah, I enjoyed your speech. It was beautiful. What I wanted to ask you about, I seen that Geraldo Fest in Washington. People walked out on you.
Geraldo.
Yeah, and I would like your comments on that, because it wasn't complete. He did like that when it wasn't going his way.
Yeah. I'm talking about when we were on the Geraldo Hope show. I call him Geraldo Hope because he's just prostituting himself. He's a disgrace to the Puerto Rican brothers and sisters. Absolute disgrace. And I say this, and I must say it, language does not determine family. Right. Some of us speak Spanish. Some of us speak French. Some of us speak English, Portuguese. You sure is right. Yeah, I know she is. The point here is that some of us have been bitten by a French dog, some by an English dog, some by a Spanish dog. It makes no difference. We've all been bitten by the same dog. It just speaks different languages. So when we walk the streets of New York or wherever we are, We can't be divided by language. Language cannot and should not divide us. This was just a main point that I wanted to make. Sister covered her point quite well. There was no need to add to that. But the last part of your point, brother, was...
He cut it when he cut the show.
When he cut it. That's your main point.
It wasn't going his way.
I understand. It was supposed to go 2 hours. But we were told that it would go 2 hours. It was based on the Jews here in New York. We were in D.C. It was based on the Jews who controlled the show. They were watching it, of course. And they would determine whether it would go 2 hours or 1 hour. My presence was so disruptive. Just being there before I even said anything. The little sissy from Harvard, Alvin Poussaint. Now, brothers and sisters, we all knew a month before the show who was going to be on the show. He knew I was going to be on the show. I knew he was going to be on the show. We knew Chris Darden would be there. We knew that the warrior lawyer, attorney Malik Shabazz, would be on it. We knew, what's her name, Barbara Shipp. He doesn't want to be called Barbara, she just wants to be called Shipp. I'm not going to get into that. Sounds like some bullshit to me. I didn't say that other word. And the Negro from BET, Tavis Smiley.
Tavis.
He sleeps at Geraldo's home, and he visits him and stays over and everything. You know that anyway. You can't trust a nigga named Smiley. A nigga named Smiley, you can't trust him. Look. So before I even spoke, as you well saw, it was staged. Before it started, Poussaint started whining backstage before we came out. He uses my spiritual father against me, as many people do, many places I go now. He used my spiritual father against me. He started telling Geraldo and all of them, look, I don't know, man, Eden Farrakhan. Eden Farrakhan got rid of this guy. We can't be on here with him. He's subject to say anything. We can't be on. If Farrakhan got rid of him, that's rough. He was trying to say. That what we think of Farrakhan. If this is a man that even Farrakhan had to get rid of and distance himself from, he was saying, now how are we going to go on with this show? So Geraldo, when we got ready to go on, he called me in the room, just the two of us. We sat in there and sipped little juice and little tea and crumpets and whatever. Chris Darden was sitting there with his knees knocking, scared to death. I thought he was going to be the one. I had me a box of tissue. I had me a box of Kleenex. When I jumped on him, I was going to give him some Kleenex to dry his tears. I was going to call him the white man's nigger before the world. And I was going to say that he was just like a good, well-trained nigger from the plantation. That when the slave master had a nigger that had run away that he wanted to lynch, and the nigger got away before he could lynch him, he would send this fast nigger that he had trained, to run the nigger down and bring the nigger back. And you'll notice that when they lost that case, Chris Darden just broke down and he just cried. Marcia Clark took it like a man. Down and just boo-hoo. And I was going to say before the world that he was crying because he was begging the white man. He was telling the white man, don't get rid of me, boss. I know you wanted to lynch this nigga. I tried to catch the nigga. The nigga's a Heisman Trophy now. The nigga used to hurt him and running through them airports. I tried, boss. I'm sorry I let you down. We got some more niggas. I'll catch them. I was a good prosecutor. It's a good prosecutor. And I was going to give him his tissue. Then I had People magazine showing Marcia Clark with a new boyfriend who plays in a rock band, son, white boy. She had turned him away from her place. She had been letting him come in. He showed up one day and she wouldn't let him in. He cried again. Johnny Cochran said in an interview that Chris met him in the hallway and told him, look, you leave my woman alone. So I was going to just dog him for being the white man's nigga. But he sat there just as calm and he didn't get into nothing. But old Poussin, who's supposed to be one of America's great scholars, supposed to be a heavy Negro scholar, supposed to be a psychiatrist Negro, supposed to be skilled in the mind. That lets you know these Negroes ain't nothing. And if you don't have a knowledge of self, when you come out of these white folks' institutions, you ain't got nothing. You get a BS degree. You get a BS degree, that's all it is. It's bull S, BS. You get an MS degree, more of the same. You get a PhD degree, piled high and deep. And so this Negro puts on a show. And he uses my spiritual father before the world. He says, this man, we all know that Minister Farrakhan, even Minister Farrakhan had to get rid of him. We know that he has said all of these things. I can't sit here on this show with him, and you can boo me if you want to, but I'm going to get up and leave right now. And this Tom gets up, and I stand up behind him and say, see ya. See ya, I'm driving. Maybe they'll accept you back. Your white folks and your Jews will accept you back at Harvard when you get back. But this was so when he goes among them, they'll all pat him on the head, pat him on the butt, and tell him what a good nigga he is. I'm so glad you did that Khalid Muhammad like that. So then Geraldo, they tried to box me in. He had Tavis Smiley on one side, and they had planned it. Ship on the other side. And the three of them were supposed to deal with Malik. And if I came with a crossfire from Malik to me, they felt they could handle it and contain anything. So then when we raised the point, I raised the point that shook the whole thing. Is when I said that the reason he was, as Malik had laid the stage and the charges for him already, against him already, and said he had gone absolutely OJ crazy. I point out the reason he had gone OJ crazy is because the station and the network is owned and controlled by Jews, and that they had put him out there to do that. That the jury is not a sequestered jury. The jury goes home every night, and so he retries OJ and the day's proceedings on TV every night, so that whatever they dealt with in courtroom during the daytime, he could erase it, hopefully, at night. They put him there on the point to do that. And I said, and you have a tarnished relationship with the Goldman family, and your mama is a Jew. And he just went wild. You're going to get personal with me. And he has a big tattoo of the so-called Star of David or the Mogen Daoud on his hand, right here. He said, I'm proud of my Star of David. So this is exposing him and pulling the cover off of him that his mom is a Jew. And then I went on to say, and you have a behind closed doors relationship. He's sleeping with Denise Brown, who is the sister of Nicole Brown. He went buck wild. You're getting too personal. And then we had to set up our comrade in the struggle, Brother Hiram Ashanti. Our comrade in the struggle, Brother Hiram Ashanti, who was representing Brother Kabir Hadass from West Philly. We set it up before. He came to the mic, he told them that he was going to ask something else. That he was going to say, well, look, we didn't agree with OJ being here in this community and in this church and that Khalid Muhammad. And they said, oh, come on. And they brought him up to the mic. And he got up to the mic, and Brother Hiram Ashanti laid it all out. He said, with the skinheads and the Ku Klux Klan and the militia and the Freeman and the ADL, and he said, you're going to put all of them together in the same category? And he fights him down, Hiram Ashanti. He says, and I want to ask Dr. Khalid Muhammad, should black men take up arms? Should black men have guns now?
That's it.
Bishop, you don't want that kind of question asked here in the church, do you? We're going to go to a break. Say, you're not going to let me answer the question here? No, that question can't be. We're not going to allow that question to be answered here. I mean, it was a blessing. Some people say, well, I wish it could have gone the second hour. It was a victory. When you go on that kind of program, you're supposed to blow it up. It was disrupted. And still we got a message across. And so that's why it didn't go the second hour, and that's why it just flopped. It just ended. And then he tried to run it for a couple of weeks after that. He did excerpts from it, lifting sound bites from each of us.
And he let everybody know he gave $7 grand.
He gave $7 grand. Well, the preacher kept begging. Wasn't he begging? Well, Geraldo, you promised us. You said, Geraldo, that you were going to give us some money. He said, well, I gave you some money, nigga. In words, I gave you some money. He said, but now we got to tell you what we really need. That's the reason I let you in. As you said, Geraldo, I got the teeth upstairs. Geraldo said, oh, this is not going. Every time the bishop opened his mouth, he was begging. It's embarrassing. Like the old Negro preacher on the plantation. You want an old buttered biscuit and a piece of fat back at the back door. And he would have been happy. Any other questions? I saw Sister Viola Plummer, distinguished revolutionary down there.
Brother Collins, we are indeed indebted to you, not for a speech, brothers and sisters, but for a program of action. So my question isn't to Dr. Collins, because he's doing his work. My question is, what are we going to do?
Okay. Anybody need a mic? That's all the problem. That wasn't rhetorical. That wasn't rhetorical. That was a revolutionary, pointed question. Anybody want to answer that? What she is saying simply is, brothers and sisters, that these kinds of forums are valuable to us. They are most important for the dissemination of information and to destroy the disinformation campaign of our enemy. That they are most important. But we leave out top-heavy. And we start practicing, I'm teaching my son this term, hagiography. We become hagiographers. That's those who call on the name of the greats and the saints. Every time something comes up, we say, Malcolm said it. Dr. Ben said it. Dr. Clark said it. Dr. Jeffries said it. We just start Nkrumah said, calling on the name of the greats. But what Sister Viola is talking about is a program, a practical program of revolutionary action. Some of you have heard so many scholars. Some of you got walls of tapes, walls of books. You can quote just about anything, anytime, anywhere, to anybody. But 30 years after Malcolm, 30 years after Martin, what are we going to do? I'll tell you the way Malcolm told you. I'll repeat those words and paraphrase them 30 years later. You can stay right in the church. Just accept revolutionary nationalism as your primary goal and objective. You can stay right in the mosque. But let's unite under the banner and program of revolutionary nationalism. You can stay right in your fraternity. You can stay right in your sorority. You can stay right in your civil rights organization. We need you in all of those organizations so that you can be agents for revolutionary change inside of those organizations where you are already loved and respected. We must build an African United Front, a Black United Front that transcends ideology and boundaries, and where we have common goals and common objectives, and we're putting into place a spiritual, cultural, political, revolutionary apparatus that can move our people toward freedom and independence. That's what she's asking. She's saying, you seem like you enjoyed it. It looked like a revolutionary revival in you. Yes, it did. So she said, now that you're excited, happy, feeling good, some of you mad, you were provoked to anger. You ain't been that mad in a long time, and I intended to make you mad. She said, now how do we translate this into action? You know December 12th movement, the December 12th movement's movement and work in the community, the New York 8. You know the revolutionary commitment and the years of relentless, no let-up commitment. Because anybody who really wants to do something after we do this, I ain't talking about no foolishness, going out and attacking the white man's tanks with bricks, throwing hot bean pies at the SWAT squad. Throwing a videotape or a revolutionary book at the white man. I'm not talking about nothing silly. But with the conscious among us, the conscious community, we're criminals. The conscious community is involved in criminal activity. It's a criminal enterprise. How? Because you have the knowledge, you have the wisdom, you have the understanding, you have the consciousness. We have it. What are we doing? We have these forums. We talk about how the white man is shooting us down, how he's killing us, how he's murdering us, how our political prisoners are locked up. America's foreign policy program to Africa, which ain't gonna never change. Give a damn who's in the White House or the outhouse. Doesn't make any difference. What are we gonna do? Don't you want to find some way that we can unite beyond our organizations? Find some kind of organization of organizations? There must be someone in here is so moved. This is like church. You know, when the preacher starts now after he's preached, the preacher asks you now who will come. Who does not have a church home? In other words, I'm saying who in here is conscious and know you're not doing the damn thing. Some of you just like to be heavy. You know, you just like to talk stuff. You know, you can quote all the stuff and you like to run it down. You be at the job, dazzling everybody on the job, even Peckerwoods, and everybody be listening. You at school, you got everybody, even the professor. The professor's scared of you when you walk into class. You come in with George, G.M. James, Diop, everybody. The professor damn near hide me. That's revolutionary too. What? It is. But can't we come together? Can't we all get it on? Can't we all just get it on? I'm begging you. Can't we all just get it on? That's what she's asking. Do we have a mailing list here? Did we make a mailing list? Did we get everybody's name, address, and phone number that's here? No. Let's circulate a couple of legal pads and tablets in the audience. Can be kept here at D&J, and I think Sister Viola should take a copy of that with her. I'll be working with December 12th and New York 8 from this point on. I believe that we all have to
free the land.
Put down these artificial barriers.
Diatribe.
You don't have to be, die a tribe and be born a nation. All this tribalism. I'm from this tribe. I'm from that tribe. My tribe wear this. My tribe wears that. I roll with everybody. I'm with the brothers with the bow ties and the semis. To me, that's real. I go all over the country, and everywhere there's a revolutionary, radical movement, I hook up with them immediately. Co-chairman of the new Black Panther Party this country. So how you gonna be with the Black Panther Party and you? What's the contradiction? There's no contradiction. Let's reinforce each other. Minister Farrakhan said to you at the Million Man March, join an organization. Huh? Minister Farrakhan is the leader of the Nation of Islam. He's also a lifetime member of the NAACP. Yes, he is. He's a member of NAILS, or NALS, the National African American Leadership Summit with Ben Chavis and Jesse and all of them in there. That's all right. That's all right. I want to join a national revolutionary movement where all the radicals, the militants, and revolutionaries come together. And we'll give this white man hell from one end of the country to the other end of the country, with Minister Farrakhan organizing the civil rights leaders and the pastors. And ain't nothing funny about that, because these are people we ain't been able to get together.
That's right.
We ain't been able to catch them. We ain't been able to get them to even halfway respect each other in the same room. He's able to do that. But I want to organize all the radicals, all the revolutionaries, the freedom fighters, nationalists, Pan-Africanists, those who want to build a black power movement. Ain't no contradiction in that. That means we got the white man going and coming. Huh? Hassling him and harassing him and all of his friends. So let's circulate this list. One to be left with D&J, Brother Mark, and brothers and sisters here at D&J, and one with Sister Viola, if you don't mind, because it was she who put us on this path here tonight, at least, with that profound question. Is there anyone here who has you've already given, but you want to give a more substantial donation? Is there anyone here who would like to give 10 or 20? Sister Viola Plummer, there's babies, where the babies? Where'd they go? He said, that man talks so much.
The brothers up front.
Brother Craig, go to Sister Viola. Just step right on. Any other donations? Is there anybody who'll give 10? As one, get brother's name. Brother Craig, would you know how to do it? Would you get his name and call it off quickly, sir? Brother Darrell, $20. Give him a strong hand, brothers and sisters. And Sister Viola Plummer, give her a strong hand. Are there any other donations? Let's do this quickly and take our last few questions. Are there any other donations? Brother Monroe, $5. Give him a strong hand. Come on, brothers and sisters. You broke, you can at least encourage all doing good. Come on, give him a black hand. Even if you broke, you can do better than that. Are there any other donations? 5, 10, 20s, any hundreds, any 50s, any good checks?
Good check.
Let's make sure that this list continues to circulate. Are there any other donations? Is there anyone else who will give 5? Even if you've given already, give 5, give 10. 5s, 10s. All right, I'll come back to you. Think about it again. Are there any other questions? Is that it on the questions? One more question. Is this our last question? That's our last question.
In light of what's going on in New York City, in light of what's going on in New York City with police brutality, Okay, I was listening to Al Sharpton this morning on News One, and I really haven't been willing to vote, okay, because I know it's a bunch of garbage. But for this time, right now, okay, I know that we really have to get the police up off us because they're definitely brutalizing themselves. I see it every day. Okay, right now I'm a union rep on my job. Okay, and I converse with a lot of people on a daily basis, going to work, coming from work, and all I see is arrogance. You name it, they do it. Even from looking at the sisters walking down the street in tight stuff, not licking their lips and blowing kisses, you know what I'm saying? And it's very degrading to me. Now, even though I don't vote, what Brother Al Sharpton was saying today made a lot of sense to me. And for right now, would you consider him to be back, or should we look into backing him for the mayoral run? Because I really don't try not to get into politics unless I feel it's worthwhile for blacks or if it's going to benefit my family and my loved ones. So would you tell me if you personally would back Sharpton if he's going to bring change? And from what he was saying today, it made a lot of sense to me.
Well, first of all, I don't vote, and I never have. And even if I could, I wouldn't. There would have to be some very special circumstances that would cause me to vote. And under those special circumstances, then perhaps it would be possible. So far, I haven't seen those special circumstances. And right now, as I said, I'm an ex-convict, proud to say it. Something on my resume that I'm proud to have there. That's a school that I wouldn't have volunteered to enroll in. But since it's on my resume, I'm happy that it's there. And happy about what I did while I was there. So I can't vote now. But there are those of you who can vote. I would have to say that any strong candidate that is running against Giuliani, that I would have to give some kind of support to that candidate. I am not one who would speak against Reverend Sharpton running for mayor against Rudolph, is that his name? Adolf Giuliani. So, my brother, I would have to say that, do you know any other candidates that are running? Anybody else? If there are any revolutionary nationalist candidates running, then I would have to swing my support behind the revolutionary nationalist candidate. But if there are no revolutionary nationalist candidates running, and Giuliani certainly is not a viable option for us to have to contemplate, I would have to say that if Reverend Sharpton is the candidate that from among us that is running, and we have no revolutionary nationalists who has gained the reputation that we would swing our vote and support behind, that those of you who vote, that it's a decision that you should make. I don't think you have much of a choice, meaning you don't have a real decision to make. It's not a real decision that you have to make. I mean, but there's some Negroes who go vote for Giuliani. Some Negroes who go vote for Giuliani, straight up. So I think it's ridiculous to vote for Giuliani under any circumstances if you're a voter. And if Reverend Sharpton is the candidate running against him and a black man from among us, then I don't think you should have to make any real decision. I wouldn't go get it at all. Yes, sir. I'll come to you.
There's a fund to elect the next black mayor of the city of New York that has a slate of candidates. They're not candidates, they're draftees. And the process is still open to anybody who wants to be nominated, or anybody who wants to nominate someone. The key people who are running it are the brother Andy Gill and Ira Williams. The process is that you pay for someone that you want to nominate. It's a $500 cost. There will be a convention in which there's for $99, anyone who has $99 to put up, an organization that has $99 to put up, whatever it is, can have a seat on the delegates. The candidates so far that have been drafted, that someone has put forward $500 to nominate, Sister Adelaide Sanford, Reverend Dennis Dillon, Felipe Luciano, Marta Vega. There's a list, and my name was submitted also on the list. I'm not a politician, haven't ever run for anything, but I was the first candidate drafted. In fact, I was gotten there under a ruse. I was asked to come there to give an award to someone, and found out that I was drafted. I don't expect, obviously, to run for mayor, but if somebody has those kinds of aspirations, they could get into that process, and they could also help to promote the convention. The convention will be happening around February the 21st. In the absence of any other process whereby the people as a whole, or our people as a whole, can put forth a slate of candidates, to me the fund to elect the next black mayor is a viable option. Also, Reverend Sharpton is one of the draftees, and he has agreed to participate in that process. At this point, it looks to me, just as an observer, that he's probably going to win. But if someone wanted a different kind of candidate, that process is open.
Okay. Let's hear everybody. Let me get brother to come here.
As a revolutionary, how do you feel about a system, if it's already been put in place, to be able to rechannel our funds back into our pockets?
It would depend on that. You know of a system like that that's already been put in place?
Yes, I do.
What is that system?
Black Heritage Products.
I would have to say that any program, especially after having been talking strongly as I have been by the Honorable Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, that any program that is a program that is of us and a program that will benefit us, I would have to be found backing that program and encouraging others to do the same.
So is there a way I could perhaps get the information to you, or?
Certainly. At the close of this meeting, we'll exchange. Sister Viola.
I wanted to speak to the brother's program.
Yes, ma'am.
The brother raised the question of these police in the street and the killings and the rest of it. Mm-hmm. And with all due respect to everybody's political position, that the electoral system, the mayor, governor, all of those people, will never affect any change for black people. We went through this process in the 60s with King Gibson, okay? And all I want to tell brothers is that if the police got a program called Zero Tolerance. Yes. The only way that we're going to put the police in check is to make the tolerance go from 0 to 100. And see, and people are going to run it. She's talking, and, and throwing rocks at tanks, and that's crazy. But what I am saying is that if you want to put the police in check, and there's you, this brother, that brother, that brother, and that brother that say they want to put him in check, and y'all see the police being out of control, it's your duty to step to it. Because that is the only way we're going to put the police in check. There's not a mayor, I don't care how black, how revolutionary, how much money he's going to raise, is going to put the police in check, because the police don't work for him. Okay. So that, and see, that's what I'm talking, because I lived in Queens all my life. These out here, you know what I'm saying? Don't nothing go down out here. Crackers kill black people at will. Not only police, crackers in general kill black people I don't know what happened to the black men in this community, Colin. I don't know what happened to them. They got their dashikis and their drags and they this and that. And police run rampant out here.
That's right.
I said, what are we going to do? Nothing. And you know why? Because they're going to sit. She said this, the other one said that. This is that. My program is the other. And when the police get ready, they're going to shoot them down. And until we decide that when we see the police out of control, we step to them, they ain't going to stop. And if you think you scared to die, then be clear. The only way you're going to leave here is you're going to die. And you can't prescribe when that's going to be. Oh, don't chase no mayors. Niggas, if you want to get rid of the police, you got to step to them.
That's right. Let me back that point up and underscore that point.
Yes, it does.
When you elected Dinkins,
right,
you believed that Dinkins was going to be a goddamn miracle man. When you elected that Coke nigga in Washington, D.C., Marion Scary, you believed it was going to make a difference. When you elected Uncle Tom Bradley in Los Angeles, when you elect these Negroes, you think that it's going to change our condition. It does not change. I'm looking at the expression on one or two faces in here. And you say, well, you know, that's kind of extreme, you know, step to the police, you know, can't we just vote? Step to the police, can't we just have another forum? Maybe can we read some poetry? Something, step to them. Look, go and buy you a ski mask. Black. Just the eyes, the nose, and the mouth out. This ain't coming from me. This is what I'm hearing everywhere I go, different places across the country. After Johnny Gambage, I just came out of Pittsburgh. I was down in St. Petersburg. After Tyrone Lewis. And they were saying to me, I'm quoting them, they were saying, go, telling me. I went and bought me one. The next time I showed up, the second time in St. Petersburg, not St. Petersburg, in Oakland and down and over in Pittsburgh, they asked me where was my mask. So my son got one and I got one. Why did they tell me to get a mask? Well, I guess I'm beginning to understand it now. For you agents who are here, I'm learning like you. And, look, they said to me, get you a ski mask. Go and get you a ski mask. So I said, well, ski mask. They say so that when you step to the police, you got your mask, you pull it out of your pocket, you put it on, you thrash some ass, you put on your mask, and then thrash some ass. And then you disappear. The only way they say it, I'm listening to them now, like I'm just reporting it to you like Walter Cronkite. And they say the only way we're going to defeat this devil is guerrilla warfare. They say we got to make a noise in the east and strike in the west. Avoid strength and strike weakness. They say that when the enemy is off guard, this is what they're telling me in all these places. I'm talking to the gang members, the gang bangers, I'm talking to different revolutionaries all over the country while I'm not in New York. And they're saying, carry a ski mask. You got one cracker, two crackers beating the hell out of a brother, misusing a brother or a sister. 3 or 4 brothers, they say in these towns, they say they're getting tired of that. They say they're going to start donning their ski mask and stomping the hell out of these crackers. And if necessary, some of them said even kill them. I said, ooh. That's what they told me. So any of you agents, you can take me to court. I'll tell the white folks in the court. It didn't come from me. That's what I heard. My lawyer is here. Brother Roger is back there. Look, they're saying, brothers and sisters, and I'm beginning to understand that more and more. It's not going to change. You just voting and hoping. You know, it's not going to change. somebody in this political position or that political position or another political position, they'll get some little minimal thing done, and they'll do a little something here, a little something there. That's all right. But what brothers, he stood up on a strong point, and his point has to be answered that way. If you just want to vote, brother, that's up to you. As I said to the rest of you, you have to make that decision. But if you want to stop the white man from doing this, we got to organize. We have to organize. Some of the toughest brothers you can imagine are in these cities. Tough as they can be. Hell on each other. Beat the hell out of each other. Kill each other in a minute, in a New York second. But scared to death of the white man. You see, some of you Negroes don't want to fight the white man. You think we can't fight him? You know, we just take this, you know, and hope he don't kill us. He's too powerful. He's too strong. That's a coward. Damn it, they say get your ski mask, everybody, so that you can cover that face. And even if you go to court, you got a good chance of walking. Got a good chance of walking.
Howard, I submit that if everybody in here went and bought a ski mask, that would spare practice.
So what we're looking for a slate of ski mask candidates. I'm looking for a slate of ski. I'm not joking. God damn it, I'm not joking.
Does the Black Heritage sell ski masks?
Sir?
Does the Black Heritage sell ski masks?
No, I'm sure they're going to start selling it. I'm sure they are. I'm tired of this. Aren't you tired of this? Can't you see we just go around and around and around in the same vicious cycle? I vote for this one. I'll vote for that one. I hope this some white man will. I talked to a Muslim. It hurt me to my heart. From the Nation of Islam. He told me how he had voted for. He voted for Clinton. But he told me how he had voted for the governors. Who were the two? Pataki, and who was the other candidate? Cuomo. That he voted for Cuomo because he hated Pataki. I said, that's tacky to vote for either one of them. I said, why would you vote for either one of the crackers? Just don't vote. You ain't gonna end up no worse off, and you ain't gonna end up no better off. Unless you do some other things that we haven't tried yet. So I'm just sharing with you the things that I've heard around the country. Now, according to what I've heard, we need to raise another $120. Can we raise that $120 from everybody in here? I'm sure we can. Is it everybody give $3, $4, $5, or 2 or 3? Take it out. Let's go and pick it up. Let's raise the 120 and let's finish. If you got 20, put that in there. If you got 10, put that in there. Let's finish it up. I asked what was needed, and they told me what was needed. Let's put some 10s and 20s and 5s. Hurry, quickly with the baskets. People get tired. You gotta move. To some of the others here, my son reminded me, and it's true. You know, some of you feel that that Reverend Sharpton has done things in the community to come to the aid of the community. Many of you believe on many occasions. Some of you believe that Reverend Sharpton has done some things in the community that are detrimental to the community. That's why the decision must be made by you. I've shared with some of you that from a revolutionary standpoint, a revolutionary has to operate sometimes behind enemy lines, but you can't lose your mind while you're operating behind enemy lines. And we must have allies in various camps. And some of you saw the piece that came out in the Village Voice with me supporting Reverend Sharpton. Well, no one ever came to me and asked me if I supported Reverend Sharpton. I wasn't interviewed by anyone or anything. It is true, and I'm not ashamed to say before this audience that Reverend Sharpton has supported me on certain issues behind the scenes.
Some publicly. And in truth and reality, I would have to say that to you, and there are others who have done so. But from that camp, it's rare, for whatever reason, that one would offer any support to me. In some of those camps, I'm the litmus test. It's true, in some of them. So I had to say that, so that the word goes out correctly and with balance from me. But I'm for the solution that I'm hearing all across the country more than anything else. Did we collect what you needed, Brother Moore? Okay. Yes, sir. We got to get out of here. Yes, sir. You had a question, sir? All right. Yes, sir.
Just on opinion and touch on it in the context of what you're saying here today. And I'd like to touch on something you said earlier about a comment. Sister right here, brothers in here, everybody talking about lots, there's lots of that. Your comment was, not me. All right, I'm the brother that helps, like, fight for the brothers, like, help lift up. Why sisters walking down the street with their lollipops in their mouth, their short skirts, why their brain dead? We got school these sisters. We have school these brothers. Why they walking around these types of ways? Why they wearing pants halfway down to their knees? They're dead in the mind. We educate the mind, the behind will follow, actually. And then, as you said, unify religion. Religion is a way of practice. But when we everybody start, we say God, we shall unite that way and to continue to go that way.
Thank you, sir. Let's get it, brother, strong black hand. I can't leave you out, my brother. Yes, sir.
My question is, I want you to assist me in understanding Imam Wallace bin Muhammad. Given the environment that he's come out of, he's come out of, I want to understand the causative factors to how he's become so patriotic. That's my first question. My second question is, have you had any dealing with Honorable Elijah's other son, Salah Akbar Muhammad?
Okay. First of all, I have never met Akbar Muhammad. You know, there are two Akbar Muhammads. There's Minister Akbar Muhammad, who is the international ambassador of the Nation of Islam under the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, based in Ghana. This is not the Akbar Muhammad that brother is referring to. What's your name, brother? I know you well. Brother Youssef, absolutely. He's referring to the youngest son by Sister Clara Muhammad of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Akbar Muhammad. Studied at Al-Azhar in Cairo and some other places. I have never met him and never had any direct contact with Brother Akbar Muhammad, son of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Your question about how Wallace D. Muhammad could become so patriotic, really it was a choice to some degree that he made. Beyond that, when he was born, October 30th, 1933, when he was born, Master Farad Muhammad, at that time, was getting ready to leave his student, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Two men were born in 1933 who have made tremendous impact. Wallace D. Muhammad was born October 30th, 1933, and Minister Louis Farrakhan was born May 11th, 1933. They were both born in the year that Master Farad Muhammad was leaving his student and his choice, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. When Sister Clara Muhammad was carrying Wallace D. Muhammad, Master Farad Muhammad wrote his name on the back of the door. And I have tapes of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad national radio broadcast and in Message to the Black Man, page 306, 307, and 308. If you have a message to the black man here anywhere, I'll read it to you. Where the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says on national radio broadcast, and he touches on it in the Message to the Black Man, 306, 307, and 308, that he knew of Wallace Muhammad from early in his life, or before he was even born, really. He knew what he would do against him. Do you have a Message to the Black Man here? He says on this tape that Wallace Muhammad even had plotted and planned his own son to kill him, he said. That he had lifted up not only his mouth, but was preparing with guns, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says on this tape, to kill him. He gave us the history of different divine ones in the scripture and their sons and their wives, and how their sons and wives had turned against them. He takes us to the Holy Quran as well, to the 11th chapter of the Holy Quran. Thank you, sir. Remind me to come back to the 11th chapter of the Holy Quran. Question. You listening? Page 306, answer to the critics. My mission is to give life. Earlier, when we spoke of defections, those who break away from you, you mentioned something about the fact that Jesus has similar defections. Would you answer? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Yes, such defections are nothing. The public should not think it strange. This time in which we live, we have the actual Spirit of God moving among the people. Question. Well now, in time, sir, your grandson, Sharif, or your son, Wallace, or Malcolm, ever expressed the desire to return to follow you again, would you accept them? Answer. There is nothing unforgivable. The Holy Quran teaches you. The only thing that is unforgivable is this, that you will not accept Allah as God and not accept his messenger as his messenger. These two things are one. We say the belief in Allah is the belief in his messenger of the prophet of Allah, as the prophet of Allah. The belief in the messenger or the prophet of Allah is a belief in Allah. If you disbelieve in one, you disbelieve in both. You cannot believe in one and disbelieve in the other. This is the knowledge the world has not realized, and this is what God wants the world to know. I'm getting ready to drop the bomb in a minute. When God chooses his representative for the people, he speaks to the people through that representative. And if the people will accept that representative, we call them prophets, apostles, or messengers, then they are accepting Allah. But if they reject him and still say they believe in Allah, they are considered enemies of Allah and disbelievers, because that is Allah in that representative, and you cannot accept one without accepting the other. You have got to accept both. You cannot get the blessings of Allah if you reject his messenger. Now these boys that you are referring to, they do not worry me. I do not give my time arguing with them or talking about why they believe or disbelieve. I do not even argue with them, because I knew these things in the beginning. I knew they would act like this, some of them. I was told about this 34 years ago. Now, the book came out approximately in the mid-60s. 34 years ago is the time that Wallace Muhammad at that time was born. But they did not know these things, and I am not excited as the public would be, or as the public would like to see. In some cases, if the son disbelieves in his father must be wrong. But that is not so when it comes to a messenger of God. If we say that it is true, then it stands true in the common life of the family. There are some children who never sincerely accept their fathers as they should. There are some fathers who never accept their children as they should. So this is the nature of the human family of the earth, and when it comes to spiritual teachings, it is also the same. Not all of the family of a messenger are such as Noah and Lot. They do not always have true believers, but that did not detract one atom from his messengership. You do not take advantage of that unless you get into war or trouble with God. You do not say, I do not believe in him because his wife or his son does not believe in him. Why should I follow him? You would be getting yourself in trouble because that is given. I do not care anything about those who fall away from me after I have pointed out the truth to them, and despite this, they get wrong and go away from that truth. I'm almost finished. I am not responsible for this. For whatever they say against me, it is against themselves. What they preach and tell the people in order to get the people to disbelieve in me is much like Absalom and his father David. Absalom stole the affection of the people because he thought he looked better and younger than David. He thought therefore the people would follow him and that he could steal the people over to himself and get rid of his father as king and be the king himself. But he was not to be the king. The man that was to be the king had yet to be known. That was Solomon. These facts are all put there to deepen our knowledge, and time repeats these things over and over again. And so this is what we face today, and I'm not surprised. The public is surprised, some of them, at the deviation of Malcolm or my son Wallace. I am not surprised, but they cannot yet say I am not the messenger of Allah. They cannot take that away from me. Page 306, 307, 308. He talks about Absalom, the son of David, and how Absalom, very quickly, how Absalom tried to steal the affection of his father and his father's followers. He turns to the 11th chapter of the Holy Quran, and how Noah's son turned against him, and how ultimately God said to Noah, he is not your son. He is the very embodiment of evil and unrighteous conduct. If you ask me about that son one more time, I will drown you along with the disbelievers. And so Wallace Muhammad had left his father at least 3 times and went out against his father. He always, more or less, kind of leaned toward the American way. When he spoke in Atlanta, Georgia, in his Atlanta address, he said this. He said, if America is attacked by a Muslim nation or an African nation, he said he would be on the side of America. He said, I am not going to jump up out of my nation against some foreign nation. And I'm not lying on him at all. He went on to say, even if my nation is wrong, I will fight within my nation to correct my nation, but I am not going to jump up out of my nation to fight against my nation.
Well, move that over there. Why don't you stand there? You got the level on that, Joe?
Hey, how's this video coming through?
Are the lights hot enough?
Don't forget the dolly in close. All right, be sure and stay clear of number 2 camera, and all set.
Stand by.
Hello, I'm Bob Trout. I've got a story here that I think is big, really big, because it's bound to have a terrific impact on business. I'm talking about a new market, a big new market, millions upon millions of new prospects with $15 billion to spend. That's right, I said $15 billion. That's a lot of money, isn't it? The surprising thing is that it's a fresh market, still full of opportunities. It grew up so fast, got so big in a hurry, that few of us realize its scope. Now, these days, nobody's likely to pass up chances to sell. And yet right here in our own front yard, there's a neglected market. There's money waiting to be spent. To get the story of this market, to be able to tell you the secret of selling the Negro, we did a lot of digging. We talked to leading businessmen, to customers, and to salesmen. We went to Washington, D.C. We set up cameras and other key points around the nation. And out of this all, there emerged a story, the story of a new market. Yes, this is the market we're talking about, the new Negro family. Their name is Wells or Wilson, Smith or Brown or Alexander or Breen. They live in Chicago, in Atlanta or New York, in Detroit, St. Louis, Los Angeles, any one of 1,000 cities and towns. All over the country, families such as this are enjoying new prosperity. They have new interests, new standards of living, a buying power they've never enjoyed before. They're good prospects for practically all types of goods and services. All too often, though, they're overlooked prospects. Why? Because of some good, valid reason? No. They're overlooked because of mistaken ideas, because of out-of-date ideas about how the Negro lives and how he buys. The truth of the matter is that the Negro lives pretty much the same as other folks. He buys pretty much the same way, too. But just the same, a lot of old doubts and opinions keep cropping up over and over again.
I don't like to do business with Negroes. They're drifters. You can't keep track of them.
Yes, although a lot of people think that way, the truth is that 1 out of every 3 Negro families living in cities today owns its own home. That figure comes directly from the United States Bureau of Census.
Maybe so, but Negroes are poor credit risks.
Not more of a credit risk than any other group. Actually, the Negro homebuyer meets his payments faithfully, often more faithfully than other race groups in the same economic level. That's the information we got from people who ought to know, the National Association of Real Estate Boards.
Well, maybe, but I've always heard that Negroes buy shoddy, poor quality merchandise.
No, it's just the other way around. According to leading researchers, in proportion to population and income, Negroes buy more quality products than any other comparable United States group. You see, there are a lot of confused notions about the Negro customer. But when you dig right down and find out about them, they just don't hold water. Negroes own homes. They meet their payments faithfully. They buy good brands of merchandise. So why let a lot of old-fashioned ideas hurt profits? Take a look at the real facts. Here in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, some amazing facts and figures about this new market have been uncovered. For a first-hand report, we would like to take you directly to the United States Department of Commerce to hear this story from the Secretary of Commerce himself. Here is the Honorable Sinclair Weeks, the Secretary of Commerce of the United States.
In the Department of Commerce, we are constantly alert to trends that mean a healthier national economy, better business for the nation as a whole. Recently, we have been interested in a rising young market, one that represents a huge potential for goods and services. I'm referring to the new Negro market. The tremendous buying power of this group is backed, of course, by an increased earning power. The average Negro family's income is at a record high. In fact, since 1939, it has increased more than the average income of all other Americans. Just take a look at a few figures. An official Department of Commerce report shows that at least 1/3 of the Negroes living in cities earn from $2,000 to $5,000 a year. Today, the average Negro wage earner brings home a paycheck 4 times larger than the one he collected in 1939. As a whole, the Negro market has a total income of about $15 billion every year. And after taxes, Negro families still have many billions of dollars to spend. Here is a buying power that cannot help but have a tremendous effect on our national economy and on business prosperity in general. When these dollars are spent for a wide range of goods, services, and employment, business everywhere is bound to feel the impact.
This new buying power has resulted in a class Negro market, a profitable, above-average income group of consumers. For example, the nation's largest newspaper and magazine research organization, Daniel Starch and Staff, reports these significant figures. More than 51% of the readers of Ebony magazine have a record player in their homes. Almost 64% own a television set. And almost 78% enjoy the convenience of an electric refrigerator. It is also a fact, and this is from the magazine The Food Field Reporter, that Negroes spend almost $3 billion a year for food alone. Per capita, they buy more cosmetics, drugs, and toiletries than anyone else in the country. And their children are better educated, too, because since 1930, enrollment in Negro colleges is up 2,500%. But really, to recognize the importance of this class Negro market, we must realize that something has been happening economically in our country. People are on the move. The population is shifting. The makeup of metropolitan populations today is different than it was just a few short years ago. To give you a better idea of what we mean, we set up several cameras, candid cameras, in a number of shopping locations. Take a look at these shoppers. Notice what a large proportion of them are Negroes. What's the reason? It's simply this. Negro families are moving into the cities where there are more job opportunities. Here they find occupations with more prestige and security, jobs that pay more money. As a result, Negro families today often make up the largest part of Central City consumer prospects. A shoe store in Chicago's Loop, for example, reports that more than 50% of its customers are Negroes. In another case, a drugstore located at a transfer point in a non-Negro neighborhood finds that its Negro customers total 25%. The trend is plain. The new Negro families today are moving into more populated areas, to the cities, where there are more stores, more buying opportunities. Since 1940, in San Francisco alone, the Negro market has increased by 89%. In Chicago, by 81%. Houston, Texas, 45%. Philadelphia, 50%. The impact of this new buying force is so tremendous that actually in 14 major United States markets, a product cannot be number one without Negro support. A product must have the backing of this big new buying power to be a leader in the field. What do you have to sell? Chewing gum or cars? Toothpaste or transportation? Whatever it is, here are millions of prospects, and these prospects are everywhere. Negro customers can no longer be pigeonholed. They cannot be classified as prospects who trade only in certain stores, certain neighborhoods. Today, Negroes shop downtown. They shop in supermarkets. They shop in small neighborhood stores. They'll buy from anyone who wants to sell to them. But we all know that before you can sell to customers, you've got to get to know them. You must understand something about them. What do the Negro customers buy? Why do they buy? How do you sell to them? Let's find out. Let's hear the opinion of men who have spent a lifetime studying the buying habits of customers the world over. Here is what sales psychologists have to say about selling to the Negro.
The secret of selling to the Negro is expressed in one word. That word is recognition. Now, there's nothing unusual about that. People want to be recognized. They need recognition. That's basic in all of us. But perhaps because he's had so little of it, the Negro needs even more. He needs to feel important and appreciated. This need is a very real and important one. It shows up even in many of the Negro's shopping habits. Anyone who sells or wants to sell to the Negro customer should know about some of these habits. 3 habits in particular play a big part in every sales transaction. To begin with, most Negroes buy by brand. They ask for products by name. They're quick to turn down off-brands. Do you wonder why? Well, listen to what this customer is thinking.
That last hat I bought just didn't hold up at all.
You see, for a long time, the Negro has been sold a lot of shoddy, second-class merchandise. So now he asks for name brands in order to make sure he gets his money's worth. Buying by brand, that's the first important Negro buying habit. Now for the second. The Negro buys good quality merchandise. Symbols of quality and prestige are very important to the Negro customer. This woman, for example, is buying fine crystalware. But she is also buying the admiration and approval of her friends and relatives. Listen to her thoughts.
My, isn't it beautiful? I can hardly wait to show it to Sally and Joan.
It's a well-known fact that many Negro customers are influenced by the opinions of others. What their friends may think of a certain item often decides whether or not the sale is made. So remember, the Negro buys quality merchandise. That's the second important point. And here's the third thing to remember when selling to a Negro customer. When he specifically asks for one thing, don't try to sell him something else. Don't try to switch him at the point of sale. If you do, he'll probably react something like this.
Doesn't he think I've got the money to pay for it?
There's a reason for this reaction. Again, because he's had experience with cheap merchandise, the Negro resents being offered a substitute. He wants to be sold on quality, not price. The Negro buys by brand, he buys quality, and he doesn't like to be switched at point of sale. These are the keys to selling the Negro customer. Another point. The Negro family does things together, as a group. The family works as a unit. It lives as a unit, and it buys as a unit. When you sell to one member, you many times sell to all. It's also true that many places of entertainment are still closed to the Negro. So he spends more of his money for the things that are available to him, often for items that are considered luxuries. Another trait of the Negro market is the fact that it is a pre-sold market. We know that the Negro buys by brand, and he buys the brands that he knows something about. Where does the Negro buyer get this information? We know that Negro customers are turning more and more to the publications that are tailored specifically to their needs, that give them the news and the information that they want to read about. Many leading businessmen and companies already know this. That's why so many of them are taking this direct, sure route of reaching the Negro customer. The vice president of advertising of the Gruen Watch Company, for example, says this.
In many important cities throughout the United States, Negroes are important customers of the credit jeweler. Therefore, it seemed that Ebony magazine would be a very important advertising medium for us. We would say it was very well received, and from our viewpoint, a very successful campaign.
From the Remington Rand Company comes this statement.
Our records show that advertising in Ebony has been effective in many ways. As all good advertising should, it has built a terrific amount of goodwill and has brought a volume of sales and sales inquiries.
A representative of the Alaga Syrup Company makes this statement.
Because of Alaga's regard for the influence of Ebony in the Negro market, advertising space was doubled. Alaga's long experience in selling to Negroes now takes the most direct route to its best customers. reaching Ebony's 2.5 million audience in every issue.
And here are the statements of still other business leaders.
Yes, many business leaders are discovering the most direct and most efficient way of reaching the new Negro market. Look here at the results of the same advertisement in two different publications, Ebony and another general magazine. You can see that proportionately, more men and women read the ad in Ebony than the one in the other magazine. And they did a better job of remembering it, too. A greater percentage of readers noted, associated, and remembered the ad in Ebony. But now, wait a minute. If the Negro market is so big and easy to reach, why aren't more companies going out after it? Well, often because of the feeling that there's something entirely different, unusual about selling to the Negro. But is it really so different? What do salesmen say? The successful salesmen who do a good job of selling in Negro communities. How do you go about getting the order?
How do I get the order? Well, to tell you the truth, I don't do anything. Anything different, that is. I've been calling on these accounts long enough to know that the Negro just wants to be treated like everybody else. No matter who you're calling on, a little friendliness and courtesy help a lot. But naturally, anybody resents being patronized or talked down to. So I usually call a man Mr. Brown, Mr. Smith, or Mr. whatever his name is, until he tells me to call him by his first name. And of course, I always stick to business. I stay away from talk about race or religion or politics. That goes for talk about Negro celebrities, too. You know, this business about what good prize fighters and singers the Negroes are. Who cares? When a guy's in business, no matter what color his skin is, he's interested in making a living, in making money. That's uppermost in his mind. I guess maybe what I'm saying is that I try to help any way I can. Sometimes with displays or ad materials, or an idea once in a while. The important thing is that if it helps push sales for the dealer, it helps push them for me, too.
Handle the Negro account just like any of your others. Don't patronize. Stick to business. Get interested in the account. Pitch in and help any way you can. Sounds like pretty good sales advice. That's the secret of selling the Negro. Well, how about it? What do you think of this new market? It can open new outlets for you and for everybody who sells goods or services. It's still possible to get in on the ground floor when this market is just beginning to grow and to expand. The facts and the figures that we see here are just a small sample of what they promise to be next year and the years after that. Yes, here are men and women with money to spend, and they spend it for exactly the same things as you and I and everyone else. They buy almost every type of product and service that you have to offer, and they can be reached like everyone else through publications that appeal to their interests and desires, that deliver the kind of loyal readership that can be proved both in surveys and in down-to-earth sales. Here is a ready-made market waiting to be asked to buy. Here are millions of customers for what you have to sell. Customers with $15 billion to spend.
I was born a slave on a plantation in Franklin County, Virginia. I'm not quite sure of the exact place or exact date of my birth, but at any rate, I suspect I must have been born somewhere and at some time. As nearly as I have been able to learn, I was born near a crossroads post office called Hales Ford, and the year was 1858 or 1859. I do not know the month or the day. The earliest impressions I can now recall are of the plantation and the slave quarters, the latter being the part of the plantation where the slaves had their cabins. My life had its beginning in the midst of the most miserable, desolate, and discouraging surroundings. This was so, however, not because my owners were especially cruel, for they were not, as compared with many others. I was born in a typical log cabin about 14 by 16 feet square. In this cabin, I lived with my mother and a brother and sister till after the Civil War, when we were all declared free. Of my ancestry, I know almost nothing. In the slave quarters, and even later, I heard whispered conversations among the colored people of the tortures which the slaves, including, no doubt, my ancestors on my mother's side, suffered in the middle passage of the slave ship while being conveyed from Africa to America. I have been unsuccessful in securing any information that would throw any accurate light upon the history of my family beyond my mother. She, I remember, had a half-brother and half-sister. In the days of slavery, not very much attention was given to family history and family records, that is, black family records. My mother, I suppose, attracted the attention of a purchaser, who was afterward my owner, and hers. Her addition to the slave family attracted about as much attention as the purchase of a new horse or cow. Of my father, I know even less than of my mother. I do not even know his name. I have heard reports to the effect that he was a white man who lived on one of the nearby plantations. Whoever he was, I never heard of his taking the least interest in me or providing in any way for my rearing. But I do not find especial fault with him. He was simply another unfortunate victim of the institution which the nation unhappily had engrafted upon it at that time. The cabin was not only our living place, but was also used as the kitchen for the plantation. My mother was plantation cook. The cabin was without glass windows. It had only openings in the side, which let in the light, and also the cold, chilly air of winter. There was a door to the cabin, that is, something that was called a door, but the uncertain hinges by which it was hung and the large cracks in it, to say nothing of the fact that it was too small, made the room a very uncomfortable one. In addition to these openings, there was, in the lower right-hand corner of the room, the cat hole, a contrivance which almost every mansion or cabin in Virginia possessed during the antebellum period. The cat hole was a square opening about 7 by 8 inches, provided for the purpose of letting the cat pass in and out of the house at will during the night. In the case of our particular cabin, I could never understand the necessity for this convenience, since there were at least a half-dozen other places in the cabin that would have accommodated the cats. There was no wooden floor in our cabin, the naked earth being used as a floor. In the center of the earthen floor, there was a large, deep opening covered with boards, which was used as a place in which to store sweet potatoes during the winter. An impression of this potato hole is very distinctly engraved upon my memory, because I recall that during the process of putting the potatoes in or taking them out, I would often come into possession of one or two, which I roasted and thoroughly enjoyed. There was no cooking stove on our plantation, and all the cooking for the whites and slaves my mother had to do over an open fireplace, mostly in pots and skillets. While the poorly built cabin caused us to suffer with cold in the winter, the heat from the open fireplace in summer was equally trying. The early years of my life, which were spent in the little cabin, were not very different from those of thousands of other slaves. My mother, of course, had little time in which to give attention to the training of her children during the day. Just a few moments for our care in the early morning before her work began, and at night after the day's work was done. One of my earliest recollections is that of my mother cooking a chicken late at night and awakening her children for the purpose of feeding them. How or where she got it, I do not know. I presume, however, it was procured from our owner's farm. Some people may call this theft. If such a thing were to happen now, I should condemn it as theft myself. But taking place at the time it did, and for the reason that it did, no one could ever make me believe that my mother was guilty of thieving. She was simply a victim of the system of slavery. I cannot remember having slept in a bed until after our family was declared free by the Emancipation Proclamation. 3 children, John, my older brother, Amanda, my sister, and myself, had a pallet on the dirt floor, or to be more correct, we slept in and on a bundle of filthy rags laid upon the dirt floor. I was asked not long ago to tell something about the sports and pastimes that I engaged in during my youth. Until that question was asked, it had never occurred to me that there was no period of my life that was devoted to play. From the time that I can remember anything, almost every day of my life has been occupied in some kind of labor, though I think I would now be a more useful man if I had had time for sports. During the period I spent in slavery, I was not large enough to be of much service. Still, I was occupied most of the time in cleaning the yards, carrying the water to the men in the fields, or going to the mill, to which I used to take the corn once a week to be ground. The mill was about 3 miles from the plantation. This work I always dreaded. The heavy bag of corn would be thrown across the back of the horse, and the corn divided about evenly on each side. But in some way, almost without exception on these trips, the corn would shift as to become unbalanced and would fall off the horse, and often I would fall with it. As I was not strong enough to reload the corn upon the horse, I would have to wait, sometimes for many hours, till a chance passerby came along who would help me out of my trouble. The hours while waiting for someone were usually spent in crying. The time consumed in this way made me late in reaching the mill, and by the time I got my corn ground and reached home, it would be far into the night. The road was a lonely one and often led through dense forest. I was always frightened. The woods were said to be full of soldiers who had deserted from the army, and I had been told that the first thing a deserter did to a Negro boy when he found him alone was to cut off his ears. Besides, when I was late in getting home, I knew I would always get a severe scolding or a flogging. I had no schooling whatever while I was a slave, though I remember on several occasions I went as far as the schoolhouse door with one of my young mistresses to carry her books. The picture of several dozen boys and girls in a schoolroom engaged in study made a deep impression upon me, and I had the feeling that to get into a schoolhouse and study in this way would be about the same as getting into paradise. So far as I can now recall, the first knowledge that I got of the fact that we were slaves and that freedom of the slaves was being discussed was early one morning before day, when I was awakened by my mother kneeling over her children and fervently praying that Lincoln and his armies might be successful, and that one day she and her children might be free. In this connection, I have never been able to understand how the slaves throughout the South, completely ignorant as were the masses so far as books or newspapers were concerned, were able to keep themselves so accurately and completely informed about the great national questions that were agitating the country. From the time that Garrison, Lovejoy, and others began to agitate for freedom, the slaves throughout the South kept in close touch with the progress of the movement. Though I was a mere child during the preparation for the Civil War and during the war itself, I now recall the many late-at-night whispered discussions that I heard my mother and the other slaves on the plantation indulge in. These discussions showed that they understood the situation and that they kept themselves informed of events by what was termed the grapevine telegraph. During the campaign when Lincoln was first a candidate for the presidency, the slaves on our far-off plantation, miles from any railroad or large city or daily newspaper, knew what the issues involved were. When war was begun between the North and the South, every slave on our plantation felt and knew that though other issues were discussed, the primal one was that of slavery. Even the most ignorant members of my race on the remote plantations felt in their hearts with a certainty that admitted of no doubt that the freedom of the slaves would be the one great result of the war if the Northern armies conquered. Every success of the Federal armies and every defeat of the Confederate forces was watched with the keenest and most intense interest. Often the slaves got knowledge of the results of the great battles before the white people received it. This news was usually gotten from the colored man who was sent to the post office for the mail. In our case, the post office was about 3 miles from the plantation, and the mail came once or twice a week. The man who was sent to the office would linger about the place long enough to get the drift of the conversation from the group of white people who naturally congregated there after receiving their mail to discuss the latest news. The mail carrier, on his way back to our master's house, would, as naturally, retail the news that he had secured among the slaves. And in this way, they often heard of the important events before the white people at the big house, as the master's house was called. I cannot remember a single instance during my childhood or early boyhood when our entire family sat down to the table together and God's blessing was asked and the family ate a meal in a civilized manner. On the plantation in Virginia, and even later, meals were gotten by the children very much as dumb animals get theirs. It was a piece of bread here and a scrap of meat there. It was a cup of milk at one time and some potatoes at another. Sometimes a portion of our family would eat out of the skillet or pot, while someone would eat from a tin plate held on the knees, and often using nothing but the hands with which to hold the food. When I had grown to sufficient size, I was required to go to the big house at meal times to fan the flies from the table by means of a large set of paper fans operated by a pulley. Naturally, much of the conversation of the white people turned upon the subject of freedom and the war, and I absorbed a good deal of it. I remember that at one time I saw two of my young mistresses and some lady visitors eating ginger cakes in the yard. At that time, those cakes seemed to me to be absolutely the most tempting and desirable things that I had ever seen. And I then and there resolved that if I ever got free, the height of my ambition would be reached if I could get to the point where I could secure and eat ginger cakes in the way that I saw those ladies doing. Of course, as the war was prolonged, the white people in many cases often found it difficult to secure food for themselves. I think the slaves felt the deprivation less than the whites because the usual diet for the slaves was cornbread and pork, and these could be raised on the plantation. But coffee, tea, sugar, and other articles which the whites had been accustomed to use could not be raised on the plantation, and the conditions brought about by the war frequently made it impossible to secure these things. The whites were often in great straits. Parched corn was used for coffee, and a kind of black molasses was used instead of sugar. Many times, nothing was used to sweeten the so-called tea and coffee. The first pair of shoes I recall wearing were wooden ones. They had rough leather on the top, but the bottoms, which were about an inch thick, were of wood. When I walked, they made a fearful noise, and besides this, they were very inconvenient, since there was no yielding to the natural pressure of the foot. In wearing them, one presented an exceedingly awkward appearance. The most trying ordeal that I was forced to endure as a slave boy, however, was the wearing of a flax shirt. In the portion of Virginia where I lived, it was common to use flax as a part of the clothing for the slaves. That part of the flax from which our clothing was made was largely the refuse, which, of course, was the cheapest and roughest part. I can scarcely imagine any torture, except perhaps the pulling of a tooth, that is equal to that caused by putting on a new flax shirt for the first time. It is almost equal to the feeling that one would experience if he had a dozen or more chestnut burrs or 100 small pinpoints in contact with his flesh. Even to this day, I can recall accurately the tortures that I underwent when putting on one of these garments. The fact that my flesh was soft and tender added to the pain. But I had no choice. I had to wear the flax shirt or none. And had it been left to me to choose, I should have chosen to wear no covering. In connection with the flax shirt, my brother John, who is several years older than I am, performed one of the most generous acts that I've ever heard of one slave relative doing for another. On several occasions when I was being forced to wear a new flax shirt, he generously agreed to put it on in my stead and wear it for several days till it was broken in. Until I had grown to be quite a youth, this single garment was all that I wore. One may get the idea from what I have said that there was a bitter feeling toward the white people on the part of my race because of the fact that most of the white population was away fighting in a war which would result in keeping the Negro in slavery if the South was successful. In the case of the slaves on our place, this was not true, and it was not true of any large portion of the slave population in the South where the Negro was treated with anything like decency. During the Civil War, one of my young masters was killed, and 2 were severely wounded. I recall the feeling of sorrow which existed among the slaves when they heard of the death of Moss Billy. It was no sham sorrow, but real. Some of the slaves had nursed Moss Billy. Others had played with him when he was a child. Moss Billy had begged for mercy in the case of others when the overseer or master was thrashing them. The sorrow in the slave quarters was only second to that in the big house. When the 2 young masters were brought home wounded, the sympathy of the slaves was shown in many ways. They were just as anxious to assist in the nursing as the family relatives of the wounded. Some of the slaves would even beg for the privilege of sitting up at night to nurse their wounded masters. This tenderness and sympathy on the part of those held in bondage was a result of their kindly and generous nature. In order to defend and protect the women and children who were left on the plantations when the white males went to war, the slaves would have laid down their lives. The slave who was selected to sleep in the big house during the absence of the males was considered to have a place of honor. Anyone attempting to harm young mistress or old mistress during the night would have had to cross the dead body of the slave to do so. I do not know how many have noticed it, but I think it will be found to be true that there are few instances, either in slavery or freedom, in which a member of my race has been known to betray a specific trust. As a rule, not only did the members of my race entertain no feelings of bitterness against the whites before and during the war, but there are many instances of Negroes tenderly caring for their former masters and mistresses who for some reason have become poor and dependent since the war. I know of instances where the former masters of slaves have for years been supplied with money by their former slaves to keep them from suffering. I have known of still other cases in which the former slaves have assisted in the education of the descendants of their former owners. I know of a case on a large plantation in the South in which a young white man, the son of the former owner of the estate, has become so reduced in purse and self-control by reason of drink that he is a pitiable creature. And yet, notwithstanding the poverty of the colored people themselves on this plantation, they have for years supplied this young white man with the necessities of life. One sends him a little coffee or sugar, another a little meat, and so on. Nothing that the colored people possess is too good for the son of old Marse Tom, who will perhaps never be permitted to suffer while any remain on the place who knew directly or indirectly old Marse Tom. I have said that there are few instances of a member of my race betraying a specific trust. One of the best illustrations of this, which I know of, is the case of an ex-slave from Virginia, whom I met not so long ago in a little town in the state of Ohio. I found that this man had made a contract with his master 2 or 3 years previous to the Emancipation Proclamation, to the effect that the slave was to be permitted to buy himself by paying so much per year for his body, and while he was paying for himself, he was to be permitted to labor where and for whom he pleased. Finding that he could secure better wages in Ohio, he went there. When freedom came, he was still in debt to his master, some $300. Notwithstanding that the Emancipation Proclamation freed him from any obligation to his master, this black man walked the greater portion of the distance to where his old master lived in Virginia and placed the last dollar with interest in his hands. In talking to me about this, the man told me that he knew he did not have to pay the debt, but that he had given his word to his master, and his word he had never broken. He felt that he could not enjoy his freedom till he had fulfilled his promise. From some things that I have said, one may get the idea that some of the slaves did not want freedom. This is not true. I have never seen one who did not want to be free or who would return to slavery. I pity from the bottom of my heart any nation or body of people that is so unfortunate as to get entangled in the net of slavery. I have long since ceased to cherish any spirit of bitterness against the Southern white people on account of the enslavement of my race. No one section of our country was wholly responsible for its introduction, and besides, it was recognized and protected for years by the general government. Having once got its tentacles fastened onto the economic and social life of the Republic, it was no easy matter for the country to relieve itself of the institution. Then, When we rid ourselves of prejudice or racial feeling and look the facts in the face, we must acknowledge that, notwithstanding the cruelty and moral wrong of slavery, the 10 million Negroes inhabiting this country, who themselves or whose ancestors went through the school of American slavery, are in a stronger and more hopeful condition, materially, intellectually, morally, and religiously, than is true of an equal number of black people in any other portion of the globe. This is so to such an extent that Negroes in this country, who themselves or whose forefathers went through the school of slavery, are constantly returning to Africa as missionaries to enlighten those who remained in the fatherland. This I say not to justify slavery. On the other hand, I condemn it as an institution, as we all know that in America it was established for selfish and financial reasons, and not from a missionary motive, but to call attention to a fact, and to show how Providence so often uses men and institutions to accomplish a purpose. When persons ask me in these days how, in the midst of what sometimes seem hopelessly discouraging conditions, I can have such faith in the future of my race in this country, I remind them of the wilderness through which and out of which a good providence has already led us. Ever since I've been old enough to think for myself, I have entertained the idea that notwithstanding the cruel wrongs inflicted upon us, the black man got nearly as much out of slavery as the white man did. The hurtful influences of the institution were not by any means confined to the Negro. This was fully illustrated by the life upon our own plantation. The whole machinery of slavery was so constructed as to cause labor, as a rule, to be looked upon as a badge of degradation, of inferiority. Hence, labor was something that both races on the slave plantation sought to escape. The slave system on our place, in a large measure, took the spirit of self-reliance and self-help out of the white people. My old master had many boys and girls, but not one, so far as I know, ever mastered a single trade or special line of productive industry. The girls were not taught to cook, sew, or to take care of the house. All this was left to the slaves. The slaves, of course, had little personal interest in the life of the plantation, and their ignorance prevented them from learning how to do things in the most approved and thorough manner. As a result of the system, fences were out of repair, gates were hanging half off the hinges, doors creaked, window panes were out, plastering had fallen but was not replaced, weeds grew in the yard. As a rule, there was food for whites and blacks, but inside the house and on the dining table, there was wanting that delicacy and refinement of touch and finish which can make a home the most convenient, comfortable, and attractive place in the world. Withal, there was a waste of food and other materials, which was sad. When freedom came, the slaves were almost as well fitted to begin life anew as the master, except in the matter of book learning and ownership of property. The slave owner and his sons had mastered no special industry. They unconsciously had imbibed the feeling that manual labor was not the proper thing for them. On the other hand, the slaves in many cases had mastered some handicraft, and none were ashamed, and few unwilling to labor. Finally, the war closed, and the day of freedom came. It was a momentous and eventful day to all upon our plantation. We had been expecting it. Freedom was in the air and had been for months. Deserting soldiers returning to their homes were to be seen every day. Others who had been discharged or whose regiments had been paroled were constantly passing near our place. The grapevine telegraph was kept busy night and day. The news and mutterings of great events was swiftly carried from one plantation to another. In the fear of Yankee invasions, the silverware and other valuables were taken from the big house, buried in the woods, and guarded by trusted slaves. Woe be to anyone who would have attempted to disturb the buried treasure. The slaves would give the Yankee soldiers food, drink, clothing, anything but that which had been specifically entrusted to their care and honor. As the great day drew nearer, there was more singing in the slave quarters than usual. It was bolder, had more ring, and lasted later into the night. Most of the verses of the plantation songs had some reference to freedom. True, they had sung those same verses before, But they had been careful to explain that the freedom in these songs referred to the next world and had no connection with life in this world. Now they gradually threw off the mask and were not afraid to let it be known that the freedom in their songs meant freedom of body in this world. The night before the eventful day, word was sent to the slave quarters to the effect that something unusual was going to take place at the big house the next morning. There was little, if any, sleep that night. All was excitement and expectancy. Early the next morning, word was sent to all the slaves, old and young, to gather at the house. In company with my mother, brother, and sister, and a large number of other slaves, I went to the master's house. All of our master's family were either standing or seated on the veranda of the house, where they could see what was to take place and hear what was said. There was a feeling of deep interest, of perhaps sadness on their face, but not bitterness. As I now recall the impression they made upon me, they did not at the moment seem to be sad because of the loss of property, but rather because of parting with those whom they had reared and who were in many ways very close to them. The most distinct thing that I now recall in connection with the scene was that some man who seemed to be a stranger, a United States officer, I presume, made a little speech and then read a rather long paper, the Emancipation Proclamation, I think. After the reading, we were told that we were all free and could go when and where we pleased. My mother, who was standing by my side, leaned over and kissed her children while tears of joy ran down her cheeks. She explained to us what it all meant, that this was the day for which she had been so long praying, but fearing that she would never live to see. For some minutes there was great rejoicing and thanksgiving and wild scenes of ecstasy, but there was no feeling of bitterness. In fact, there was pity among the slaves for our former owners. The wild rejoicing on the part of the emancipated colored people lasted but a brief period, for I noticed that by the time they returned to their cabins, there was a change in their feelings. The great responsibility of being free, of having charge of themselves, of having to think and plan for themselves and their children, seemed to take possession of them. It was very much like suddenly turning a youth of 10 or 12 years out into the world to provide for himself. In a few hours, the great question with which the Anglo-Saxon race had been grappling for centuries had been thrown upon these people to be solved. These were the questions of a home, a living, the rearing of children, education, citizenship, and the establishment and support of churches. Was it any wonder that within a few hours the wild rejoicing ceased and a feeling of deep gloom seemed to pervade the slave quarters? To some it seemed that now that they were in actual possession of it, freedom was a more serious thing than they had expected to find it. Some of the slaves were 70 or 80 years old. Their best days were gone. They had no strength with which to earn a living in a strange place and among strange people, even if they had been sure where to find a new place of abode. To this class, the problem seemed especially hard. Besides, deep down in their hearts, there was a strange and peculiar attachment to old master and old missus, and to their children, which they found it hard to think of breaking off. With these, they had spent in some cases nearly a half-century, and there was no light thing to think of parting. Gradually, one by one, stealthily at first, the older slaves began to wander from the slave quarters back to the big house to have a whispered conversation with their former owners as to the future. After the coming of freedom, there were 2 points upon which practically all the people on our place were agreed. And I find that this was generally true throughout the South, that they must change their names, and that they must leave the old plantation for at least a few days or weeks in order that they might really feel sure that they were free. In some way, a feeling got among the colored people that it was far from proper for them to bear the surname of their former owners, and a great many of them took other surnames. This was one of the first signs of freedom. When they were slaves, a colored person was simply called John or Susan. There was seldom occasion for more than the use of one name. If John or Susan belonged to a white man by the name of Hatcher, sometimes he was called John Hatcher, or as often, Hatcher's John. But there was a feeling that John Hatcher, or Hatcher's John, was not the proper title by which to denote a freeman. And so in many cases, John Hatcher was changed to John S. Lincoln or John S. Sherman, the initial S standing for no name, it being simply a part of what the colored man proudly called his entitles. As I have stated, most of the colored people left the old plantation, for a short while at least, so as to be sure it seemed that they could leave and try their freedom on to see how it felt. After they had remained away for a time, many of the older slaves, especially, returned to their old homes and made some kind of contract with their former owners by which they remained on the estate. My mother's husband, who was the stepfather of my brother John and myself, did not belong to the same owners as did my mother. In fact, he seldom came to our plantation. I remember seeing him there perhaps once a year, that being about Christmas time. In some way, during the war, by running away and following the Federal soldiers, it seemed, he found his way into the new state of West Virginia. As soon as freedom was declared, he sent for my mother to come to the Kanawha Valley in West Virginia. At that time, a journey from Virginia over the mountains to West Virginia was rather tedious, and in some cases a painful undertaking. What little clothing and few household goods we had were placed in a cart, but the children walked the greater portion of the distance, which was several hundred miles. I do not think any of us had ever been very far from the plantation, and the taking of a long journey into another state was quite an event. The parting from our former owners and the members of our own race on the plantation was a serious occasion. From the time of our parting till their death, we kept up a correspondence with the older members of the family, and in later years we have kept in touch with those who were the younger members. We were several weeks making the trip, and most of the time we slept in the open air and did our cooking over a log fire out of doors. One night I recall that we camped near an abandoned log cabin, and my mother decided to build a fire in that for cooking, and afterward to make a pallet on the floor for our sleeping. Just as the fire had gotten well started, a large black snake, fully 1.5 yards long, dropped down the chimney and ran out on the floor. Of course, we at once abandoned that cabin. Finally, we reached our destination, a little town called Malden, which is about 5 miles from Charleston, the present capital of the state. At that time, salt mining was the great industry in that part of West Virginia, and the little town of Malden was right in the midst of the salt furnaces. My stepfather had already secured a job at a salt furnace, and he'd also secured a little cabin for us to live in. Our new house was no better than the one we had left on the old plantation in Virginia. In fact, in one respect, it was worse. Notwithstanding the poor condition of our plantation cabin, we were at all times sure of pure air. Our new home was in the midst of a cluster of cabins crowded closely together, and as there was no sanitary regulations, the filth about the cabins was often intolerable. Some of our neighbors were colored people, and some were the poorest and most ignorant and degraded white people. It was a motley mixture. Drinking, gambling, quarrels, fight, and shockingly immoral practices were frequent. All who lived in the little town were in one way or another connected with the salt business. Though I was a mere child, my stepfather put me and my brother at work in one of the furnaces. Often I began working as early as 4 o'clock in the morning. The first thing I ever learned in the way of book knowledge was while working in the salt furnace. Each salt packer had his barrels marked with a certain number. The number allotted to my stepfather was 18. At the close of the day's work, the boss of the packers would come around and put 18 on each of our barrels. And I soon learned to recognize that figure wherever I saw it, and after a while got to the point where I could make that figure, though I knew nothing about any other figures or letters. From the time that I can remember having any thoughts about anything, I recall that I had an intense longing to learn to read. I determined when quite a small child that if I accomplished nothing else in my life, I would in some way get enough education to enable me to read common books and newspapers. Soon after we got settled in some manner in our new cabin in West Virginia, I induced my mother to get hold of a book for me. How and where she got it, I do not know, but in some way, she procured an old copy of Webster's Blueback Spelling Book, which contained the alphabet, followed by such meaningless words as ab, ba, sa, da. I began at once to devour this book, and I think that it was the first one I ever had in my hands. I had learned from somebody that the way to begin to read was to learn the alphabet, so I tried in all the ways I could think of to learn it. All, of course, without a teacher, for I could find no one to teach me. At that time, there was not a single member of my race anywhere near us who could read, and I was too timid to approach any of the white people. In some way, within a few weeks, I mastered the greater portion of the alphabet. In all my efforts to learn to read, my mother fully shared my ambition and sympathized with me and aided me in every way that she could. Though she was totally ignorant so far as mere book knowledge was concerned, she had high ambitions for her children and a large fund of good hard common sense, which seemed to enable her to meet and master every situation. If I have done anything in life worth attention, I feel sure that I inherited the disposition from my mother. In the midst of my struggles and longing for an education, a young colored boy who had learned to read in the state of Ohio came to Malden. As soon as the colored people found out that he could read, a newspaper was secured, and at the close of nearly every day's work, this young man would be surrounded by a group of men and women who were anxious to hear him read the news contained in the papers. How I used to envy this man. He seemed to me to be the one young man in all the world who ought to be satisfied with his attainments. About this time, the question of having some kind of school open for the colored children in the village began to be discussed by members of the race. As it was the first school for Negro children that had ever been opened in that part of Virginia, it was, of course, to be a great event, and the discussion excited the widest interest. The most perplexing question was where to find a teacher. The young man from Ohio who had learned to read the papers was considered, but his age was against him. In the midst of the discussion about a teacher, another young colored man from Ohio, who had been a soldier, in some way found his way into town. It was soon learned that he possessed considerable education, and he was engaged by the colored people to teach their first school. As yet, no free schools had been started for colored people in that section. Hence, each family agreed to pay a certain amount per month, with the understanding that the teacher was to board round, that is, spend the day with each family. This was not bad for the teacher, for each family tried to provide the very best on the day the teacher was to be its guest. I recall that I looked forward with an anxious appetite to the teacher's day at our little cabin. This experience of a whole race beginning to go to school for the first time presents one of the most interesting studies that has ever occurred in connection with the development of any race. Few people who were not right in the midst of the scenes can form any exact idea of the intense desire which the people of my race showed for an education. As I have stated, it was a whole race trying to go to school. Few were too young, and none too old to make the attempt to learn. As fast as any kind of teachers could be secured, not only were day schools filled, but night schools as well. The great ambition of the older people was to try to learn to read the Bible before they died. With this end in view, men and women who were 50 or 75 years old would often be found in the night school. Sunday schools were formed soon after freedom, but the principal book studied in the Sunday school was the spelling book. Day school, night school, Sunday school were always crowded, and often many had to be turned away for want of room. The opening of the school in Kanawha Valley, however, brought to me one of the keenest disappointments I ever experienced. I had been working in a salt furnace for several months, and my stepfather had discovered that I had a financial value. And so, when the school opened, he decided he could not spare me from my work. This decision seemed to cloud my every ambition. The disappointment was made all the more severe by reason of the fact that my place of work was where I could see the happy children passing to and from school mornings and afternoons. Despite this disappointment, I determined that I would learn something anyway. I applied myself with greater earnestness than ever to the mastering of what was in the Blueback Speller. My mother sympathized with me in my disappointment, and sought to comfort me in all the ways she could and to help me find a way to learn. After a while, I succeeded in making arrangements with the teacher to give me some lessons at night after the day's work was done. These night lessons were so welcome that I think I learned more at night than the other children did during the day. My own experiences in the night school gave me faith in the night school idea, with which in after years I had to do both at Hampton and Tuskegee. But my boyish heart was still set upon going to the day school, and I let no opportunity slip to push my case. Finally, I won, and was permitted to go to the school in the day for a few months with the understanding that I was to rise early in the morning and work in the furnace till 9 o'clock and return immediately after school closed in the afternoon for at least 2 more hours of work. The schoolhouse was some distance from the furnace, and as I had to work till 9 o'clock and the school opened at 9, I found myself in a difficulty. School would always be begun before I reached it, and sometimes my class had recited. To get around this difficulty, I yielded to a temptation for which most people, I suppose, will condemn me. But since it is a fact, I might as well state it. I have great faith in the power and influence of facts. It is seldom that anything is permanently gained by holding back a fact. There was a large clock in a little office in the furnace. This clock, of course, all the 100 or more workmen depended upon to regulate their hours of beginning and ending the day's work. I got the idea that the way for me to reach school on time was to move the clock hands from 8:30 up to the 9 o'clock mark. This I found myself doing morning after morning till the furnace boss discovered that something was wrong and locked the clock in a case. I did not mean to inconvenience anybody. I simply meant to reach that schoolhouse in time. When, however, I found myself at the school for the first time, I also found myself confronted with 2 other difficulties. In the first place, I found that all the other children wore hats or caps on their heads, and I had neither hat nor cap. In fact, I do not remember that up to the time of going to school, I had ever worn any kind of covering upon my head, nor do I recall that either I or anybody else had even thought anything about the need of covering for my head. But, of course, when I saw how all the other boys were dressed, I began to feel quite uncomfortable. As usual, I put the case before my mother, and she explained to me that she had no money with which to buy a store hat, which was a rather new institution at that time among the members of my race, and was considered quite the thing for young and old to own, but that she would find a way to help me out of the difficulty. She accordingly got 2 pieces of homespun jeans and sewed them together, and I was soon the proud possessor of my first cap. The lesson that my mother taught me in this has always remained with me, and I have tried as best I could to teach it to others. I have always felt proud, whenever I think of the incident, that my mother had strength of character enough not to be led into the temptation of seeming to be that which she was not, of trying to impress my schoolmates and others with the fact that she was able to buy me a store hat when she was not. I have always felt proud that she refused to go into debt for that which she did not have the money to pay for. Since that time, I have owned many kinds of caps and hats, but never one of which I have felt so proud as of the cap made of the 2 pieces of cloth sewed together by my mother. I've noted the fact, but without satisfaction I need not add, that several of the boys who began their careers with store hats and who were my schoolmates and used to join in the sport that was made of me because I had only a homespun cap have ended their careers in the penitentiary, while others are not able now to buy any kind of hat. My second difficulty was with regard to my name, or rather, a name. From the time when I could remember anything, I had been called simply Booker. Before going to school, it had never occurred to me that it was needful or appropriate to have an additional name. When I heard the school roll called, I noticed that all of the children had at least 2 names, and some of them indulged in what seemed to me the extravagance of having 3. I was in deep perplexity, because I knew that the teacher would demand of me at least 2 names, and I had only 1. By the time the occasion came for the enrolling of my name, an idea occurred to me which I thought would make me equal to the situation. And so when the teacher asked me what my full name was, I calmly told him Booker Washington, as if I had been called by that name all my life. And by that name I have since been known. Later in life, I found that my mother had given me the name of Booker Taliaferro soon after I was born. But in some way, that part of my name seemed to disappear, and for a long while was forgotten. But as soon as I found out about it, I revived it and made my full name Booker Taliaferro Washington. I think there are not many men in our country who have had the privilege of naming themselves in the way that I have. More than once I have tried to picture myself in the position of a boy or man with an honored and distinguished ancestry which I could trace back through a period of hundreds of years, and who had not only inherited a name, but a fortune and a proud family homestead. And yet I have sometimes had the feeling that if I had inherited these and had been a member of a more popular race, I should have been inclined to yield to the temptation of depending upon my ancestry and my color to do that for me which I should do for myself. Years ago, I resolved that because I had no ancestry myself, I would leave a record of which my children would be proud and which might encourage them to still higher effort. The world should not pass judgment upon the Negro, and especially the Negro youth, too quickly or too harshly. The Negro boy has obstacles, discouragements, and temptations to battle with that are little known to those not situated as he is. When a white boy undertakes a task, it is taken for granted that he will succeed. On the other hand, people are usually surprised if the Negro boy does not fail. In a word, the Negro youth starts out with a presumption against him. The influence of ancestry, however, is important in helping forward any individual or race if too much reliance is not placed upon it. Those who constantly direct attention to the Negro youth's moral weaknesses and compare his advancement with that of white youths do not consider the influence of the memories which cling about the old family homesteads. I have no idea, as I have stated elsewhere, who my grandmother was. I have or have had uncles and aunts and cousins, but I have no knowledge as to what most of them are. My case will illustrate that of hundreds of thousands of black people in every part of this country. The very fact that the white boy is conscious that if he fails in life, he will disgrace the whole family record extending back through many generations is of tremendous value in helping him to resist temptations. The fact that the individual has behind and surrounding him proud family history and connection serves as a stimulus to help him overcome obstacles when striving for success. The time that I was permitted to attend school during the day was short, and my attendance was irregular. It was not long before I had to stop attending day school altogether and devote all my time again to work. I resorted to the night school again. In fact, the greater part of the education I secured in my boyhood was gathered through the night school after my day's work was done. I had difficulty often in securing a satisfactory teacher. Sometimes, after I had secured someone to teach me at night, I would find, much to my disappointment, that the teacher knew but little more than I did. Often I would have to walk several miles at night in order to recite my night school lessons. There was never a time in my youth, no matter how dark and discouraging the days might be, when one resolve did not continually remain with me, and that was a determination to secure an education at any cost. Soon after we moved to West Virginia, my mother adopted into our family, notwithstanding our poverty, an orphan boy to whom afterward we gave the name of James B. Washington. He has ever since remained a member of the family. After I had worked in the salt furnace for some time, work was secured for me in a coal mine which was operated mainly for the purpose of securing fuel for the salt furnace. Work in the coal mine I always dreaded. One reason for this was that anyone who worked in a coal mine was always unclean, at least while at work, and it was a very hard job to get one's skin clean after the day's work was over. Then it was fully a mile from the opening of the coal mine to the face of the coal, and all, of course, was in the blackest darkness. I do not believe that one ever experiences anywhere else such darkness as he does in a coal mine. The mine was divided into a large number of different rooms or departments, and as I never was able to learn the location of all these rooms, I many times found myself lost in the mine. To add to the horror of being lost, sometimes my light would go out, and then if I did not happen to have a match, I would wander about in the darkness until by chance I found someone to give me a light. The work was not only hard, but it was dangerous. There was always the danger of being blown to pieces by a premature explosion of powder, or of being crushed by falling slate. Accidents from one or the other of these causes were frequently occurring, and this kept me in constant fear. Many children of the tenderest years were compelled then, as is now true, I fear, in most coal mining districts, to spend a large part of their lives in these coal mines, with little opportunity to get an education. And, what is worse, I've often noted that as a rule, young boys who begin life in a coal mine are often physically and mentally dwarfed. They soon lose ambition to do anything else than to continue as a coal miner. In those days, and later as a young man, I used to try to picture in my imagination the feelings and ambitions of a white youth with absolutely no limit placed upon his aspirations and activities. I used to envy the white boy who had no obstacles placed in the way of his becoming a congressman, governor, bishop, or president by reason of the accident of his birth or race. I used to picture the way that I would act under such circumstances, how I would begin at the bottom and keep rising until I reached the highest round of success. In later years, I confess that I do not envy the white boys as once I did. I have learned that success is to be measured not so much by the position that one has reached in life as by the obstacles which he has overcome while trying to succeed. Looked at from this standpoint, I almost reached the conclusion that often the Negro boy's birth and connection with an unpopular race is an advantage so far as real life is concerned. With few exceptions, the Negro youth must work harder and must perform his task even better than a white youth in order to secure recognition. But out of the hard and unusual struggle which he is compelled to pass, he gets a strength, a confidence that one misses whose pathway is comparatively smooth by reason of birth and race. From any point of view, I had rather be what I am, a member of the Negro race, than be able to claim membership with the most favored of any other race. I have always been made sad when I have heard the members of any race claiming rights and privileges or certain badges of distinction on the ground simply that they were members of this or that race, regardless of their own individual worth or attainments. I have been made to feel sad on such occasions because I am conscious of the fact that mere connection with what is known as a superior race will not permanently carry an individual forward unless he has individual worth, and mere connection with what is regarded as an inferior race will not finally hold an individual back if he possesses intrinsic individual merit. Every persecuted individual and race should get much consolation out of the great human law, which is universal and eternal, that merit, no matter under what skin found, is in the long run recognized and rewarded. This I have said here, not to call attention to myself as an individual, but to the race to which I am proud to belong. One day, while at work in the coal mine, I happened to overhear two miners talking about a great school for colored people somewhere in Virginia. This was the first time I'd ever heard of anything about any kind of school or college that was more pretentious than the little colored school in our town. In the darkness of the mine, I noiselessly crept as close as I could to the two men who were talking. I heard one tell the other that not only was the school established for the members of my race, but that opportunities were provided by which poor but worthy students could work out all a part of the cost of board and at the same time be taught some trade or industry. As they went on describing the school, it seemed to me that it must be the greatest place on earth, and not even heaven presented more attractions for me at that time than did the Hampton Normal and Agricultural Institute in Virginia, about which these men were talking. I resolved at once to go to that school, although I had no idea where it was, or how many miles away, or how I was going to reach it. I remembered only that I was on fire constantly with one ambition, and that was to go to Hampton. This thought was with me day and night. After hearing of the Hampton Institute, I continued to work for a few months longer in the coal mine. While at work there, I heard of a vacant position in the household of General Lewis Ruffner, the owner of the salt furnace and coal mine. Mrs. Viola Ruffner, the wife of General Ruffner, was a Yankee woman from Vermont. Mrs. Ruffner had a reputation all through the vicinity of being very strict with her servants, and especially with the boys who tried to serve her. Few of them had remained with her more than 2 or 3 weeks. They all left with the same excuse: she was too strict. I decided, however, that I would rather try Mrs. Ruffner's house than remain in the coal mine, and so my mother applied to her for the vacant position. I was hired at a salary of $5 per month. I'd heard so much about Mrs. Ruffner's severity that I was almost afraid to see her, and trembled when I went into her presence. I had not lived with her many weeks, however, before I began to understand her. I soon began to learn that, first of all, she wanted everything kept clean about her, that she wanted things done promptly and systematically, and that at the bottom of everything, she wanted absolute honesty and frankness. Nothing must be sloven or slipshod. Every door, every fence must be kept in repair. I cannot now recall how long I lived with Mrs. Ruffner before going to Hampton, but I think it must have been 1.5 years. At any rate, I here repeat what I have said more than once before, that the lessons that I learned in the home of Mrs. Ruffner were as valuable to me as any education I have ever gotten anywhere since. Even to this day, I never see bits of paper scattered around a house or in the street that I do not want to pick them up at once. I never see a filthy yard that I do not want to clean it, a paling off a fence that I do not want to put it on, an unpainted or unwhitewashed house that I do want to paint or whitewash it, or a button off one's clothes, or a grease spot on them, or on a floor that I do not want to call attention to it. From fearing Mrs. Ruffner, I soon learned to look upon her as one of my best friends. When she found that she could trust me, she did so implicitly. During the 1 or 2 winters that I was with her, she gave me an opportunity to go to school for an hour in the day during a portion of the winter months. But most of my study was done at night, sometimes alone, sometimes under someone I could hire to teach me. Mrs. Ruffner always encouraged and sympathized with me in all my efforts to get an education. It was while living with her that I began to get together my first library. I secured a dry goods box, knocked out one side of it, put some shelves in it, and began putting into it every kind of book that I could get my hands upon, and called it my library. Notwithstanding my success at Mrs. Ruffner's, I did not give up the idea of going to the Hampton Institute. In the fall of 1872, I determined to make an effort to get there, although, as I have stated, I had no idea of the direction in which Hampton was, or what it would cost to go there. I do not think that anyone thoroughly sympathized with me in my ambition to go to Hampton unless it was my mother, and she was troubled with the fear that I was starting out on a wild goose chase. At any rate, I got only a half-hearted consent from her that I might start. The small amount of money that I had earned had been consumed by my stepfather and the remainder of the family, with the exception of a very few dollars, and so I had very little with which to buy clothes and pay traveling expenses. My brother John helped me all that he could, but of course that was not a great deal, for his work was in the coal mine, where he did not earn much, and most of what he did earn went in the direction of paying the household expenses. Perhaps the thing that touched and pleased me most in connection with my starting for Hampton was the interest that many of the older colored people took in the matter. They had spent the best days of their lives in slavery and hardly expected to live to see the time when they would see a member of their race leave home to attend a boarding school. Some of these older people would give me a nickel, others a quarter, or a handkerchief. Finally, the great day came, and I started for Hampton. I had only a small, cheap satchel that contained what few articles of clothing I could get. My mother at that time was rather weak and broken in health. I hardly expected to see her again, and thus our parting was all the more sad. She, however, was very brave through it all. At that time, there was no through train connecting that part of West Virginia with Eastern Virginia. Trains ran only a portion of the way, and the remainder of the distance was traveled by stagecoaches. The distance from Malden to Hampton is about 500 miles. I had not been away from home many hours before it began to grow painfully evident that I did not have enough money to pay my fare to Hampton. One experience I shall long remember. I had been traveling over the mountains most of the afternoon in an old-fashioned stagecoach when, late in the evening, the coach stopped for a night at a common unpainted house called a hotel. All the other passengers, except myself, were whites. In my ignorance, I supposed that the little hotel existed for the purpose of accommodating the passengers who traveled on the stagecoach. The difference that the color of one's skin would make, I had not thought anything about. After all the other passengers had been shown rooms and were getting ready for supper, I shyly presented myself before the man at the desk. It is true, I had practically no money in my pocket with which to pay for bed or food, but I had hoped in some way to beg my way into the good graces of the landlord, for at that season in the mountains of Virginia the weather was cold, and I wanted to get indoors for the night. Without asking me as to whether I had any money, the man at the desk firmly refused to even consider the matter of providing me with food or lodging. This was my first experience in finding out what the color of my skin meant. In some way I managed to keep warm by walking about, and so got through the night. My whole soul was so bent upon reaching Hampton that I did not have time to cherish any bitterness toward the hotel keeper. By walking, begging rides, both in wagons and in the cars, and some way, after a number of days, I reached the city of Richmond, Virginia, about 82 miles from Hampton. When I reached there, tired and hungry and dirty, it was late in the night. I'd never been in a large city, and this rather added to my misery. When I reached Richmond, I was completely out of money. I had not a single acquaintance in the place, and being unused to city ways, I did not know where to go. I applied at several places for lodging, but they all wanted money, and that was what I did not have. Knowing nothing else better to do, I walked the streets. In doing this, I passed many food stands where fried chicken and half-moon apple pies were piled high and made to present a most tempting appearance. At that time, it seemed to me that I would have promised all that I expected to possess in the future to have gotten hold of one of those chicken legs or one of those pies. But I could not get either of these nor anything else to eat. I must have walked the streets till after midnight. At last, I became so exhausted that I could walk no longer. I was tired, I was hungry, I was everything but discouraged. Just about the time when I reached extreme physical exhaustion, I came upon a portion of a street where the board sidewalk was considerably elevated. I waited for a few minutes till I was sure that no passerby could see me, and then crept under the sidewalk and lay for the night upon the ground with my satchel of clothing for a pillow. Nearly all night I could hear the tramp of feet over my head. The next morning, I found myself refreshed, but I was extremely hungry because it had been a long time since I'd had sufficient food. As soon as it became light enough for me to see my surroundings, I noticed that I was near a large ship and that this ship seemed to be unloading a cargo of pig iron. I went at once to the vessel and asked the captain to permit me to help unload the vessel in order to get money for food. The captain, a white man, who seemed to be kind-hearted, consented. I worked long enough to earn money for my breakfast, and it seems to me, as I remember it now, to have been about the best breakfast that I have ever tasted. My work pleased the captain so well that he told me if I desired, I could continue working for a small amount per day. This I was very glad to do. I continued working on this vessel for a number of days. After buying food with the small wages I received, there was not much left to add to the amount that I must get to pay my way to Hampton. In order to economize in every way possible, so as to be sure to reach Hampton in a reasonable time, I continued to sleep under the same sidewalk that gave me shelter the first night I was in Richmond. Many years after, the colored citizens of Richmond very kindly tendered me a reception at which there must have been 2,000 people present. This reception was held not far from the spot where I slept the first night I spent in that city, and I must confess that my mind was more upon the sidewalk that first gave me shelter than upon the reception, agreeable and cordial as it was. When I had saved what I considered enough money with which to reach Hampton, I thanked the captain of the vessel for his kindness and started again. Without any unusual occurrence, I reached Hampton with a surplus of exactly 50 cents with which to begin my education. To me, it had been a long, eventful journey. But the first sight of the large 3-story brick school building seemed to have rewarded me for all that I had undergone in order to reach the place. If the people who gave the money to provide that building could appreciate the influence the sight of it had upon me, as well as upon thousands of other youths, they would feel all the more encouraged to make such gifts. It seemed to me to be the largest and most beautiful building I had ever seen. The sight of it seemed to give me new life, and I felt that a new kind of existence had now begun, that life would now have a new meaning. I felt that I had reached the promised land, and I resolved to let no obstacle prevent me from putting forth the highest effort to fit myself to accomplish the most good in the world. As soon as possible, after reaching the grounds of Hampton Institute, I presented myself before the head teacher for assignment to a class. Having been so long without proper food, a bath, and change of clothing, I did not, of course, make a very favorable impression upon her, and I could see at once that there were doubts in her mind about the wisdom of admitting me as a student. I felt that I could hardly blame her if she got the idea that I was a worthless loafer or tramp. For some time, she did not refuse to admit me, neither did she decide in my favor, and I continued to linger about her and to impress her in all the ways I could with my worthiness. In the meantime, I saw her admitting other students, and that added greatly to my discomfort, for I felt deep down in my heart that I could do as well as they, if I could only get a chance to show what was in me. After some hours had passed, the head teacher said to me, "The adjoining recitation room needs sweeping. Take the broom and sweep it." It occurred to me at once that here was my chance. Never did I receive an order with more delight. I knew that I could sweep, for Mrs. Ruffner had thoroughly taught me how to do that when I lived with her. I swept the recitation room 3 times. Then I got a dusting cloth and I dusted it 4 times. All the woodwork around the walls, every bench, table, and desk, I went over 4 times with my dusting cloth. Besides, every piece of furniture had been moved, and every closet and corner in the room had been thoroughly cleaned. I had the feeling that in a large measure, my future depended upon the impression I made upon the teacher in cleaning that room. When I was through, I reported to the head teacher. She was a Yankee woman who knew just where to look for dirt. She went into the room and inspected the floor and the closets. Then she took her handkerchief and rubbed it on the woodwork about the walls and over the tables and benches. When she was unable to find one bit of dirt on the floor or a particle of dust on any of the furniture, she quietly remarked, "I guess you will do to enter this institution." I was one of the happiest souls on earth. The sweeping of that room was my college examination, and never did any youth pass an examination for entrance into Harvard or Yale that gave him more genuine satisfaction. I have passed several examinations since then, but I have always felt that this was the best one I ever passed. I have spoken of my own experience in entering the Hampton Institute. Perhaps few, if any, had anything like the same experience that I had, but about that same period, there were hundreds who found their way to something of the same difficulties that I went through. The young men and women were determined to secure an education at any cost. The sweeping of the recitation room in the manner that I did it seems to have paved the way for me to get through Hampton. Miss Mary F. Mackey, the head teacher, offered me a position as janitor. This, of course, I gladly accepted because it was a place where I could work out nearly all the cost of my board. The work was hard and taxing, but I stuck to it. I had a large number of rooms to care for and had to work late into the night, while at the same time I had to rise by 4 o'clock in the morning in order to build the fires and have a little time in which to prepare my lessons. In all my career at Hampton, and ever since I have been out in the world, Miss Mary F. Mackey, the head teacher to whom I have referred, proved one of my strongest and most helpful friends. Her advice and encouragement was always helpful and strengthening to me in the darkest hour. I have spoken of the impression that was made upon me by the buildings and general appearance of the Hampton Institute, but I have not spoken of that which made the greatest and most lasting impression upon me, and that was a great man, the noblest, rarest human being that it has ever been my privilege to meet. I refer to the late General Samuel C. Armstrong. It has been my fortune to meet personally many of what are called great characters, both in Europe and America. But I do not hesitate to say that I have never met any man who, in my estimation, was the equal of General Armstrong. Fresh from the degrading influences of the slave plantation and the coal mines, it was a rare privilege for me to be permitted to come into direct contact with such a character as General Armstrong. I shall always remember that the first time I went into his presence, he made the impression upon me of being a perfect man. I was made to feel that there was something about him that was superhuman. It was my privilege to know the general personally from the time I entered Hampton till he died, and the more I saw of him, the greater he grew in my estimation. One might have removed from Hampton all the buildings, classrooms, teachers, and industries, and given the men and women there the opportunity of coming into daily contact with General Armstrong, and that alone would have been a liberal education. The older I grow, the more I am convinced that there is no education which one can get from books and costly apparatus that is equal to that which can be gotten from contact with great men and women. Instead of studying books so constantly, how I wish that our schools and colleges might learn to study men and things. General Armstrong spent 2 of the last 6 months of his life in my home at Tuskegee. At that time, he was paralyzed to the extent he had lost control of his body and voice in a very large degree. Notwithstanding his affliction, he worked almost constantly, night and day, for the cause to which he had given his life. I never saw a man who so completely lost sight of himself. I do not believe he ever had a selfish thought. He was just as happy in trying to assist some other institution in the South as when he was working for Hampton. Although he fought the Southern white man in the Civil War, I never heard him utter a bitter word against him afterward. On the other hand, he was constantly seeking ways by which he could be of service to the Southern whites. It would be difficult to describe the hold that he had upon the students at Hampton or the faith they had in him. In fact, he was worshipped by his students. It never occurred to me that General Armstrong could fail in anything that he undertook. There is almost no request that he could have made that would not have been complied with. When he was a guest at my home in Alabama, and so badly paralyzed that he had to be wheeled about in an invalid's chair, I recall that one of the General's former students had occasion to push his chair up a long, steep hill that taxed his strength to the utmost. When the top of the hill was reached, the former pupil, with a glow of happiness on his face, exclaimed, "I am so glad that I have been permitted to do something that was real hard for the General before he dies." While I was a student at Hampton, the dormitories became so crowded that it was impossible to find room for all who wanted to be admitted. In order to help remedy the difficulty, the General conceived the plan of putting up tents to be used as rooms. As soon as it became known that General Armstrong would be pleased if some of the older students would live in the tents during the winter, nearly every student in school volunteered to go. I was one of the volunteers. The winter that we spent in those tents was an intensely cold one, and we suffered severely. How much I am sure General Armstrong never knew, because we made no complaints. It was enough for us to know that we were pleasing General Armstrong, and that we were making it possible for an additional number of students to secure an education. More than once during a cold night, when a stiff gale would be blowing, our tent was lifted bodily and we would find ourselves in the open air. The General would usually pay a visit to the tents early in the morning, and his earnest, cheerful, encouraging voice would dispel any feeling of despondency. Life at Hampton was a constant revelation to me, was constantly taking me into a new world. The matter of having meals at regular hours, of eating on a tablecloth, using a napkin, the use of the bathtub and of the toothbrush, as well as the use of sheets upon the bed, were all new to me. I sometimes feel that almost the most valuable lesson I got at the Hampton Institute was in the use and value of the bath. I learned there for the first time some of its value, not only in keeping the body healthy, but in inspiring self-respect and promoting virtue. In all my travels in the South and elsewhere since leaving Hampton, I have always in some way sought my daily bath. To get it sometimes when I have been the guest of my own people in a single-roomed cabin has not always been easy to do, except by slipping away to some stream in the woods. I have always tried to teach my people that some provision for bathing should be a part of every house. For some time, while a student at Hampton, I possessed but a single pair of socks. But when I had worn these till they became soiled, I would wash them at night and hang them by the fire to dry so that I might wear them again the next morning. The charge for my board at Hampton was $10 per month. I was expected to pay a part of this in cash and to work out the remainder. To meet this cash payment, as I have stated, I had just 50 cents when I reached the institution. Aside from a very few dollars that my brother John was able to send me once in a while, I had no money with which to pay my board. I was determined from the first to make my work as janitor so valuable that my services would be indispensable. This I succeeded in doing to such an extent that I was soon informed that I would be allowed the full cost of my board in return for my work. The cost of tuition was $70 a year. This, of course, was wholly beyond my ability to pay. If I had been compelled to pay the $70 for tuition, in addition to providing for my board, I would have been compelled to leave the Hampton Institute. General Armstrong, however, very kindly got Mr. F. Griffiths Morgan of New Bedford, Massachusetts, to defray the cost of my tuition during the whole time I was at Hampton. After I finished the course at Hampton and had entered upon my life work at Tuskegee, I had the pleasure of visiting Mr. Morgan several times. After having been for a while at Hampton, I found myself in difficulty because I did not have books and clothing. Usually, however, I got around the trouble about books by borrowing from those who were more fortunate than myself. As to clothes, when I reached Hampton, I had practically nothing. Everything that I possessed was in a small hand satchel. My anxiety about clothing was increased because of the fact that General Armstrong made a personal inspection of the young men in ranks to see that their clothes were clean. Shoes had to be polished, there must be no buttons off the clothing, and no grease spots. To wear one suit of clothes continually while at work and in the schoolroom, and at the same time keep it clean, was rather a hard problem for me to solve. In some way I managed to get on till the teachers learned that I was in earnest and meant to succeed, and then some of them were kind enough to see that I was partly supplied with second-hand clothing that had been sent in barrels from the North. These barrels proved a blessing to the hundreds of poor but deserving students. Without them, I questioned whether I should ever have gotten through Hampton. When I first went to Hampton, I do not recall that I had ever slept in a bed that had 2 sheets on it. In those days, there were not many buildings there, and room was very precious. There were 7 other boys in the same room with me, most of them, however, students who had been there for some time. The sheets were quite a puzzle to me. The first night I slept under both of them, and the second night I slept on top of both of them. But by watching the other boys, I learned my lesson in this and have been trying to follow it ever since and to teach it to others. I was among the youngest of the students who were at Hampton at that time. Most of the students were men and women, some as old as 40 years of age. As I now recall the scene of my first year, I do not believe that one often has the opportunity of coming into contact with 300 or 400 men and women who were so tremendously in earnest as these men and women were. Every hour was occupied in study or work. Nearly all had had enough actual contact with the world to teach them the need for education. Many of the older ones were, of course, too old to master the textbooks very thoroughly, and it was often sad to watch their struggles. But they made up in earnestness much of what they lacked in books. Many of them were as poor as I was, and besides having to wrestle with their books, they had to struggle with a poverty which prevented their having the necessities of life. Many of them had aged parents who were dependent upon them, and some of them were men who had wives whose support in some way they had to provide for. The great and prevailing idea that seemed to take possession of everyone was to prepare himself to lift up the people at his home. No one seemed to think of himself, and the officers and teachers, what a rare set of human beings they were. They worked for the students night and day, in season and out of season. They seemed happy only when they were helping the students in some manner. Whenever it is written, and I hope it will be, the part that the Yankee teachers played in the education of the Negroes immediately after the war will make one of the most thrilling parts of the history of this country. The time is not far distant when the whole South will appreciate this service in a way that it has not yet been able to do. The years from 1867 to 1878, I think, may be called the period of Reconstruction. This includes the time that I spent as a student at Hampton and as a teacher in West Virginia. During the whole of the Reconstruction period, 2 ideas were constantly agitating the minds of the colored people, or at least the minds of a large part of the race. One of these was the craze for Greek and Latin learning, and the other was a desire to hold office. The temptations to enter political life were so alluring that I came very near yielding to them at one time, but I was kept from doing so by the feeling that I would be helping in a more substantial way by assisting in the laying of the foundation of the race through a generous education of the hand, head, and heart. I saw colored men who were members of the state legislatures and county officers who, in some cases, could not read or write, and whose morals were as weak as their education. Not long ago, when passing through the streets of a certain city in the South, I heard some brick masons calling out from the top of a two-story building on which they were working for the governor to hurry up and bring some more bricks. Several times I heard the command, "Hurry up, governor! Hurry up, governor!" My curiosity was aroused to such an extent that I made inquiry as to who the governor was, and soon found that he was a colored man who at one time had held the position of lieutenant governor of his state. But not all the colored people who were in office during Reconstruction were unworthy of their positions by any means. Some of them, like the late Senator B.K. Bruce, Governor Pinchback, and many others, were strong, upright, useful men. Neither were all the class designated as carpetbaggers dishonorable men. Some of them, like ex-Governor Bullock of Georgia, were men of high character and usefulness. One night in the chapel, after the usual chapel exercises were over, General Armstrong referred to the fact that he had received a letter from some gentleman in Alabama asking him to recommend someone to take charge of what was to be a normal school for the colored people in the little town of Tuskegee in that state. These gentlemen seemed to take it for granted that no colored man suitable for the position could be secured, and they were expecting the general to recommend a white man for the place. The next day, General Armstrong sent for me to come to his office, and much to my surprise, asked me if I thought I could fill the position in Alabama. I told him I would be willing to try. Accordingly, he wrote to the people who had applied to him for the information that he did not know of any white man to suggest, but if they would be willing to take a colored man, he had one whom he could recommend. In this letter, he gave them my name. Several days passed before anything more was heard about the matter. Sometime afterward, one Sunday evening during the chapel exercises, a messenger came in and handed the general a telegram. At the end of the exercises, he read the telegram to the school. In substance, these were its words: "Booker T. Washington will suit us. Send him at once." Before going to Tuskegee, I had expected to find there a building and all the necessary apparatus ready for me to begin teaching. To my disappointment, I found nothing of the kind. I did find, though, that which no costly building and apparatus can supply: hundreds of hungry, earnest souls who wanted to secure knowledge. Tuskegee seemed an ideal place for the school. It was in the midst of the great bulk of the Negro population and was rather secluded, being 5 miles from the main line of railroad, with which it was connected by a short line. During the days of slavery and since, the town had been the center for the education of the white people. This was an added advantage for the reason that I found the white people possessing a degree of culture and education that is not surpassed by many localities. While the colored people were ignorant, they had not, as a rule, degraded and weakened their bodies by vices such as are common to the lower class of people in the large cities. In general, I found the relations between the two races pleasant. For example, the largest and I think at that time the only hardware store in the town was owned and operated jointly by a colored man and a white man. The co-partnership continued until the death of the white partner. I found that about a year previous to my going to Tuskegee, some of the colored people who had heard something of the work of education being done at Hampton had applied to the state legislature, through their representatives, for a small appropriation to be used in starting a normal school in Tuskegee. This request the legislature had complied with to the extent of granting an annual appropriation of $2,000. I soon learned, however, that this money could be used only for the payment of the salaries of the instructors, and that there was no provision for securing land, buildings, or apparatus. The task before me did not seem a very encouraging one. It seemed much like making bricks without straw. The colored people were overjoyed and were constantly offering their services in any way in which they could be of assistance in getting the school started. My first task was to find a place in which to open the school. After looking the town over with some care, the most suitable place that could be secured seemed to be a rather dilapidated shanty near the Colored Methodist Church, together with the church itself as a sort of assembly room. Both the church and the shanty were in about as bad condition as possible. I recall that during the first months of school that I taught in this building, it was in such poor repair that whenever it rained, one of the older students would very kindly leave his lessons to hold an umbrella over me while I heard the recitations of the others. I remember also that on more than one occasion, my landlady held an umbrella over me while I ate breakfast. The work to be done in order to lift these people up seemed almost beyond accomplishing. I was only one person, and it seemed to me that the little effort that I could put forth could go such a short distance toward bringing about results. I wondered if I could accomplish anything and if it were worthwhile for me to try. One thing I felt more strongly convinced than ever after spending this month and seeing the actual life of the colored people, and that was that in order to lift them up, something must be done more than merely to imitate New England education as it then existed. I saw more clearly than ever the wisdom of the system which General Armstrong had inaugurated at Hampton. To take the children of such people as I had been among for a month and each day give them a few hours of mere book education, I felt would be almost a waste of time. After consultation with the citizens of Tuskegee, I set July 4th, 1881, as the day for the opening of the school in that little shanty and church which had been secured for its accommodation. The white people, as well as the colored, were greatly interested in the starting of the new school, and the opening day was looked forward to with much earnest discussion. There were not a few white people in the vicinity of Tuskegee who looked with some disfavor upon the project. They questioned its value to the colored people and had a fear that it might result in bringing about trouble between the races. Some had the feeling that in proportion as the Negro received education, in the same proportion would his value decrease as an economic factor in the state. These people feared the result of education would be that the Negroes would leave the farms, that it would be difficult to secure them for domestic service. The white people who questioned the wisdom of starting this new school had in their minds pictures of what they called an educated Negro, with a high hat, imitation gold eyeglasses, a showy walking stick, kid gloves, fancy boots, and whatnot. In a word, a man who was determined to live by his wits. It was difficult for these people to see how education could produce any other kind of a colored man. In the midst of all the difficulties which I encountered in getting the little school started, and since then through a period of 19 years, there are two men among all the many friends of the school in Tuskegee upon whom I have depended constantly for advice and guidance. And the success of the undertaking is largely due to these men, from whom I have never sought anything in vain. I mention them simply as types. One is a white man and an ex-slaveholder, Mr. George W. Campbell. The other is a black man and an ex-slave, Mr. Lewis Adams. These were the men who wrote to General Armstrong for a teacher. We find that most of our students came from the country districts where agriculture in some form or other was the main dependence of the people. We learned that about 85% of the colored people in the Gulf states depended upon agriculture for their living. Since this was true, we wanted to be careful not to educate our students out of sympathy with agricultural life so that they would be attracted from the country to the cities and to yield to the temptation of trying to live by their wits. We wanted to give them such an education as would fit a large proportion of them to be teachers, and at the same time cause them to return to the plantation districts and show the people there how to put new energy and new ideas into farming, as well as into the intellectual and moral and religious life of the people. All these ideas and needs crowded themselves upon us with a seriousness that seemed well nigh overwhelming. What were we to do? We had only the little old shanty and the abandoned church which the good colored people of the town of Tuskegee had kindly loaned us for the accommodation of the classes. The number of students was increasing daily. The more we saw that our efforts were reaching to only a partial degree the actual needs of the people whom we wanted to lift up through the medium of the students whom we should educate and send out leaders. The more we talked with the students who were then coming to us from several parts of the state, the more we found that the chief ambition among a large proportion of them was to get an education so that they would not have to work any longer with their hands. And this is illustrated by a story told of a colored man in Alabama who, one hot day in July, while he was at work in a cotton field, suddenly stopped and looking toward the sky said, "Oh, Lord, the cotton am so grassy, the work am so hard, and the sun am so hot that I believe this doc am called to preach." Mr. President and gentlemen of the Board of Directors and citizens, 1/3 of the population of the South is of the Negro race. No enterprise seeking the material, civil, or moral welfare of this section can disregard this element of our population and reach the highest success. I but convey to you, Mr. President, and the directors, the sentiment of the masses of my race when I say that in no way have the value and manhood of the American Negro been more fittingly and generously recognized than by the managers of this magnificent exposition at every stage of its progress. It is a recognition that will do more to cement the friendship of the two races than any occurrence since the dawn of our freedom. Not only this, but the opportunity here afforded will awaken among us a new era of industrial progress. Ignorant and inexperienced, it is not strange that in the first years of our new life we began at the top instead of at the bottom, that a seat in Congress or the state legislature was more sought than real estate or industrial skill, that the political convention of stump speaking had more attractions than starting a dairy farm or truck garden. A ship lost at sea for many days suddenly sighted a friendly vessel. From the mast of the unfortunate vessel was seen a signal: "Water, water, we die of thirst." The answer from the friendly vessel at once came back: "Cast down your buckets where you are." A second time the signal, "Water, water, send us water," ran up from the distressed vessel and was answered, "Cast down your buckets where you are." And the third and fourth signal for water was answered, "Cast down your buckets where you are." The captain of the distressed vessel, at last heeding the injunction, cast down his bucket, and it came up full of fresh, sparkling water from the mouth of the Amazon River. To those of my race who depend on bettering their condition in a foreign land, or who underestimate the importance of cultivating friendly relations with the southern white man, who is their next door neighbor, I would say, cast down your buckets where you are. Cast it down in making friends in every manly way of the people of all races by whom we are surrounded. Cast it down in agriculture, mechanics, and commerce, and domestic service, and in the professions. And in this connection, it is well to bear in mind that whatever other sins the South may be called to bear, when it comes to business, pure and simple, it is in the South that the Negro is given a man's chance in the commercial world. And in nothing is this exposition more eloquent than in emphasizing this chance. Our greatest danger is that in the great leap from slavery to freedom, we may overlook the fact that the masses of us are to live by the production of our hands, and fail to keep in mind that we shall prosper in proportion as we learn to dignify and glorify common labor and put brains and skills into the common occupations of life, shall prosper in proportion as we learn to draw the line between the superficial and the substantial, the ornamental gewgaws of life and the useful. No race can prosper till it learns that there is as much dignity in tilling a field as in writing a poem. It is at the bottom of life that we must begin, and not at the top. Nor should we permit our grievances to overshadow our opportunities. To those of the white race who look to the incoming of those of foreign birth and strange tongue and habits for the prosperity of the South, were I permitted, I would repeat what I say to my own race: cast down your buckets where you are. Cast it down among the 8 millions of Negroes whose habits you know, whose fidelity and love you have tested in days when to have proved treacherous meant the ruin of your firesides. Cast down your bucket among these people who have, without strikes and labor wars, tilled your fields, cleared your forests, builded your railroad and cities, and brought forth treasures from the bowels of the earth, and helped make possible this magnificent representation of the progress of the South. Casting down your bucket among my people, helping and encouraging them as you are doing on these grounds, and to education of head, hand, and heart, you will find that they will buy your surplus land, make blossom the waste places in your fields, and run your factories. While doing this, you can be sure in the future, as in the past, that you and your families will be surrounded by the most patient, faithful, law-abiding, and unresentful people the world has seen. As we have proved our loyalty to you in the past, in nursing your children, watching by the sick bed of your mothers and fathers, and often following them with tear-dimmed eyes to their graves, so in the future, in our humble way, we shall stand by you with a devotion that no foreigner can approach, ready to lay down our lives, if need be, in defense of yours, interlacing our industrial, commercial, civil, and religious life with yours in a way that shall make the interests of both races one. In all things that are purely social, we can be as separate as the fingers, yet one as the hand in all things essential to mutual progress. There is no defense or security for any of us, except in the highest intelligence and development of all. If anywhere there are efforts tending to curtail the fullest growth of the Negro, let these efforts be turned into stimulating, encouraging, and making him the most useful and intelligent citizen. Effort or means so invested will pay 1,000% interest. These efforts will be twice blessed, blessing him that gives and him that takes. There is no escape through law of man or God from the inevitable. The laws of changeless justice bind oppressor with oppressed, and close as sin and suffering joined, we march to fate abreast. Nearly 16 million of hands will aid you in pulling the load upward, or they will pull against you, 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 the load downward. We shall constitute 1/3 and more of the ignorance and crime of the South, or 1/3 its intelligence and progress. We shall contribute 1/3 to the business and industrial prosperity of the South, or we shall prove a veritable body of death, stagnating, depressing, retarding every effort to advance the body politic. Gentlemen of the exposition, as we present to you our humble effort at an exhibition of our progress, you must not expect overmuch. Starting 30 years ago, with ownership here and there in a few quilts and pumpkins and chickens gathered from miscellaneous sources, remember the path that has led from these to the inventions and production of agricultural implements, buggies, steam engines, newspapers, books, statuary, carving, paintings, the management of drugstores and banks, has not been trodden without contact with thorns and thistles. While we take pride in what we exhibit as a result of our independent efforts, we do not for a moment forget that our part in this exhibition would fall far short of your expectations, but for the constant help that has come to our educational life, not only from the southern states, but especially from northern philanthropists who have made their gifts a constant stream of blessing and encouragement. The wisest among my race understand that the agitation of questions of social equality is the extremest folly. and that progress in the enjoyment of all the privileges that will come to us must be the result of severe and constant struggle rather than artificial forcing. No race that has anything to contribute to the markets of the world is long in any degree ostracized. It is important and right that all privileges of the law be ours. But it is vastly more important that we be prepared for the exercises of these privileges. The opportunity to earn $1 in a factory just now is worth infinitely more than the opportunity to spend $1 in an opera house. In conclusion, may I repeat that nothing in 30 years has given us more hope and encouragement and drawn us so near to you of the white race as this opportunity offered by the exposition. And here, bending as it were, over the altar that represents the results of the struggles of your race and mine, both starting practically empty-handed 3 decades ago, I pledge that in your effort to work out the great and intricate problem which God has laid at the doors of the South, you shall have at all times the patient, sympathetic help of my race. Only let this be constantly in mind, that while from representations in these buildings of the product of field, of forest, of mine, of factory, letters and art, much good will come, yet far above and beyond material benefits will be that higher good that, let us pray God, will come in a blotting out of sectional differences and racial animosities and suspicions, in a determination to administer absolute justice in a willing obedience among all classes to the mandates of law. This, then, coupled with our material prosperity, will bring into our beloved South a new heaven and a new earth.
Rock City Hot Boy. Bam in the building.
Your Honor, I just want to see if the court would give me time to do a proffer with Mr. Copeland. You know, I want to, but I will, whether I want to or not, but I will follow your order about the ex parte June 10th conversation in Judge Glanville's chambers. And you told me that there's some off limits, and I look at my notes and I'm not sure. I think the state opened the door to it. They asked a direct about that meeting, but I don't want to come close to your order in violation. So what I'd like to do is ask Mr. Copeland about the whole thing. Judge Glanville's there, what Judge Glanville said. You seem to, according to my notes, indicate to me you're not permitting that. That's my understanding. And of course, I need to make a proffer. The proffer, I guess, is memorialized in the transcript itself, which is in the record. But the fact that Judge Glanville said, we need your testimony. Judge Glanville said, so long as you don't tell a big whopper, as Miss Love told you earlier, I want all that to come out before the jury. I think it shows coercion, and I think it shows the way that possibly to Mr. Copeland, I don't have any good faith beliefs because I never spoke with him, so I don't know what he would say, but that the prosecutor, well, prosecutors, but prosecutor, I'm going to say, and the judge, the former judge, were holding hands and working together. And I think that that goes to the jury instruction that courts don't have any interest in the case, save a fair trial for everybody. Because I would never, and I will make it clear, I'm not talking about this court, but we were with Judge Glanville for X number of months. And the jurors saw him act a certain way. So I would like to get into that. In addition to that, I plan on, and this I don't believe hurts your order. And if I just interrupted you, were you about to say something?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
I thought you were finished.
I plan on going into the fact that Mr. Copeland did say, it's on the transcript, everything, I did all these crimes. That's not a quote, but it's somewhere in that transcript, and I could get the quote. I'd like to get into that and ask him what he meant by that.
You could ask him that.
Okay. I'd like to ask him about Judge Glanville saying, so long as you don't tell a bold face, I forget the word, but bold face whopper lie, basically, but it may not be a quote. They won't prosecute you. I'd like to get into that and what that meant to him. And I think I'd like to get into the fact that he said, I've been telling everyone I am a liar. The most truthful thing I ever said is what I just said by calling myself a liar.
You can ask him that as well.
I thought I could. I'm just want to make sure that I'm not violating. So I think I covered it, but it's really that the environment that he didn't.
Private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to the thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello?
Yeah.
My brother didn't call?
Yeah, he was calling. He was on the phone with Trey.
Call him real quick.
I'm good. He can call now.
Huh?
I told him he could call now.
Yeah.
Now I don't feel like going to sleep no damn serious.
But I ain't
know
gonna
I'm
lie.
finna fall asleep.
My head just started hurting bad as hell. Shit just made me feel better though. I be feeling like I'd be getting.
Because you worry about what the street say for the street. Ain't lie. We're gonna fuck with you, because of you. Everybody else fuck them. Fuck that hoe.
It's a court situation, man. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like.
Let me tell you something. God gonna let you out in the right time. Hold on, he calling. You just gotta trust that shit and believe it. Have faith. When you pray about everything.
Click him in, why can't
Cry
you?
that shit out to God.
Yeah, you can say that while you click him in, crazy girl. Yeah, you can. Hello?
I'm gonna say this before y'all start talking. You rude, that's why I can't stand talking to you. But I'm done.
Nah, I will tell you to click him in and say that when you click him in.
I did. Shut up.
Yo. I was telling her to finish saying what she was saying when she kicked you in. She taking over being rude. What's up, man?
No shit, what's going on, boy?
Man, these folks doing what they trying everything in their power to try to goddamn break a nigga, man.
Yeah, they got goddamn kind of shit going on the internet, boy.
Yeah, my sister was telling me, I was like, man, they don't put me on a goddamn some type of lockdown where I come out hey this time now. Yeah. All the people come out is like the 13. They got like they call themselves Viper here. That they bring out, but they let me come out. They ain't in here.
What the hell? What the hell, they chop that shit up or something? Like, I'm trying to see, like, what the hell, you know what I mean? They got a part, man, on that motherfucker. They chop that motherfucker up.
What you say?
That
Come out. What you talking about? Tell me.
To my, with the, they saying that shit to my, y'all let me go right now? And he said, I go right to him. He said, I go right to him with this shit. Yeah. To my kids. Kids, situation.
Man.
To my, yeah. When they're like, what is that? Ain't gonna say no name, but y'all, you know, whatever part that shit, man.
Yeah. They did try whatever, man. So I was like, shh. I just had to face it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got something
This shit for the, oh, man. You said you talked to the lawyer?
Man, I got court in the morning. This nigga did text my sister, tell her that,
yeah, they still trying to get you to. They still trying to get you to go to court on that shit. Hold on. Hold on. We even think about that. My people that came into the office.
Yeah.
People came into my office.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
But he said I'm going to court to make that deal to this shit.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, like, what the charge? They still doing the old charge? They still got.
They so far driver with suspended license and reckless driving. So I'm like,
Yeah.
damn, man, you been talking about you didn't tell me the whole time you gonna try to ask for a bond, but now you tell me sister that we gonna enter 9 years if he in the morning. But they gonna do it on Zoom. He said he went to the judge to make sure that they come get me to bring me to court. And then he held later and but like we gonna have court on Zoom. So,
yeah, but the way that shit looking, boy, they ain't even worried about them charges. They trying to get you. They trying to get you. At the end of the day, them charges, they're just a goddamn, them old charges, that shit just a goddamn, what you call that shit? Like a, huh?
16 months, no bond.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They, but you know what, it's like they gonna keep putting them charges off to hold you and hope you know what I mean? Cause the way they doing that shit, bro, the way they put the shit out there like that shit ain't, you know what I mean? It's like they got an agenda, bro. Like, they saying to themselves, okay, motherfucker, you talking about you ain't gonna talk? This is what we got to do. Oh, you ain't gonna call? Guess what? We gonna keep putting this shit out there to make you feel like, you know what I mean? To make everybody, like, they just do it. They just shit. They going crazy with that shit, bro.
Yeah, I told her there was just ammunition. I'm like, shit, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't tripping. Shit.
Yeah.
Like, man, you know, shit get goddamn crazy. I keep trying to contact his lawyer, and I'm telling him, like, look, you say you gonna come see me today. You ain't come see me today. You know what I mean? Then he just playing too many games, and now they done put me on these damn ass lockdown. And I ain't even gonna be able to get in touch with this nigga. Like, I ain't gonna be able to talk to him unless he comes to the phone after 7 o'clock. So, like,
yeah.
So, like, man, and my sister did you call? I had to tell her to goddamn let you know, goddamn, I be out there anytime 'cause I know you be at work. So,
yeah.
I ain't know if you can answer.
Yeah, cause I hit up and I was like, hey, you know, I always want to know how you doing. And I especially when I be seeing shit, I be feeling like, damn, I ain't want them to be on this in this stress and shit like that. You feel me?
Man, stress ain't the word. I'm like,
I know, man.
Make me angry, like.
Huh?
I said she just make me angry.
Yeah. Man, that shit, they got that shit. They got that shit. And then they just play like 2 minutes, 3 minutes of that shit. You feel me? Like, I don't want to lose, bro. That shit on That shit's so crazy. Motherfuckers all jump on. I don't even know how the fuck they even find them pictures on my page. They all under that motherfucker going crazy. I ain't even commented back on their head. Like, oh, you was his mentor. So you ain't told him something? I'm like, I just seen this shit today. They must have did that shit a couple of days ago or something. I'm like, how the fuck these folks found my shit? What the hell? I don't even, who the hell is y'all?
Man, great thing about Bill, but she, I know they mad because, they feel like, you know how you got a dog, that motherfucker see his tail, that motherfucker be shaking his tail.
Yeah.
They feel like they what I did. I made them chase their tail. So now they trying to show a motherfucker like, oh, okay, you wanna play a game with it? Cause listen, bro, they came to me when I.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer attacks and relieve your asthma symptoms. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over. It is not a rescue medication. Don't take Tespire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions may occur and can be serious. Rash or eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to talk. We don't do no negotiating with them or nothing. Yeah, all of a sudden this shit they pop up.
Yeah. The other number you were saying. The other supposed to come holler at you?
Yeah.
Here? They ain't never come?
Nah, I told my lawyer, like, when this shit, I told him, like, oh, man, I don't want to talk to nobody. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, at the end of the day.
Yeah, like everybody trying to trap you right now.
Yeah, you know, I just, like, at the end of the day, I don't want to talk to nobody because I'm not going to put myself in a worse situation. I'm just going to face these choices I'm locked up for and just, you know what I mean, deal with it, whatever comes. If they drag me to court, I got my Fifth Amendment rights. I'm going to take the Fifth, and then I'm going to go from there. You know what I mean? I don't want to talk to nobody.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was trying to think of logic. You know, I was trying to think of all kind of shit myself. I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah, I be so paranoid. Shit, I just like, man, I don't know what is what, who's who. Like,
yeah.
Everything, motherfucker fail to realize that if you look at anything that was said, ain't nothing that was said, motherfucker would charge. So if motherfucker was paid attention to it, you see, I was saying anything, but the main thing I kept saying was let me go. Shit, they let me go then. I was out of there. But I mean, he wasn't up for that.
See, and you know, the public, just people don't know all that though. Like people that's close to you in your circle or something, they know. But far as the public world, like they don't know that. All they know is what they see. They don't even know. They don't know what's going on. All they know is what they hear from the media, what they see, and what they hear in court. For real. So they just take everything and run with it.
Exactly, like everybody on this shit. Yeah, everybody there, all the niggas on tour, please, and point the finger. Ain't nobody focused on none of that. They only focus on me. Like, man, look at this.
Yeah. And it's because of how they putting that shit out there like that. Like they putting pieces of the video out there, and they chop and get just the worst part of that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, come on right now. Y'all let me go. Y'all catch them in the act. I leave y'all there, and y'all catch them. Y'all follow, and y'all rest them in. Like, you know what I mean? They put that part on that motherfucker.
Yeah.
You feel me? Like, it just, they try. But remember, I used to always tell you, bro, that's the only thing that gotta be, because remember, I like, boy, if anything ever happens, you got a right to that discovery. That's the only thing I was always fearing, man.
Man, listen, my whole thing is, I feel shit. I just like.
Well, at the end of the day, I feel like I'm more. You know what I mean, I feel like fuck him regardless. It ain't not. You know what I mean, him. Fuck him. You feel me? It ain't about him kind of at the end of the day, shit, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like what they putting you through right now. You feel me?
Yeah.
I ain't feeling sorry for him, not him. I'm feeling sorry for you. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like shit,
My
at the
whole
end of the day, shit.
Yeah, my whole thing, fuck them. I feel that way too. I don't care nothing about them, but my thing is with these people, they doing this to me intentionally. So by them doing this to me intentionally, I'm like, okay, y'all gonna drag me, then okay, I'm gonna get drugged because I should allow myself to be put in this situation.
Yeah.
So I just like, this shit get hard. I get crazy deal. But then I just remember everybody who standing on my side, shit, that's the only thing that matters to me. I like fuck everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know the whole thing, like, I be laughing to myself, but I be mad with myself too. Like, I know better, you know what I mean? But it's crazy because motherfuckers don't pay attention. Shit, if I wanted to tell, I could have easily tell if I had anything to tell about. Shit, just like still up on another nigga charges. I could have started. I could have started out right there. Shit.
Yeah.
So I just
Just try not to stress yourself, bro. Try not to.
It just only thing that begins to me the court. The court part, if you got discretion, but everything else.
You say you go to court tomorrow?
Yeah, but the nigga saying I'm only going to court to plead not guilty. I'm like, bro, listen. At this point, man, ask for a no low plea, bro. Let the judge. Let's see what the judge try to give me. The judge might take time served. You know what I mean? Whatever, man. I'm just ready to get the hell up out of the way. Seeing this motherfucker waiting on these people, man. This shit just.
So what time you go? What time you go to court tomorrow?
Man, the crazy thing about it is, man, I don't even know. I know my last
They just come get you whenever.
Man, they probably don't even come get me. They do this shit so much that I just be like, man, I don't know.
Hold on, man. Yeah, hold on. What you saying again?
Hey, look, I love you, bro.
Just give me
on tomorrow when I come out.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch you. Just give me 2 minutes. Hello?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I'm gonna hit you tomorrow when I come out.
Yeah, man, keep walking in my office.